Most hunters walk into the tower dreaming of fame, glory, and a name that will echo like a legend. But this guy is thinking about something far less heroic: how in the world he is going to pay his rent. Honestly, if he had his way, he would rather crawl back under his blankets, bury his face in the dark, and pretend the entire outside world did not exist. Then one strange morning, he wakes up and realizes that the only thing threatening his peaceful misery, the loan sharks who had been circling him like predators, have not just disappeared without a trace. Their severed heads are waiting right outside his door, lined up with unsettling care, each one wrapped up like a gift and tied with a bright red ribbon that almost looks cheerful. And with that terrifying little welcome surprise, the world is introduced to perhaps the greatest coward anyone has ever laid eyes on. He has no special talent to brag about. His anxiety crushes him before danger even arrives, and he dodges anything remotely risky like it carries a fatal disease. But the system has other plans, and without asking for his opinion, it shoves him straight into a deadly game. A game built around one simple rule: summon spirits, then let those spirits fight the battles for him. The only issue is that the beings answering his call are not noble heroes or loyal guardians. They are S-rank lunatics with terrifying power and completely unpredictable personalities. And somehow, on top of trying not to die, he also has to monitor their moods and keep track of their satisfaction levels. It is less like commanding an army, and more like driving a rideshare car full of serial killers while desperately praying for a 5-star rating. He even tries to mess things up on purpose, hoping that if he performs badly enough, no one will ever notice him. But every time he gives an order, his summons twist it in the worst possible direction, and somehow wipe out entire floors within seconds. Before he can even understand what happened, records that hunters spent years chasing are smashed apart like cheap glass. Now, instead of staying invisible, he has drawn the attention of the government itself. The public has started whispering that he might be some kind of god walking among ordinary people. And Ban Ju-hyuk, the person at the center of it all, is absolutely terrified from the bottom of his soul. No one in the world is ready for the ridiculous accidental rise of this trembling weakling. Because little by little, without even meaning to, he ends up waking the savage beast buried somewhere deep inside himself. The story begins in a neighborhood that feels like hope packed its bags and left a long time ago. The buildings are cramped, the air hangs heavy and dirty, and the tiny studio apartments look less like homes and more like storage boxes people happen to sleep inside. Around him, neighbors spend their days yelling about stolen shoes, fighting over petty problems, or complaining endlessly about how filthy everything has become. Dragging himself through this miserable place is our protagonist, Ban Ju-hyuk. At 25 years old, Hyuk is supposedly living the dream, except that his version of the dream looks more like a disaster stitched together from unpaid bills, exhaustion, and pure poverty. To survive, he is juggling 3 part-time jobs at once, running between shifts as a cashier, a waiter, and a day laborer, squeezing every bit of strength out of his already worn-down body. And even after all that work, his bank account still looks like a ruined wasteland. That night, he sits alone in his tiny 180-square-foot rooftop apartment, hunched over another cheap cup of instant ramen, as if this sad dinner has become his permanent routine. As he stares down at the noodles, he understands his situation far too clearly. He is buried under debt. He has no special gift that could magically save him. And the only real asset he has left is a body that somehow has not completely collapsed from overwork. By this point, he has quietly accepted the cruel idea that he is a hopeless failure with no bright future waiting for him anywhere. But because the universe apparently loves kicking him while he is already down, a glowing blue system notification suddenly flickers into existence. It appears right in front of his face, bright and impossible to ignore, calmly announcing that he has awakened. Hyuk nearly chokes on the ramen still in his mouth. His eyes widen as he freezes in place, staring at the floating message like it has personally come to ruin his life. For a second, he wonders whether his brain has finally snapped from hunger and exhaustion. After all, awakening is supposed to be a miracle ticket, kind of golden chance that lets a person crawl out of the gutter and turn their entire life around. But Hyuk is not naive enough to celebrate. He knows the tower is not some harmless adventure park. It is a brutal place where monsters tear people open, where traps crush hunters without warning, and where the unlucky can end up frozen solid before they even understand what hit them. Almost immediately, at least inside his own head, he starts regretting the idea of ever leaving behind his miserable part-time jobs. His thoughts spiral faster and faster, turning into a panicked mess he cannot control. In his imagination, every possible death plays out one after another, each ending more painful and humiliating than the last. He knows himself too well. He avoids conflict at all costs, the kind of person who would rather cross the street than walk past a noisy construction site and risk getting caught up in something dangerous. To be completely honest with himself, Hyuk knows he is a coward, so he desperately tries to convince his own mind that this must be a hallucination, something caused by fatigue, hunger, and too many sleepless nights. Still, fear and curiosity push him to test it. He calls for a status window just to prove it is fake, but the moment the display appears, horror sinks straight into his chest. The system shows his name clearly: Ban Ju-hyuk, affiliated with the Black Tower, Level 1. And beneath that, his class is written as Summoner. Under his name, 3 skills are neatly listed: Designated Summon, Random Summon, and Summon General Skills. Then his gaze drifts toward the inventory slot, and in that instant, the last bit of denial inside him cracks, because this is not a dream, not a prank, and not some stress-induced illusion. He reads through the explanation of his trait, learning that a summoner is able to call forth spirits, golems, and even demonic beasts to serve in battle. That only makes him stare harder at the screen, wondering with a sinking feeling what kind of summoner he has actually become. Feeling awkward and a little ridiculous, he decides to test it right there in the middle of his cramped little room. He speaks the words for a random summon, but deep down he expects absolutely nothing to happen. After all, everyone knows that skills are only supposed to work inside the tower. Using one out here in the real world should be completely impossible. For a moment he feels embarrassed for even trying something so stupid. But then before he can laugh it off, the system actually answers him. A confirmation appears, cold and official, declaring that random summon has been activated. The next second, a brilliant purple light explodes through the tiny room, flooding every corner with a glow so intense that Hyuk can do nothing but stare. Hyuk's panic spikes the moment the light begins shaping itself into a figure. But what appears in front of him is not some terrifying monster, and it definitely is not an awe-inspiring dragon. Instead, standing there in the middle of his tiny room is simply a man. A red-haired human stands in the purple afterglow, blinking in confusion as if he has no idea how he ended up in this cramped little apartment. Hyuk can only stare, his mouth half open and his mind completely blank. Until that moment, he never even imagined that summoning an actual person could be possible. Then the summoned man suddenly lifts his nose slightly and sniffs the air. He completely ignores the impossible magical event that just happened around him, and instead, his full attention locks onto the pot of ramen sitting nearby. After staring at it for a moment, he casually asks if he can have just one bite. Hyuk just stands there, speechless. He has somehow activated real magic and pulled off something that should be completely unbelievable. Yet the result is not a mighty beast or a legendary guardian, but some freeloader who immediately starts asking for his dinner. The red-haired man wastes no time and starts eating the noodles, even complaining about how spicy they are as if he owns the room and Hyuk is the guest. Hyuk's thoughts are a complete mess. He cannot understand how the skill worked outside the tower in the first place, and even more importantly, he has no idea who this strange man is. As if responding to his confusion, the status window quickly appears with an explanation. It says that human summons are separated into different tiers, almost like some bizarre gacha system, with the ranks starting from rare and climbing all the way up to legendary special super rare. The system also presents one firm rule: no matter what happens, the summon must protect the summoner above everything else, and every command must be obeyed without failure. Hyuk immediately grabs onto that final line like it is the only piece of safety in the room. Absolute obedience at the very least. That sounds like something he can use. Then the system finally reveals the identity of the man currently stealing his noodles. His name is John Kozak, an SR rank being, and his title is the Mad Assassin of the Cruel Assassins Guild. The moment Hyuk reads that, a brutal headache suddenly slams into him. The pain is so intense that it feels like his brain is being ripped apart from the inside, then violently put back together again as Kozak's memories come flooding into him. Flashes tear through Hyuk's mind, showing Kozak killing people with terrifying ease, moving through victims like death itself. He sees the man carefully wrapping the severed heads of his targets like presents, treating the gruesome act with chilling calm. At that moment, Hyuk understands with horrifying clarity that the title Mad Assassin is not a joke or an exaggeration at all. Kozak's own life eventually ended after he failed to assassinate the Empire's strongest sword, Master. When Hyuk finally snaps back to reality, terror has already swallowed him whole, because he is now trapped in a tiny room with a genuine serial killer. When Kozak takes a step toward him, Hyuk flinches backward in pure fear. But the assassin immediately lowers himself, apologizes for frightening him, and respectfully asks what orders his master has for him. Hyuk remembers the system's rule about absolute obedience, and despite his fear, he decides to test it with something that feels risky enough to prove whether the rule is real. So he gives the legendary assassin his first mission: wash the ramen pot and clean the table. Without the slightest hesitation, Kozak obeys immediately. Does not complain, question the order, or show even a hint of irritation. His movements are quick, precise, and surprisingly neat, and he remains polite the entire time. Hyuk watches the scene in stunned silence, slowly starting to think that this horrifying summon might actually be useful, though he still needs stronger proof. So, gathering his courage, he decides to push the command system even further. This time he orders Kozak to bark like a dog. There is no dignity in the command at all, and yet the deadly assassin does not hesitate for even a second before dropping down toward the floor. Then Kozak actually starts barking. Hyuk stares at him, completely frozen by what he is seeing. The control is absolute, and there is no room left to doubt it. Just as Hyuk finally begins to calm himself down, a heavy pounding suddenly slams against the front door, and a rough voice from outside demands that Banju Hyuk open up. Hyuk stiffens on the spot, and in that instant he remembers exactly what day it is. Today is the day he is supposed to pay the interest. He owes 10 million won to a loan shark because no proper bank was willing to lend money to someone like him. He had borrowed that money out of desperation, needing it for his father's hip surgery and his younger brother's college tuition. It was a choice made with no good options, and even after paying 5 million won in interest already, the original debt has not gone down at all. Now that loan shark is standing right outside his door, and Hyuk can feel panic crawling up his throat. He turns toward Kozak and finds the assassin already holding a dagger, standing there with his body ready to move, prepared to kill whoever is on the other side. Kozak calmly asks for permission to bring back the intruder's head, and Hyuk immediately panics even harder, frantically stopping him before things become irreversible. Murder is not something society just shrugs off, no matter how scary the person at the door might be. So Hyuk quickly orders Kozak to hide in the bathroom, stay quiet, and make absolutely no sound. Kozak asks with terrifying seriousness whether breathing is still permitted, and Hyuk allows him that much. Only then does Kozak slip into the bathroom. Almost at the same moment, the loan shark forces his way inside. The thug storms into the room and grabs Hyuk by the back of the neck, demanding to know why the payment is late. Hyuk immediately starts apologizing again and again, desperately lying that he has already sent the money. The loan shark clearly does not believe a single word. With disgusting casualness, he tells Hyuk that if things are really that difficult, he can always sell one of his kidneys. And the shark's lackeys speak up from the hallway, mentioning Hyuk's younger brother as if he is just another item to be priced. They point out that younger organs would probably sell for even more. The instant Hyuk hears them threaten his brother, his entire body goes cold from the inside out. But even with terror tightening around his chest, he knows exactly what he has to do to survive. Hyuk forces his trembling face into the weakest, most obedient smile he can manage, nodding quickly as he promises that he will definitely pay. The loan shark leans in with one last warning, telling him to watch himself unless he wants to disappear without leaving even a trace behind, and only after that threat does he finally turn and leave. The moment the thugs are gone and the room falls quiet again, Kozak steps calmly out from the bathroom, as if nothing unusual has happened at all. Instead of questioning anything, he praises Hyuk for ordering him to hide so perfectly. Hyuk's strength gives out all at once, and he collapses onto his bed like his bones have turned to water. In a single day, he has awakened, summoned a terrifying assassin, and been threatened with death by loan sharks. His mind and body are already pushed far past their limit. As he lies there staring blankly upward, he wonders how a coward like him could ever survive climbing the tower, but at the same time he knows he desperately needs the money. Standing nearby, Kozak waits quietly for a moment before asking what he should do next. Hyuk is too exhausted to think anymore, so he simply tells him to do whatever he wants. Kozak's eyes brighten slightly, and he asks if he is allowed to watch television, saying it has been a very long time since he last had the chance. Hyuk gives a tired agreement without even trying to understand the situation anymore. At this point, he is too confused, too drained, and too worn out to care. Kozak happily settles himself in front of the TV and begins watching soap operas one after another, completely absorbed as though he has discovered a new kind of treasure. From the bed, Hyuk lies on his side and silently watches the assassin enjoy the shows, still unsure what to make of the strange man sitting in his room. Little by little, though, Hyuk begins to feel that having another person nearby is not quite as terrible as he first thought. For the first time in a long while, the room is not swallowed by that lonely, suffocating silence, and that small change brings him an odd kind of comfort. With the TV murmuring in the background, his eyelids slowly grow heavy, and he drifts off to sleep. When Hyuk opens his eyes the next morning, the first thing he notices is that the room feels strangely still and empty. The 6-hour limit on the summon has already run out. A system notification confirms it clearly, stating that Kozak has been unsummoned. Hyuk rubs at his tired eyes, wondering if everything from yesterday might have been nothing more than some feverish nightmare. And with that thought, he starts getting ready for work. But then, through the quiet room, he hears the sound of the television. It is still on from the night before, now playing the morning news, and the reporter's urgent voice announces breaking news that instantly pulls Hyuk's attention. Earlier that morning, the office of a private lending company called Smile Cash was found destroyed. At the scene, 3 victims had been discovered, and all of them had been beheaded. Hyuk goes completely rigid. Smile Cash is the very company connected to his loan shark, and as the report continues, the details become more and more horrifying. The most disturbing part is that the victims' severed heads had been decorated with red ribbons, almost as if someone had arranged them like twisted little gifts. All the color drains from Hyuk's face in an instant. The image clicks together in his mind too perfectly, and he realizes with a cold rush of horror exactly what must have happened. He shouts out in panic, finally understanding that there was nothing comforting about last night at all. He had not brought some harmless companion into his lonely life. He had summoned a deranged killer who slipped out while he was asleep and slaughtered the debt collectors who had threatened him. The news continues pouring more fear into him, repeating the details of the Smile Cash murders and making the picture even clearer. 3 dead men, all beheaded, with red ribbons left behind like decorations. Hyuk knows without any doubt that this was Kozak's work, and the seriousness of it hits him so hard that his thoughts begin spinning completely out of control. His imagination runs wild, throwing him into the middle of his cashier job, where even an ordinary customer holding a heart-shaped object suddenly starts looking dangerous, or worse, like someone might step up to the counter and casually hand him a severed head. Fear takes over every part of him, squeezing out any normal thought he has left. He becomes convinced that sooner or later, the police will trace the murders back to him. Too shaken to act normal, he calls in sick to every single one of his jobs. There is simply no way he can stand behind a counter or carry trays while thinking he might somehow be connected to a triple murder. With trembling nerves, he opens the system window again to check the information on his so-called companion. The status screen confirms what he already fears. John Kozak is truly the mad assassin, an S-rank entity. It also lists his human manifestation limit as 6 hours, making it clear exactly why he vanished by morning. Hyuk tries to summon him again, desperate for answers and needing to confront him directly. But instead of immediately bringing Kozak back, the system suddenly changes into something completely unexpected, almost like a customer service screen. A message appears in front of him, asking him to rate his experience with John Kozak before he can use the skill again. Hyuk stares at the floating rating stars in total disbelief. This man had killed 3 people while Hyuk was asleep, and now the system wants a review. From Hyuk's point of view, that seems like the easiest 1-star rating imaginable. He wants to give Kozak the worst score possible, for all the chaos and terror he caused, but then his conscience suddenly gets in the way. He remembers his mother working as a water purifier salesperson and how badly low ratings could hurt someone doing that kind of job. Even in a situation this insane, Hyuk cannot bring himself to be cruel, not even toward a murderer. After a long, defeated sigh, he gives up on revenge and settles for a polite 3-star rating instead. The instant he submits it, Kozak appears in the room once again, wearing a bright smile. He thanks Hyuk warmly for the generous 3-star rating, then promises that he will do even better next time. The cheerful innocence on his face is completely wrong for someone who has just carried out a massacre. Hyuk does not waste a second. He immediately asks Kozak straight out whether he was the one who killed the men who came to the house the day before. Kozak answers without hesitation, openly confirming it while cheerfully explaining that he had taken care of them right before his summon time ended. Nausea rises in Hyuk's throat as he fully understands that the person standing in front of him is a real killer. Even so, he forces himself to keep asking questions, his voice tight with fear, and demands to know how Kozak managed to find their office in the first place. Kozak explains it as calmly as if he is talking about something completely normal, saying that when those men forced their way into the room, he quietly placed a tracking mark on them. To him, there was no mystery behind it at all. The moment he saw them threaten Hyuk, he had already recognized them as a danger that might return. Hyuk immediately argues back, his voice rising in panic, saying he never once ordered Kozak to kill anyone. But Kozak simply remains composed and begins repeating the 3 rules of summoning. The first rule, he says, is that the summoner's life must be protected above everything else. So even though Hyuk had told him to hide and stay quiet, Kozak decided on his own that eliminating a threat to Hyuk's safety was more important than obeying the order to remain silent. Hyuk stares at him in disbelief and blurts out that this way of thinking is completely insane. But Kozak only accepts the insult with polite calm, almost like Hyuk has just given him a compliment. He even admits without the slightest shame that people say that to him quite often. That answer sends Hyuk's imagination tumbling straight into a nightmare. He can already picture himself walking down a crowded street and accidentally brushing shoulders with some rude stranger in passing. Then, before Hyuk can even apologize or move on, Kozak might decide that the tiny insult counts as a genuine threat. And just like that, Hyuk imagines more severed heads wrapped in red ribbons appearing right there in the middle of the street. Desperate to put at least some kind of boundary around this madness, Hyuk demands a clear promise. Unless someone literally has a knife pressed against his throat, Kozak is absolutely not allowed to kill anyone just because they seem suspicious or vaguely dangerous. Kozak raises his hand in a crisp salute like a loyal soldier and agrees that he will use his best judgment. But that answer is so broad and uncertain that it gives Hyuk no comfort whatsoever. Trying to escape the topic before his blood pressure explodes, Hyuk falls quiet, and Kozak smoothly changes the subject. He asks whether Hyuk has given any serious thought to climbing the tower. Just hearing those words makes Hyuk's legs feel weak, and a tremor runs through him before he can hide it. He admits that the tower could be an enormous opportunity, maybe even the one chance he has to completely change his life. But the truth is, he is simply too terrified, and he sees himself as nothing more than a coward. Compared to all those so-called heroes who charge into danger without blinking, Hyuk feels pathetic, and he fully expects Kozak to be disappointed in him. Instead, Kozak's eyes suddenly brighten with approval. He declares that Hyuk is exactly the greatest kind of summoner, because for someone in that position, courage is practically poison. In Kozak's mind, a brave summoner is not admirable at all. A brave summoner is usually just a dead one. He says he would much rather serve a master who treasures survival, because that means Kozak can take care of all the dirty, dangerous work himself. Meanwhile, Hyuk can simply stay alive, stay safe, and continue living for a very long time. That bizarre praise settles over Hyuk in a strangely comforting way. For once, his cowardice does not sound like a pathetic weakness, but almost like a survival instinct that might actually keep him breathing. After that, Hyuk sends Kozak away and tries to let his exhausted body finally get some sleep. When he wakes up later, he decides he should forget about the tower completely and just live as quietly as possible, especially now that the debt collectors have vanished under circumstances that are far too suspicious. But life, as usual, refuses to leave him alone for even a little while. Before he can settle into that fragile plan, Hyuk receives a call from his father. On the call, his father reveals that he needs to be transferred to a more expensive hospital, adding yet another crushing cost to Hyuk's life. At almost the same time, Hyuk learns that his mother has just lost her job. All at once, the pressure of money crashes back down on him, heavier and more suffocating than before. In that moment, Hyuk understands that running away is no longer an option. So he prepares himself in the most ridiculous way possible, covering his body in safety padding, and putting on a helmet like he is dressing for a disaster drill. He looks less like a hunter and more like someone about to ride a bicycle with training wheels. Still, he resolves to enter the tower, planning only to check the first floor and escape as quickly as possible. But there is one major problem. He really does not want to go in with that red-haired psycho. Hoping to summon literally anyone else, maybe even a legendary rank being, Hyuk tries to use random summon again. The system shuts that hope down immediately. A message appears in front of him, announcing that the skill still has a 28-day cooldown. With every other option cut off, Hyuk has no choice but to summon Kozak once again. This time, Kozak appears and immediately thanks him for the 5-star rating. That alone proves Hyuk has already learned a terrifying lesson. Keeping a murderer satisfied might be essential for staying alive. Kozak seems genuinely pleased that Hyuk has decided to enter the tower, but the moment he sees Hyuk's outfit, his approval turns into criticism. He tells Hyuk to throw away the clumsy protective gear, insisting that none of it is necessary because he will serve as the perfect guide. Kozak promises that Hyuk will not have to do a single thing himself. So with a deep, shaky breath, standing beside the most dangerous escort imaginable, Hyuk accepts the prompt and enters Korea's Black Tower. The destination is the first floor, and his grand entrance into the tower begins, though calling it grand might be too generous, because Hyuk is mainly focused on trying not to throw up all over the assassin standing next to him. The teleportation hits him like a brutal wave, twisting his balance and churning his stomach, until he ends up clinging to John Kozak like a helpless koala. When they finally arrive, the first floor spreads out before them as a barren wasteland. There is nothing warm, safe, or comfortable about it, only an empty, unforgiving landscape that immediately makes Hyuk regret being there. Kozak, of course, remains perfectly calm beside him. He gently pats Hyuk, as if soothing a frightened child, and assures him that the nausea will fade with time, while Hyuk slowly staggers away from the safe zone with one hand pressed against his chest. Just then, a system notification appears before him, almost as if it is trying to encourage him and give his shaky confidence a tiny push forward. The message tells him that simply stepping into the dungeon has raised his physical abilities to a mature level. Almost immediately, the nauseous feeling in his stomach begins to fade away. In its place comes a strange rush of confidence that Hyuk definitely has not earned. He clenches both fists, feeling his body become lighter, stronger, and faster, as if he might actually be capable of doing something impressive. For one brief, dangerous moment, Hyuk honestly believes he might be able to fight. Then the system gives him his first mission: defeat 5 fat grubs with tough skin within 2 hours. The name alone already sounds disgusting, but when he sees the real thing, it is somehow even worse. So-called grubs are actually huge beetle-like creatures, bulky, ugly, and unpleasant enough to make his skin crawl just by looking at them. Hyuk tries to dig through everything he knows about them and remembers that these monsters are considered the tower's basic training enemies. But basic does not mean harmless, because for a true beginner, taking down even one of them usually requires about 30 minutes of desperate struggle. Their shells are famously thick, tough enough that most beginner weapons simply bounce off without leaving much damage behind. Even so, Hyuk is still riding that temporary confidence boost, and he decides this has to be the moment where he finally proves himself. With a serious look on his face, he asks Kozak for a weapon, determined to defeat at least one monster with his own hands. Weapon raised, Hyuk walks toward the closest giant insect, and for a second he almost looks like a real hero stepping forward into battle. Then the creature moves, not even a full attack, just the smallest twitch of its body. But that tiny movement is enough to shatter every piece of courage Hyuk had built up. All that confidence collapses in an instant, disappearing like it was never there at all. Hyuk spins around and screams for Kozak to save him. throwing away every last shred of pride in less than a second. Kozak does not mock him or complain. Instead, he calmly praises Hyuk for choosing retreat at the correct moment. Then the assassin steps forward, but he does not simply stab the insect and end it quietly. That would have been far too normal for someone like him. Instead, Kozak activates a technique called blade explosion with C4. And yes, that is exactly as ridiculous as it sounds. He actually brings military-grade plastic explosives into a fight against tutorial beetles. A massive explosion tears through the wasteland, blasting dust and debris in every direction, and the insects are not just defeated, they are completely erased from existence. Hyuk stands there frozen, staring through the drifting dust in total shock as the mission ends. Within only a few seconds, the system reacts as if it has completely lost all sense of balance, awarding Hyuk an outrageous S++ conquest score, along with a shining platinum badge. Hyuk looks at the rewards in disbelief, and slowly realizes that while other people are fighting for their lives, he has somehow stumbled into a ridiculous cheat-level exploit. As Hyuk dusts himself off and tries to process what just happened, a global alert suddenly reaches every player across South Korea. The announcement declares that the second floor of the Black Tower has now been opened. Across the country, the scene jumps to hunters in training gyms, crowded bars, and other meeting spots, all reacting with confusion as they wonder who could have cleared the first floor that insanely fast. Meanwhile, Hyuk is already back in his apartment, sitting in his cramped room and going through the loot he brought home. He carefully examines the magic stone he has just obtained, turning the blue crystal over as he studies it. It is an essential resource for modern industry, and even though the market is already flooded with them, this one is still valued at 50,001 won. Hyuk immediately starts doing the math in his head. He has made 50,000 won in just 5 minutes. That is more than he earns after several brutal days of carrying bricks until his body feels like it might break. Then he looks over the platinum badge, something he has never seen before and does not fully understand. But for now, he decides to set it aside, because compared to mystery rewards, the money is the only thing that truly matters to him. To celebrate this sudden little fortune, Hyuk decides to order delivery. He chooses pork trotters, but because he is a surprisingly considerate master, he picks the regular version instead of the spicy one. After all, he remembers very clearly that the legendary mad assassin has an absurdly delicate tongue and cannot handle heat at all. Kozak is visibly touched by the consideration, though he still eyes the food with suspicion and asks carefully whether it is spicy. While they eat together, Hyuk brings up something that has been bothering him for a while. He asks if Kozak's old-fashioned, overly stiff way of speaking is actually normal. Kozak admits that it is a habit he picked up from the summoner he served in the past. Hyuk laughs at that and says it makes him sound like someone who still has not gotten over an ex-boyfriend. Kozak calmly replies that he can change the habit if Hyuk finds it annoying. But Hyuk tells him to leave it as it is, because honestly, the stiff way he talks is pretty funny. So the two of them end up laughing together over pork trotters and murder talk, making their bizarre connection feel even stronger than before. By the end of it, Hyuk finally accepts a new truth. The tower is not just a deadly trap waiting to kill him. For him, it might actually be a personal ATM. The next morning, Hyuk starts reorganizing his entire life around that realization. He decides to give up the day labor jobs that have been destroying his body bit by bit. His new routine becomes simple. Work at the convenience store during the day, serve at the restaurant in the evening, and then head into the tower at night to farm rewards with his assassin summon. When he calls Kozak out again, the assassin looks almost radiant. All because Hyuk has given him another 5-star satisfaction score. Pleased by the result, Kozak explains more about how the system's rating mechanic works. The higher the satisfaction score, the stronger the bonuses and buffs become. With enough satisfaction, the summon's manifestation time can grow longer, and it can even open the path toward rank advancement. Put it as simply as possible, the happier Hyuk keeps his assassin, the more terrifying that assassin becomes in return. For Hyuk, who wants safety without lifting a finger, and for Kozak, who loves being rewarded, it is almost too perfect of a deal. With that strange but effective arrangement settled, the two of them continue upward and make their way onto the tower's second floor. The new mission that appears in front of them is straightforward enough. This time, they have to take down 10 fat, grubs, round, and disgusting monsters infamous for how quickly they can wriggle across the floor. Despite their bloated bodies, these things move shockingly fast. Hyuk's face tightens the moment he sees them darting around. He starts getting nervous, wondering out loud whether they can even catch creatures that slippery. Kozak, however, only flashes a confident grin. In the most casual tone possible, he says he will finish everything in 3 minutes, then they can go back and eat fried chicken. And just like he said, Kozak launches forward and wipes out every last one of those quick-moving bugs before they can cause any real trouble. The result is the same as before. Another S++ rating appears, another platinum badge drops into Hyuk's hands, and another pile of magic stones gets added to his growing rewards. At that point, Hyuk can only stare at the results and realize how absurdly easy this whole climb is becoming. And of course, they do not stop there. They immediately storm into the third floor and face off against ice grubs. Cleared. Then comes the 4th floor, cleared just as quickly. After that, the 5th floor falls too. By now, Hyuk is gathering platinum badges so easily that it almost looks like he is scooping up cheap little prizes from some discount reward booth. He even notices something ridiculous. A whole floor can be cleared in about the same amount of time it would take to make himself a cup of coffee. Then, after the 5th floor is conquered, the system delivers a special reward for collecting 5 platinum badges. This time, the reward is something called a trade enhancement. Hyuk reads the notice floating in front of him, and his eyes slowly widen. The number of summons he can control at the same time has now increased to 2. The cowardly Hyuk freezes right there, his entire body locking up for a second. One unstable assassin was already enough to handle every floor without breaking a sweat. But now he can summon 2 of them at once. If one Kozak was already turning the tower into a joke, then the tower is absolutely not ready for what comes next. Hyuk keeps staring at his status screen, his eyes moving over the numbers. Then his brain starts working like a bargain hunter who has just walked into the biggest sale of his life. He realizes that after all these speed clears, he has gained enough control capacity to manage 2 summons at the same time. In other words, he could already surround himself with a proper little party. But the moment he checks the cooldown on his random summon skill, he stops. The remaining time is still more than 20 days. So Hyuk decides to think ahead instead. Rather than risk pulling some useless summon right now, he chooses to wait for the cooldown to reset. That way he can move with 3 people at once, himself, Kozak, and 1 brand new meat shield to make his safety as guaranteed as possible. In his head, Hyuk calls this wise patience and careful planning. But honestly, the truth is painfully obvious. He just wants to do even less work than he is already doing. Meanwhile, far away from Hyuk's lazy little strategy session, the awakened management agency is being thrown into complete chaos. Inside the government office, a group of exhausted officials is scrambling around, desperately trying to figure out who on earth is clearing the Black Tower, an unbelievable S++ rating. Team leader Gwangil and section chief Lindley Min are practically sweating through their clothes because before this, Korea's best record was not impressive at all. Their previous peak was a miserable E rank. And now the director is spiraling into panic, terrified that another country might step in first, offer this mysterious super rookie better treatment, or even worse, try to abduct them outright. With the pressure rising by the second, they order a full nationwide search for this unknown player. Of course, they have absolutely no idea that the person they are desperately hunting is not in some elite training facility, but sitting around at home in his underwear, slurping instant noodles like nothing important is happening. And back inside the tower, Hyuk and Kozak are already treating the 8th floor like it is nothing more than a casual walk through the neighborhood. This time, their opponents are red-horned frog warriors. The monsters barely have a chance to move before Hyuk can even properly react, because Kozak has already cut through them and turned the whole group into neatly sliced meat. Just like that, another floor collapses beneath them, followed by yet another ES++ rating and 1 more platinum badge added to Hyuk's collection. Hyuk starts grumbling under his breath, saying the hardest part of his day is not even the fighting. It is the dizzy feeling he gets every time he enters the tower. Kozak, staying calm beside him, reminds him that things will only start getting truly serious after the 10th floor. Hearing that, and feeling strangely generous for once, Hyuk decides it is time to reward his loyal killer. He takes out his wallet, holds it toward Kozak, and tells him to go outside for a while, enjoy himself in the real world, and eat something delicious. Kozak refuses almost instantly. His loyalty does not even waver for a second, and he makes it clear that he has no intention of leaving his summoner's side. Hyuk lets out a long breath, giving up on the idea. If Kozak will not go out for a celebration, then Hyuk decides the celebration can simply come to them instead. So they order chicken, and the moment food enters the conversation, Kozak becomes visibly excited, almost trembling with anticipation. While the assassin is completely focused on the coming meal, Hyuk opens his inventory and starts checking what he has gathered. Inside, he spots 5 healing potions that can only be used within the tower, and he quietly plans to hand them over to Kozak later. But the real treasure is the stack of magic stones sitting in his inventory. Hyuk quickly calculates the amount in his head and realizes he is holding over 3 kilograms of magic crystals. If he sells them all, the total value would easily shoot past 1 billion. In only 1 week, Hyuk has gone from having almost nothing to becoming a billionaire. Even more ridiculous, he managed it without putting in any real effort himself. By the 10th day, his routine has become completely fixed. Hyuk goes to work, stands through his cashier shift like usual, then returns home and casually wipes out monsters inside the tower. After another successful run, he gives Kozak yet another 5-star rating. And that rating extends the assassin's active time by 1 more full hour. Kozak responds by making a heart shape with his arms, showing his gratitude in the strangest possible way. The gesture looks cute for half a second, until you remember this is coming from someone who cuts off heads for a living. Then the 2 of them finally step onto the 10th floor, and the instant Hyuk arrives, he feels that something has changed. Mana surges through Hyuk's entire body all at once, rushing beneath his skin like a storm that refuses to be controlled. To him, the feeling is not calm or gentle at all. It is raw, fierce, and completely untamed. That sudden wave of power shoots straight to his head, making his thoughts heat up as his confidence swells far faster than it probably should. And with that reckless excitement boiling inside him, Hyuk suddenly decides that this time, he wants to join the fight himself. The moment Kozak hears that, his face tightens with obvious alarm. In Kozak's mind, even the smallest injury on Hyuk would be unacceptable. If Hyuk got so much as a scratch, Kozak would feel forced to punish himself for failing to protect him properly. But Hyuk pays no attention to that worry. His pride has already taken over, and in his eyes the opponent is nothing more than an oversized insect crawling in his way. Then the monster finally appears before them, and for one brief instant the situation almost looks like Hyuk is about to show some real skill. Or maybe it is simply Kozak moving so quickly that the eye can barely follow him. Either way, before the creature can even properly attack, its body is sliced cleanly in half in a single instant, collapsing as if the battle was over before it ever began. Right after that, the system's announcement rings out, declaring that the 10th floor has been cleared. At the same time, a huge pile of rewards is dropped directly into Hyuk's hands. And because Hyuk has now collected a total of 10 platinum badges, the system presents him with an unexpected special option. He is being given the chance to copy one skill from one of his summons. The list is filled with powerful offensive choices, including deadly abilities like Blade Explosion and Poison Dagger. For most players, the answer would be obvious. They would grab the strongest damage skill without thinking twice. But Hyuk does not hesitate for even a second. The skill he chooses is Shadow Step. Kozak immediately looks at him with confusion, clearly wondering why he would pass over such destructive attack skills. Hyuk answers honestly, admitting that Shadow Step is the best choice, because it gives him exactly what he needs most, a way to escape. Instead of criticizing him, Kozak accepts the decision and stands behind it. To Kozak, this is not cowardice at all. It is practical judgment because no matter how strong someone becomes, surviving always comes before showing off. Later, back inside his living room, Hyuk gets eager to test his brand-new teleportation skill. He starts hopping and darting around the room like a restless animal, trying to trigger Shadow Step again and again. But nothing happens. Only after making a complete fool of himself does he realize the truth. Tower skills cannot be used outside the tower. So there he is, bouncing around his own apartment for no reason, looking absolutely ridiculous. Once Hyuk is finally ready to turn his newly gained loot into real money, he contacts the Awakened Management Agency and tells them he wants to sell his magic stones. To Hyuk, this is nothing more than a simple cash transaction. But to the agency, this contact is far more important than he realizes. For them, this may be the exact clue they have been waiting to find. Team leader Gwangil and section chief Lindley Min immediately rush toward the address, moving with the urgency of people who cannot afford to miss this chance. Both of them are hoping that the person waiting there might finally be the mysterious individual they have been searching for all along. Their search leads them to Hyuk's apartment, a small, plain, and modest place that does not look impressive from the outside at all. When Hyuk opens the door, he immediately stiffens. Standing in front of him is a woman with such an intense presence that it makes him uneasy before she even says a word. Her eyes are locked directly on him, sharp and unblinking, as if she is trying to see straight through his face. Section Chief Lindley Min does not waste time with polite greetings. She steps straight into Hyuk's personal space, closing the distance without hesitation. Then, with her gaze fixed firmly on him, she demands to know whether he is the Ace++ ranker. Lindley Min leans in so close that Hyuk feels like she is inspecting every tiny detail of his face. Her pressure does not let up at all as she keeps pushing him, asking again whether he is really the Ace++ ranker. Hyuk does everything he can to keep his expression steady, forcing himself to deny it as calmly as possible. But inside, fear is devouring him. He has no clue whether these agency people carry some hidden awakening detection device that could expose him on the spot. Luckily for him, even though his acting is terrible, his natural aura of helpless, useless-looking weakness is almost too convincing to question. Lindley Min studies the frightened, miserable look on his face, and her suspicion quickly fades. In her mind, there is simply no way a coward like this could possibly be some legendary hero. She finally steps back, and team leader Gwangil, who is above her, smooths things over by apologizing to Hyuk for her aggressive behavior. Hyuk silently exhales in relief, realizing something important. Looking completely incompetent might actually be the perfect disguise. After that, they all move inside and sit around his tiny table for a brief discussion. Team leader Gwangil begins the official confirmation process by asking Hyuk to show proof of his dungeon clears. Hyuk brings out the mana crystals he obtained from the 10th floor and hands them over without making too much of a fuss. The two agents look at the crystals, then quietly exchange a meaningful glance. Clearing the 10th floor is not a minor achievement, and the timing matches the progress of the mysterious top rookie they have been trying to track down. Trying to test him further, they casually ask whether he has heard the global announcements about the recent high-rank clear. Hyuk throws himself fully into the performance, acting completely shocked as he praises the unknown player like an outsider hearing the news for the first time. Meanwhile, sweat is already soaking through his shirt. Then team leader Gwangil moves on and begins explaining the actual arrangement. He tells Hyuk that players are divided into two main categories, the elite group and the general group. Those who join the elite side receive a salary, government support, and access to powerful equipment. But that privilege comes with a heavy price. In exchange, elite players are treated almost like state property and are expected to clear dangerous high-level floors when ordered. The general side, on the other hand, is meant for freelance players who want the freedom to live and work however they choose. Hyuk does not need even a single second to weigh the options. The moment he understands the difference, he chooses the general path. He says it plainly, without trying to sound brave. He tells them that he is scared, that he is not especially talented. More than anything, he only wants to farm safer floors where he can earn quick money without risking his life too much. Section Chief Lindley Min listens to him in silence. Then her face twists with open disgust. In her mind, plenty of players choose the safer route, so that part is not unusual. But almost no one admits it this shamelessly. To her, Hyuk is not just cautious, he is openly, painfully pathetic. In Lindley Min's eyes, Hyuk is no longer worth any serious attention. She has already dismissed him completely, treating him like nothing more than a hopeless waste of her time. Even so, team leader Gwangil does not let the matter end there. Unlike Lindley Min, he remains cautious, and as one final check, he asks Hyuk to enter the tower right in front of them. Hyuk agrees on the surface, nodding along as if he has no reason to worry. But deep down, he already understands exactly what these two are trying to confirm. They are not just sending him in for nothing. They want to measure his clear time, and if he finishes the floor too quickly, then they will know without a doubt that he is the person they have been chasing. So Hyuk immediately comes up with a counterplan. If they are watching his performance, then he will simply make himself look as useless and unimpressive as possible. Before entering, he even tells them to make themselves comfortable, because as far as he is concerned, he plans to take a slow, lazy 2-hour stroll inside the tower. Then, the instant Hyuk disappears from the room, the two agents waste no time at all and immediately begin guessing just how badly he is going to embarrass himself. Lindley Min confidently predicts that Hyuk will not even make it through the 11th floor. After all, that floor's mission involves centipedes, and in her mind, someone as spineless and cowardly as Hyuk is obviously going to panic and give up the moment things get creepy. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Hyuk turns to his assassin and begins giving very careful instructions. The mission is to kill 100 long-tail centipedes, and Kozak, being as eager and loyal as ever, immediately offers to wipe out the entire swarm in only 5 minutes. Hyuk shuts that idea down on the spot. He orders Kozak to move slowly, hold back, and keep the whole run under control. Hyuk explains that they need the clear to look messy, weak, and completely unimpressive if they want to throw the government off their trail. Kozak responds with a firm thumbs up, accepting the order without hesitation. Of course, from the look on his face, he probably believes his master is carrying out some impossibly deep strategy that only a genius could understand. With the plan in place, they begin the stage, and Kozak does exactly as ordered. Instead of slaughtering everything at once, he kills the centipedes at a painfully slow and controlled pace. But then, just when everything seems to be going according to plan, the situation suddenly falls apart. A massive centipede erupts from the ground right underneath Hyuk, bursting upwards so close that he barely has time to react. And our supposedly brave hero freezes solid, his whole body locks up, and his legs refuse to move even a single step. The moment Kozak sees his summoner in danger, every careful instruction disappears beneath his absolute loyalty to Hyuk's safety. He declares that he can no longer follow the slow approach, not while his master's life is directly under threat. In the next instant, Kozak moves like a dark blur across the battlefield. Before Hyuk can even process what is happening, every nearby centipede is wiped out at once, cut down so quickly that the entire floor is practically cleared in a flash. And the system message appears like a disaster falling from the sky. The 11th floor has been cleared, and the rank displayed is S+. Hyuk can only stare at the notice in silent horror. At that moment, he realizes his plan to look average has not just failed. It has collapsed in the most spectacular and suspicious way possible. Exactly 5 minutes after leaving, Hyuk returns to his living room. The two agents are already staring down at their phones. Both of their screens have just received the global announcement about the latest clear. Slowly, they look up at Hyuk. Hyuk looks back at them. Nobody needs to say a word because the timing alone says everything, and there is absolutely no escape from this one. The moment Hyuk understands that his cover has completely fallen apart, his whole attitude suddenly shifts. Without hesitation, he summons Kozak. Kozak appears behind him with a chilling, threatening presence, casting pressure over the room. Hyuk looks at the two visibly shaken government agents and tells them that he truly never wanted things to come to this. But now they have to be silenced. For one terrifying moment, it seems like this coward is about to step into his villain era. But the truth is, Banju Hyuk is trapped inside a horrifying fantasy created entirely by his own panic. In that nightmare playing out in his mind, He watches in pure horror as his assassin moves forward. John Kozak takes the earlier order to silence the agents far too literally. And in Hyuk's imagined disaster, Kozak kills the government agents right there in the living room, turning the small apartment into the scene of a catastrophe. Hyuk is pushed right to the edge of screaming, his mind nearly snapping from the terrifying image. But then, all at once, reality comes rushing back. The agents are perfectly unharmed. They are still breathing, still sitting there, and very much alive. None of it actually happened. It was only Hyuk's wild paranoia spiraling completely out of control inside his own head. The only thing truly being destroyed in that room is Hyuk's pride, which is crumbling piece by piece in front of everyone. Sweat pours down his face and neck, and Section Chief Lindley Min looks at him with a frown, asking if he is all right, as if he might be having some kind of panic episode. Team leader Gwangil calmly blames the heavy sweating on a persecution complex, which is really just a more polite way of saying, Hyuk looks like a complete nervous wreck. Hyuk quickly insists that he is fine, desperate to move past the awkward moment. But team leader Gwangil wastes no time getting to the real point. He already knows Hyuk is the one who cleared the 11th floor at record speed, because the timing is far too perfect to be a coincidence. Hyuk still tries to deny it, blurting out some absurd excuse about excellence being contagious or something equally ridiculous. But the strained laugh he forces out afterward sounds so painfully awkward that it convinces absolutely no one in the room. With Hyuk's act finally falling apart, the team leader slides a contract across the table toward him. But this is not some normal registration offer. It is the highest-level elite contract, promising an annual salary of 12 billion won, provided housing, full VVIP treatment, and benefits far beyond anything an ordinary player could dream of. On top of that, the contract also promises full security protection and even legal immunity, giving Hyuk a level of safety and privilege that ordinary people could never dream of touching. In simple terms, signing this paper would basically give him permission to live like royalty, surrounded by money, protection, and special treatment, wherever he went. For any normal person with even a little common sense, this would be the kind of offer they would sign immediately, before anyone had the chance to take it back. But Hyuk only looks down at the contract and refuses it. The reason is painfully simple. He hates being noticed more than he loves the reward. Just thinking about attention brings back one of his old memories, like the time he walked into a clothing shop and the owner casually asked what kind of style he liked. That one harmless question had nearly made him run for the exit, because even a normal conversation with a shop owner felt like unbearable social pressure pressing down on him. Hyuk is not just shy or cautious. He is the worst possible type of avoidant person. The kind who would rather dodge the entire world than stand in the spotlight for even a second. So he tells them he only wants a normal contract, because joining the elite route would mean being sent to clear dangerous upper floors, and Hyuk has absolutely no intention of carrying that kind of weight on his back. He does not want to become a heroic figure. He just wants a comfortable, peaceful life where nobody bothers him. Meanwhile, back at the awakened management agency, the director is left completely baffled, sitting there as if the entire report makes no sense to him. He cannot understand how a low-profile nobody with no ambition, no confidence, and no heroic aura could possibly be an S++ ranker. Lindley Min, however, confirms that the timing leaves no room for doubt. After hearing that, the director decides he does not care how strange Hyuk is. Weird personality or not, talent is still talent, and someone with that kind of ability is far too valuable to let slip away. So he orders them to pull Hyuk into the elite team no matter what it takes. And with that single command, he unknowingly sets the stage for even more trouble to come crashing into Hyuk's life later. Back in the supposed safety of his own apartment, Hyuk is absolutely furious. He scolds Kozak for moving way too quickly earlier, because that reckless speed is exactly what exposed them to the agency. Kozak lowers himself and apologizes right away, but Hyuk decides that a simple apology is not enough this time. He has to be strict. So he yells that if Kozak ignores his orders again, there will be nothing waiting for him as a reward. No television, no snacks, only pure misery. And with that harsh warning hanging in the air, they head into the 12th floor to hunt ice weasels. Before anything begins, Hyuk gives Kozak an extremely clear order: move slowly. His goal is to fail the time limit, or at least look average enough that the government finally loses interest in him. Kozak agrees obediently at first, but then he notices something that immediately makes his expression turn serious. The 12th floor is cold. The air bites at their skin, and Kozak sees Hyuk shivering in front of him. To Kozak, that tiny shiver is not just discomfort. He instantly decides that a cold is a deadly illness, one that could put his precious summoner's life in danger. At that moment, every bit of reason disappears from his mind. In order to get Hyuk back to a warm room as quickly as possible, Kozak forgets the plan completely and annihilates the ice weasels in an instant. The result is another S++ rank and yet another platinum badge. Hyuk's desperate plan to look unimpressive is now falling apart in the worst and most suspicious way imaginable. Team leader Gwangul calls him almost immediately, clearly suspicious about how absurdly fast the 12th floor was cleared. Hyuk hangs up the phone without wanting to deal with it. then turns all of his built-up anger straight toward Kozak. He points at the TV and declares that the assassin is banned from watching his beloved soap operas. Hyuk makes it painfully clear that anyone who refuses to follow orders deserves no rewards at all, but the cycle of suffering still does not end. On the 13th floor, they find themselves inside a corridor packed with traps. Hyuk immediately starts worrying about all the terrible things that could possibly go wrong. But Kozak sees the traps as an unacceptable threat to his master's safety, so he destroys the entire mechanism almost instantly before Hyuk can even properly panic. Once again, an S++ rank is achieved. Then, on the 14th floor, they are confronted by giant eyeball machines looming in their path. Kozak decides that their sound attacks are far too dangerous for Hyuk's fragile ears, so he wipes the machines out before they even get the chance to make a noise. Another S++ rank appears at this point. Hyuk finally gives up trying to fight the flow of events. He realizes that no matter how much he struggles, whatever is going to happen will happen anyway. So Hyuk sits down and starts checking the numbers, only to realize that his complete failure to look average has at least one very obvious benefit. In just 14 days, he has earned nearly 8 million won from cash rewards alone. But the real shock comes from the magic stones, because he now has 5 kilograms of them sitting in his possession. If he sells everything, he is basically making around 1 million won a day. The moment that sinks in, Hyuk realizes that a life with a monthly income of 30 million won is now actually within reach. So the very next day, he quits his part-time job without hesitation. Afterward, Hyuk summons Kozak and finds the assassin kneeling with his head lowered, deeply grateful that Hyuk still gave him a 5-star rating despite all the times he disobeyed orders. Hyuk finally decides to stop resisting what is clearly unavoidable. Looking at Kozak, he tells him there is no real reason to keep holding back anymore. Since the management office already knows enough to suspect him, they may as well stop pretending and speedrun everything from this point forward. With that decision made, they enter the 15th floor where the mission is to kill 20 goblin workers. Hyuk still feels uneasy, because goblins are smarter than ordinary monsters and might run away to call for backup. So he warns Kozak to stay sharp and not let his guard down. Kozak calmly tells Hyuk to remain exactly where he is, then activates a skill called Step. The moment he moves, his body becomes a blur of speed and silence, crossing the area so quietly that the goblins barely sense anything at all. Before the goblins can even understand that they are under attack, they are already dead, cut down before fear has time to reach their faces. The mission is cleared immediately, and yet another S++ rank appears before Hyuk. Just like before, another pile of rewards comes pouring in. Among the rewards are a tower-only healing potion and an owner emblem. Back in his room, Hyuk opens his inventory and begins checking through everything he has gained. By this point, Hyuk has gathered a total of 15 platinum badges, stacking them up one after another through all those absurdly fast clears. The system immediately recognizes that he has reached another milestone, and right on cue, a new reward offer appears in front of him. Hyuk thinks back to the earlier rewards when he reached 5 badges. The system gave him a second summon slot. Then, at 10 badges, he received the chance to copy a skill from one of his summons. Now, as he stares at this fresh message, he cannot help wondering what kind of ridiculously broken ability the system is about to hand him this time. Ideally, he hopes it is something that lets him work even less. And so, the professional coward who somehow keeps clearing floors like a monster has now collected 15 platinum badges, forcing the system to reward him once again. This time, the item it gives him is called an energy shield kit. The name sounds powerful and high-tech at first, but when Hyuk looks closer, it is basically a bracelet that soaks up damage like a magical sponge until the protection finally breaks. But the important part is not the fancy name or the shield effect. What catches Hyuk's eye is the fact that the description does not say tower exclusive, and the second he realizes that, his eyes practically light up with money. If this bracelet can actually work outside the tower, then Hyuk is staring at a payday worth somewhere around 2 to 3 billion won. His mind immediately starts spinning with calculations. Should he sell it and retire comfortably, or keep it and improve his chances of staying alive? Unable to decide on his own, he turns to his personal expert in murder and asks Kozak whether they can clear the 16th floor right away. Kozak, still behaving like Hyuk's most loyal supporter, says that clearing the floor itself is certain. However, if they rush through it, he cannot guarantee an S-rank result. That answer is all Hyuk needs to hear. Risking his life for a worse grade sounds completely stupid to him, so he decides the smarter choice is to sell the bracelet and live comfortably instead. Meanwhile, back at the awakened management agency, the mood has turned painfully heavy. 15 days have already passed since the mysterious super rookie last cleared a floor, and the director is beginning to lose his composure. In his panic, the director becomes convinced that the player has either given up or died somewhere inside the tower. He mourns the possible loss of such absurd talent, as if fate itself has made a terrible mistake. Team leader Gwangil tries to calm him down, then checks the logs for any sign of activity. A moment later, he suddenly announces that the player is on the way to use the player's shop. The director's grief flips instantly into full-blown panic. He realizes that their precious VIP is still wandering around in beginner clothes and probably does not own anything close to proper equipment. Without wasting another second, he orders the entire shop locked down. He wants the shelves packed with top-level items for Hyuk, but he also gives one very specific instruction. Every item has to be marked down by 90%. In the director's mind, if they simply gave the gear away for free, Hyuk would get suspicious and reject it. So instead, they disguise the whole thing as an unbelievable sale to lure him in naturally. Back at the apartment, Hyuk decides that before he can sell the bracelet, he needs to confirm that it actually works. So he casually hands a dagger to Kozak. Then he asks the assassin to stab him, saying it with the same energy as if he were asking for help opening a jar. Kozak stares at him in absolute horror, as if Hyuk has just proposed something unforgivable. His body starts trembling because the thought of harming even a single strand of his master's hair is unbearable to him. Hyuk can only roll his eyes at that dramatic reaction. With a tired breath, he grabs the dagger himself and moves to stab his own arm. But before the blade can reach his skin, Kozak's hand shoots forward and catches the weapon barehanded. Blood drips onto the floor from Kozak's palm as the assassin trembles in fear, not because he is hurt, but because his master had come so close to being injured. Hyuk quickly heals him, finally realizing that trying to test protective gear with an overprotective madman was a terrible idea from the very beginning. After that failure, Hyuk decides to test something else instead, his shadow step. He teleports straight onto a goblin's back, landing there so suddenly that for one brief second, he actually feels like a ninja. The goblin immediately shrieks in panic and twists around, trying to bite him. But at that exact moment, the shield activates with perfect timing, blocking the attack exactly the way it is supposed to. Feeling completely untouchable for about 2 glorious seconds, Hyuk gets carried away and kicks the goblin right in the face. Then Kozak drops in right after him and finishes the monster off before it can recover. But instead of praising Hyuk for finally doing something brave, Kozak immediately starts shouting. He demands to know whether Hyuk is hurt, scolding him with the kind of intensity that makes courage sound like a dangerous medical condition. Hyuk apologizes over and over, quickly promising that from now on, he will return to his safest and most natural role, doing absolutely nothing. With a bag full of mana stones worth millions now in his possession, Hyuk finally contacts the agency again. He expects a simple business exchange, the kind where he sells his stones and leaves quietly. Instead, the government sends an actual limousine to pick him up. Hyuk arrives at the player shop, where team leader Gwangil is already waiting to welcome him, treating him with the kind of respect normally reserved for a top-level VIP. When Hyuk steps inside, he immediately feels confused. The entire shop is empty, with not a single other customer in sight, because without him knowing, everyone else has already been forced out. Then, Hyuk starts checking the price tags. To his shock, high-end gear that should cost a fortune is being sold for almost nothing. Instead of suspecting anything, he assumes the market must have collapsed or that he has somehow become the greatest bargain hunter alive. He completely fails to realize that the government is secretly covering the cost of his new equipment. With sparkling eyes, he picks up a pair of leather boots that would normally be painfully expensive. But the boots are listed for the price of a cheap meal, so Hyuk buys them along with several other items, fully convinced that he is pulling off the greatest shopping steal of his entire life. From his office, the director watches the whole thing unfold and nearly cries from relief, overwhelmed that their fragile powerhouse is finally putting on proper protective gear. The next day, Hyuk is in a much better mood. He has new boots, a shield that actually works, and for the first time in a while his confidence has started to recover. He summons Kozak, and the assassin instantly salutes, already prepared for another round of goblin slaughter. But Hyuk stops him before things can begin. He points upward and announces that today is not just about farming more floors. Today they are going to expand the team. Hyuk already has the second summon slot ready, and for once he feels like luck might actually be on his side. He activates the random summon skill, silently hoping that this time he gets someone useful, like a tank or a healer. A massive magic circle spreads across the room, glowing beneath them as the summoning begins. The circle is not just large, it is truly enormous, spreading across the room with a scale that immediately feels wrong. A new figure begins to form inside the light, but before Hyuk can even feel excited, one very obvious problem appears. The summon is gigantic. As the massive body fully takes shape, there simply is not enough room for him, and his head crashes straight through the apartment ceiling, blasting plaster and debris down all around them. Hyuk looks up at the fresh hole in the roof, completely frozen. And somehow his first thought is not about the powerful new ally standing in front of him. It is about his security deposit disappearing into dust. In the middle of the wreckage, with broken ceiling pieces and white plaster still falling around him, the huge giant just stands there looking deeply confused, as if he has no idea what he did wrong. While Hyuk is mentally mourning the damage to his apartment, Kozak has already reached a completely different conclusion. To him, the only reasonable response to this situation is immediate violence. The red-haired assassin takes one sharp look at the newcomer and instantly treats him as a threat to his exclusive place beside Hyuk. He shouts at the giant to sit down, calls him a walking nuisance, and attacks without a second of hesitation. Hyuk watches the whole thing in horror, but not because he is afraid of blood or injury. What truly terrifies him is the thought of even more property damage piling up right in front of his eyes. Kozak keeps slashing wildly and raging at the giant, sounding less like a loyal servant and more like a jealous ex who has just stormed into a wedding and ruined everything. The giant does not even budge. He remains standing in place, completely unaffected by Kozak's attacks. Then looks down at the assassin, trying so hard to kill him, and calmly says that it only tickles. One of Kozak's eyes twitches at that answer. His voice turns dangerous as he threatens to cut the giant's throat and decorate it. That threat proves Kozak's bizarre obsession with wrapping and decorating things is still very much alive. Hyuk finally cannot take it anymore and steps in, ordering both of them to stop before the entire building comes crashing down. Kozak freezes the instant he hears Hyuk's command, because an order from his master is something he cannot disobey. Even so, the rage is still radiating from him like heat from a blade. Hyuk then asks for a proper report on the new summon. Kozak spits on the floor in disgust, and says there is no point in even learning the man's name, because he is nothing more than a meat shield. According to Kozak, this giant is known in the underworld as a complete fool, the kind of idiot who probably does not even understand the 3 laws of summoning. To prove it, Kozak immediately tests him on Article 1, and the giant just blinks slowly, taking far too long to process the question before admitting that he does not know. In fact, he has forgotten it entirely. Kozak turns back to Hyuk with a smug look that practically screams he was right all along, then suggests they kill the giant now and simply roll the gacha again after 100 days. Hyuk completely ignores that casual murder suggestion and instead focuses on checking the system window. The new summon is listed as Rare Rank, which is the lowest possible tier, and his class is Savage Warrior. His name field is still blank, and his satisfaction score has not even appeared yet. Then that familiar headache suddenly hits Hyuk, and before he can brace himself, he is pulled straight into the giant's memories. What he sees first is a wide, beautiful plain stretching under the open sky, with the giant running around freely among fluttering butterflies. For a brief moment, the memory feels bright, peaceful, and almost harmless, like something innocent from a gentle dream. Then the scene takes a strange turn, because while the giant is happily playing in nature, he is also casually snapping the necks of wolves, as if it is just another part of the fun. As the memory continues, the tragedy behind this enormous figure begins to unfold. He had always been simple-hearted and pure in his own way. He was someone who found real happiness in nature, chasing small joys without malice. But he was also unbelievably, almost dangerously stupid. Because of that, a group of so-called heroes tricked him into joining their party. They used him as the frontline shield against a hydra, hiding safely behind his huge body while he took the monster's acid breath directly. In the end, he died protecting the very people who had been laughing at him and mocking him the entire time. When Hyuk returns to reality, the way he looks at the giant has changed. He knows the whole story is twisted and cruel, but he also realizes something important. Someone who is loyal to the point of stupidity and can endure pain like that is exactly the kind of shield a coward like him desperately needs. So Hyuk decides to give the giant a name. He asks whether the giant would prefer to be called Gobang or Gobang. The giant, staying perfectly true to himself, says he does not know. Since the choice is going nowhere, Hyuk simply chooses Gobang for him. Hyuk smiles and promises that he will make Gobang happy, which sounds warm and touching on the surface, until you remember that Hyuk's version of happiness means staying alive while other people do all the dangerous work. Then Hyuk introduces Gobang to Kozak and announces that from now on, the 3 of them are comrades. Kozak's face immediately twists like he has just swallowed something incredibly sour. He politely accepts the word comrade on the outside, but his eyes are already silently calculating how quickly he could tear Gobang apart if he ever got the chance. With their newly formed group now complete, the 3 of them head straight for the 16th floor. The mission this time is to eliminate 30 goblins. Kozak, still behaving like the most dramatic person alive, insists on taking the lead so he can protect Hyuk from any possible poison darts. They move through the forest in a careful formation, with Kozak walking at the front, Hyuk safely tucked in the center, and Gobang following behind to cover the rear. Without warning, a poisoned dart shoots out from the trees, flying straight toward them. Kozak catches it in mid-air with effortless precision, stopping it like it is nothing, then immediately turns back to check on Hyuk with extreme concern in his eyes. Hyuk looks around and points out that there are about 50 goblins hiding up in the trees. Kozak prepares himself for a careful and controlled fight, ready to handle the ambush properly. But Hyuk already has a different idea. He tells Gobang to move to the front and block them. Gobang does not stop to think through the situation at all. He does not search for a path, and he does not try to circle around the enemy. He simply jumps. The giant launches his enormous body high into the air. then comes crashing down with the force of a small disaster hitting the ground. The impact sends out such a violent shockwave that even Kozak is thrown off balance for a moment. From the trees, arrows rain down onto Gobang from every direction, but they simply bounce off his skin as if they are cheap toys hitting a stone wall. Gobang laughs happily and says that it tickles, then charges into the goblins and starts crushing them into a bloody mess. Hyuk watches all of it from behind a rock, his eyes wide with disbelief. That is when he realizes that even though Gobang is only ranked rare, his raw physical strength easily reaches SSR level. The system must have pushed his rank down for one simple reason. His intelligence barely exists. After all that brutal slaughter, the group returns to the apartment and celebrates in the most ridiculous way possible with a pile of fried chicken spread out in front of them. Gobang, of course, looks absolutely overjoyed. Without even pretending to have table manners, Gobang grabs a whole piece of chicken and shoves the entire thing into his mouth. Bones and all. He crunches through it happily, cheeks full, eyes shining as he looks toward Hyuk like this is the greatest meal of his life, only bothering to comment on how satisfying the crunch feels. Kozak sits there watching every second of it, and his face twists with pure disgust. After seeing Gobang chew through the bones like they are snacks, he can barely hold himself back, and asks if the chicken is supposed to be spicy. But honestly, the spice is not even the real issue. What truly offends Kozak is the horrifying way Gobang eats at the table, as if manners were never invented. Hyuk, seeing the tension rising between them, tries to smooth things over and build at least a tiny sense of unity. Hyuk tells Kozak to ease up, reminding him that Gobang is part of the family now. In Hyuk's mind, that should be enough to make them get along, or at the very least stop glaring at each other over fried chicken. Kozak does not accept that for even a single second. The moment Hyuk says it, he pushes back immediately, his expression making it clear that he absolutely refuses to pretend this is normal. He questions why he has to share the proud title of family with a giant bone-eating vacuum sitting across from him. And with that ridiculous family argument still lingering in the air, the next day arrives, and the group heads straight for the 17th floor. After leveling up, Hyuk can clearly feel the difference in his own body, and that new strength starts going straight to his head. He slowly tightens his fist, feeling mana surge and circulate through him as if something powerful is finally beginning to stir. That wild energy moving inside him makes Hyuk wonder if the force he has been sensing is finally waking up for real. For one brief, dangerous moment, he even starts thinking that maybe this time he should step into the battle himself. Kozak destroys that fantasy almost instantly. With no patience at all, he tells Hyuk to stay in the back where he belongs, because overconfidence is exactly the kind of thing that gets weak people killed. Before long, they run into an entire battalion of goblin warriors waiting ahead of them. These are nothing like the weak, half-naked goblins from the lower floors. This group is properly armed, wearing armor, holding shields and standing together in a disciplined formation. For an ordinary player, this kind of enemy force would be a nightmare. They would have to carefully lure the goblins away one at a time, slowly breaking the formation before even thinking about fighting them head-on. Hyuk stands there and stares at the goblin army lined up in front of him, taking in the shields, the weapons, and the sheer number of enemies blocking the path. Then he glances down at his own clenched fist, the same fist that had filled him with so much fake confidence only moments earlier. After that, his gaze shifts to the massive figure beside him, his giant, unstoppable tank of a summon, standing there like a walking disaster waiting to be released. At that moment, Hyuk makes his decision. Careful strategy is something people need when they do not have a monster like Gobang on their side, so instead of overthinking it, he simply orders the giant to charge in and wipe out every single one of them. As Gobang surges forward with terrifying force, Hyuk watches from behind and starts wondering what kind of absurd broken power the tower is going to reward him with next. Because at this pace, Hyuk feels like he might actually conquer the entire tower without breaking a sweat, letting his summons do all the heavy lifting while he stands safely in the back collecting rewards. Gobang crashes into the goblin battalion like a runaway train, smashing straight through a barricade. The formation that looked so intimidating a moment ago is instantly thrown into chaos. He swings and slams through them with brute force, knocking goblin warriors away as if they are nothing more than insects caught in the path of a giant beast. From a comfortable and very safe distance, Hyuk watches the entire rampage unfold, completely absorbed by the sight of Gobang tearing through the enemy line. That is when Hyuk comes to a very convenient conclusion. Strategy and tactics may sound impressive, but to him, those are just things weak people rely on. When someone has a living tank on their side, it is basically like bringing a bomb to a knife fight. In Hyuk's mind, the goblins look like people on bicycles trying to stop a war machine charging at full speed. No matter how organized they are, this is not even close to a real battle anymore. It is simply a massacre. Thanks to the giant fool's unstoppable rampage, Hyuk clears the 17th floor without much trouble and earns yet another IS++ rank. On top of that, another platinum badge lands in his hands. At this point, Hyuk is practically drowning in rewards. The more badges and prizes he gathers, the faster his ego begins to swell, growing even quicker than the money piling up around him. Without slowing down, they move straight on to the 18th floor. This time, the mission is simple. Eliminate 30 goblin assassins. Hyuk raises his voice and orders everyone to move out with the confidence of a commander who knows very well he will not be doing any of the actual fighting. Gobang immediately charges ahead, gripping his weapon, and ready to smash anything unlucky enough to appear in front of him. But this floor has one very annoying problem. The enemies are invisible, which means even Gobang's overwhelming strength has nothing obvious to hit. The giant swings his club through the empty air again and again, but every attack cuts through nothing. He looks completely confused, standing there like a dog barking at something it cannot see or understand. Gobang grumbles in frustration, complaining that the enemies are cowards for hiding instead of coming out where he can crush them properly. Meanwhile, Kozak has been sulking in the background, clearly irritated because he has gone an entire 5 minutes without killing anything. The moment he sees Gobang struggling, he realizes this is finally his chance to step in. Kozak moves forward with a sharp look in his eyes and declares that he is about to cleanse Hyuk's eyes after making him witness Gobang's pathetic display. Then he mocks the hidden goblins directly, claiming their stealth is nothing compared to what he can do. With full dramatic confidence, the red-haired assassin activates Shadow Step. In the next instant, Kozak vanishes into motion, his body slipping through the battlefield so fast that he seems to disappear completely. Then he begins cutting through the invisible goblins one after another. Every strike lands with frightening precision, and what had been a difficult stealth mission turns into an outright slaughter. Hyuk watches the scene unfold and immediately understands exactly what has happened. Kozak has taken the bait. The assassin had clearly been growing restless because the new summon was stealing all the attention. His pride could not stand it anymore, and now his competitive side has finally exploded. Hyuk grins to himself, realizing that Kozak's jealousy might actually help him collect badges even faster. Silently, Hyuk praises himself as if he has just proven himself to be some kind of brilliant manipulative genius. But almost immediately after that, his thoughts begin drifting into something much, much stupider. After all, Hyuk has already reached level 18, and that number alone is enough to make his confidence start swelling again. He can feel mana flowing through his body more clearly than before, moving under his skin like a rising current. And then his inflated ego takes physical shape in his mind as he imagines a grand, muscular, wild stallion galloping freely across a bright field of flowers. Yes, this fool genuinely pictures his inner self as a majestic horse charging across the world. In his imagination, it looks powerful, glorious, and unstoppable, even though it has almost no connection to reality whatsoever. Then, through the chaos of Kozak's slaughter, Hyuk suddenly notices a single goblin that has somehow slipped past everything. The horse in his head practically screams for action. Filled with that ridiculous burst of confidence, Hyuk decides this is his moment to step in, so he starts sneaking forward toward the lone goblin. He grips his mace and swings it with far more force than anyone would have expected from him, putting all of that sudden confidence into one heavy blow. The attack lands perfectly. His mace smashes into the goblin's skull and crushes it in a single clean strike before the creature can recover. Hyuk stands over the fallen body, breathing in the moment and feeling, at least in his own mind, like some kind of unstoppable war god. He is probably already composing a dramatic victory speech inside his head, but because he is far too busy admiring himself and basking in that tiny success, his guard drops completely. Because of that, he fails to notice another goblin assassin creeping up directly behind him. The hidden enemy raises its dagger, ready to skewer Hyuk on the spot, and Hyuk turns just in time to see death coming straight at him. Before the blade can touch him, Kozak appears out of nowhere like a shadow snapping into place. With a face full of pure irritation, he knocks the attack away, as if saving Hyuk from his own stupidity is already exhausting him. Then Kozak drives a kick into the goblin with such brutal force that the creature might as well have been launched into another world entirely. After dealing with the threat, Kozak turns his sharp gaze back toward Hyuk. The look on his face says everything. He turned away for only 2 seconds, and Hyuk somehow nearly managed to lose his entire purpose for existing. But even after that brutal exchange, the battle is nowhere near over. More goblins pour in from all sides, swarming the field like a green tide. On the left, Gobang is smashing through them with raw power, while on the right, Kozak keeps the entire flank locked down so tightly that nothing can slip past him. Hyuk remains planted in the middle of it all, breathing hard as the rush of battle floods his body. His heart is pounding like crazy, and the adrenaline racing through him makes every sound, every movement, and every shadow feel sharper than before. Then, from somewhere deep inside him, that wild stallion comes charging back again, fierce and untamed, as if the fear inside his chest has suddenly turned into momentum. Only this time, that feeling is not just some image running through his imagination. Right in front of him, Hyuk sees 2 goblins breaking away from the chaos and charging straight toward him with weapons raised. Instead of freezing up, screaming for Kozak, or begging someone to save him, Hyuk moves first. He activates Shadow Step, and in the blink of an eye, his body vanishes completely from where he had been standing. A split second later, he reappears silently behind the two goblins, slipping into their blind spot before either of them can even react. And by the time they sense something is wrong, Hyuk's mace is already swinging through the air. His arms move with surprising precision, and he brings the weapon down in two vicious, perfectly timed blows. Before the goblins can even understand how their target disappeared and attacked from behind, both of them are struck down on the spot, collapsing where they stand without getting a chance to fight back. Kozak, who had been moments away from rushing in to protect him again, suddenly stops dead in his tracks. He just stands there, staring in disbelief as his cowardly master pulls off a clean double kill using Shadow Step like it was second nature. The assassin's eyes slowly widen as the reality sinks in. That movement had taken Kozak months of brutal practice to master, yet Hyuk had just used it in the middle of combat as smoothly as breathing. And that is when the terrifying thought hits him. Their trembling, panic-prone boy might actually have real talent buried inside him. Sometime later, outside the tower, the world is already being shaken by the news. The media is in complete chaos, and anchors on every channel begin reporting that a strange new force is rapidly climbing through the tower. According to the reports, a mysterious rookie has cleared 18 floors in only 20 days, and every single result has been a perfect S+. The anchors call it an unprecedented record, the kind of achievement that does not just make headlines, but rewrites history itself. Naturally, everyone starts asking the same question. Who exactly is this top-level player who appeared out of nowhere? While the public outside is burning with curiosity, the truth remains hidden deep inside the tower, far away from the cameras and reporters. Kozak eventually hears about those reports as well, but instead of looking proud or excited, his expression hardens. His face grows serious, almost grim, as if the news is the opposite of something worth celebrating. He immediately makes Hyuk sit down, forcing the mood into something far heavier than usual. This is not casual advice anymore. Kozak clearly believes they need to have a serious talk. He tells Hyuk directly that his growth is happening too quickly, far faster than it should, and that kind of speed is not something they can simply brush off. At first, Hyuk hears those words and naturally takes them as a compliment, his face almost brightening. But Kozak shakes his head at once, making it clear that this is not praise. Kozak explains that Hyuk's Shadow Step had been perfect, almost disturbingly perfect. The way he says it makes the air feel tense, and his expression looks so strained that he seems like he might mentally fall apart at any second. Then Kozak finally lays out the real danger. When a coward suddenly gains strength, confidence starts to grow alongside it. And once that confidence takes root, that same coward begins imagining ridiculous things, like maybe he can stand tall, protect others, and become some kind of hero. But heroes are the ones who die first. Kozak practically begs his master to remember their original promise, that survival and safety must always come before pride. He does not want his master turning into a brave warrior. What Kozak wants is much simpler than that. He wants a proper coward, someone who runs when needed and stays alive. Hyuk nods along and promises that from now on, he will never do anything reckless again. Even after hearing that promise, Kozak suddenly clutches at his own chest, his face twisting as he mutters that something still feels terribly wrong. When he looks at Hyuk now, he does not see a reliable rising player. He sees a walking disaster with legs, completely convinced that this sudden burst of talent is going to drag both of them straight toward death. Back at the apartment, peace is nowhere to be found. Kozak is already shouting at the top of his lungs, threatening to boil Gobang alive in a pot like he is preparing dinner instead of scolding a summon. At the same time, the giant tank casually loses his balance and falls backward with all that massive weight, crashing straight into the refrigerator and crushing it like a cheap metal box. Hyuk lets out a horrified scream, but not because his summons are fighting or because anyone is in danger. No, what truly destroys his soul is watching his poor household appliances get wrecked right in front of him. He yells at them to stop tearing apart his home, his voice cracking with pure frustration. But by then, the disaster has already happened, and there is no taking it back. The refrigerator door is badly bent out of shape, hanging there like it has survived a dungeon raid. And even worse, a precious jar of kimchi has smashed open across the floor, spreading its contents like a tragedy beyond repair. With his nerves completely fried, Hyuk decides he needs to clear his head somewhere safer. So he goes to visit the only people in his life who are not trying to kill him, train him, or destroy every piece of furniture he owns, his parents. He soon arrives at the family home, stepping back into the familiar place that feels far quieter than the chaos he just escaped. His mother greets him with her usual warmth, welcoming him inside, but the atmosphere in the house is not light. Beneath that gentle smile, the mood feels heavy and worn down. His father is lying in bed, unable to move around properly because of the injury to his hip. Even the way he rests there makes it clear that his body is not recovering as easily as he wants everyone to believe. Hyuk asks how he is doing, but his father immediately tries to act tough. He grumbles that bones heal just fine and claims he simply enjoys lying around anyway. It is such an obvious lie that Hyuk can see through it at once, but he plays along and carefully helps his father sit for dinner. Soon the family gathers around a warm pot of stew, but even with food on the table, The pressure of their money problems hangs over everyone like a weight. They are all pretending not to notice. His mother tries her best to keep the atmosphere from sinking too far. She smiles and says she will find work again soon, as if determination alone can make everything okay. But Hyuk can clearly see the exhaustion sitting on her face, no matter how hard she tries to hide it. After watching them for a moment, he decides to test the waters and casually asks what they would think if he had awakened as a player. The reaction comes instantly. His father explodes before Hyuk can even soften the question. He demands to know whether Hyuk thinks something like that is funny, warning him that the tower is not some playground where people go to mess around. He even admits that he may be the kind of man who makes his own wife deal with cockroaches. But even so, he would rather stay poor for the rest of his life than watch his son die inside a dungeon. Even Hyuk's younger brother Mahak, who has just walked in carrying tofu, laughs and calls it the funniest thing Hyuk has ever said. Hyuk immediately backs away from the subject, trying to let it disappear, but then his mother catches him completely off guard. She asks whether he is not supposed to be working that day. Hyuk quickly lies and says it is just his day off, trying to keep his voice casual. But his mother gives him that sharp, knowing look only a parent can give. She tells him his face always gives him away whenever he lies. Even so, she chooses not to press him any further, saying she will trust him as long as he stays far away from reckless danger. Those words hit Hyuk harder than he expects, and for a moment, guilt twists quietly inside his chest. Then another thought suddenly comes back to him. He looks at his mother and asks why she lost her previous job in the first place. His mother explains that she had gone to a customer's home to repair a water purifier, only for that rude customer to start ordering her around like a servant. They demanded that she also take care of their recycling and food waste. So what did she do? Once she realized they were going to leave her a terrible rating, no matter how hard she worked, she dumped the food waste right back on them and made them handle their own mess. That is when Hyuk fully understands something about his mother. She is not timid at all. She is bold, aggressive, and frighteningly fearless. And from that realization comes an even harsher truth about his family bloodline. His father's greatest achievement in life was somehow finding the courage to ask this terrifying woman out on a date. His father, in the purest sense, is the very definition of a weak man. The type who completely loses his heart to strong women, and unfortunately for the family, both Hyuk and his younger brother inherited those exact same traits from him. They are pitiful in their own way, easily shaken and yet somehow naturally drawn toward dangerous people and impossible situations. And before Hyuk finally leaves the house, before leaving, Hyuk quietly slips some spending money to his younger brother and tells him to make sure it reaches their parents, acting like it is nothing special, even though the gesture clearly means a lot. His little brother looks down at the money in his hand, then slowly lifts his eyes back to Hyuk, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, like he has just found the perfect weakness to exploit. Then, with absolutely no shame, he asks where his own share is, as if delivering money to their parents should naturally come with a delivery fee. Hyuk understands the situation right away. This little brat is not asking nicely at all. He is squeezing money out of him with that smug look on his face. So, just to shut him up before things get any more annoying, Hyuk transfers 500 to him on the spot, and with that small family problem taken care of, Hyuk makes his way over to the Awakened Management Department, stepping back into the world of players and tower business. He has already made up his mind. This time he is finally going to visit the player shop properly and buy something useful. But the moment he walks inside, the pressure hits him all at once. A female employee is standing there ready to assist him, and on top of that, there are far too many people nearby for Hyuk to feel even slightly comfortable. His social anxiety starts climbing fast, tightening around him before the shopping even begins, and suddenly the shop feels more dangerous than any goblin-filled floor. The employee politely shows him a shield worth 101, and Hyuk nearly collapses from the shock right there. That price is way beyond what his heart can handle, so he immediately asks if there is anything cheaper. The employee then presents him with a proud handshell, this one priced at 40,000 divided dollars 1 yuck. Stares at it for a moment, and somehow decides that it suits him perfectly. Of course, the biggest reasons are that it costs less, and that buying it quickly will let him escape this painfully awkward conversation as soon as possible. So he buys the item almost immediately, grabs what he needs, and practically runs out of the shop like he has just survived a life-threatening trial. As he flees, one thought echoes in his mind. Talking to store employees might actually be harder than fighting goblins in the tower. But just as he is heading out, a man suddenly approaches him, stepping into his path with an easy, confident air. The man introduces himself as Joey Hosak, speaking in a friendly tone that makes the whole interaction feel effortless on his side. He is apparently a player who has already climbed through the 30th floors, and everything about him gives off that impression. He is handsome, relaxed, sociable, and carries himself like someone who naturally belongs among strong people. Joey offers to help Hyuk if he ever runs into trouble, then walks away as casually as he came. Hyuk watches his back disappear and feels a sharp little stab of jealousy inside his chest. He cannot help admiring how easily the man talks to others. In Hyuk's mind, someone with that much social confidence probably even has a girlfriend waiting for him somewhere. Later, back at the apartment, Hyuk checks over his current stats, taking a careful look at how far he has come. He is now level 19. Feeling a little proud of himself, he summons Kozak so he can show off the new gear he just bought. Kozak's reaction is pure disbelief. He stares at the shield and immediately questions whether Hyuk seriously needs something like that, when he already has a personal bodyguard standing right beside him. Hyuk does not back down at all. He insists that survival has to come before everything else, and if extra protection exists, then he is absolutely going to use it. Then he makes Kozak promise that if things ever go wrong, Kozak must throw the meat shield, meaning go bang, straight into danger so Hyuk can escape safely. Kozak agrees without even a second of hesitation, saying he would gladly sacrifice that bastard long before he ever sacrificed himself. But in the middle of their conversation, Kozak suddenly pauses. His nose twitches slightly as he catches a familiar scent in the air. Dumplings. Hyuk had brought food as a bribe, and Kozak immediately starts eating. But while he is still chewing, he suddenly goes still, his expression sharpening. Then Kozak asks Hyuk whether he has made an enemy of someone, his tone dropping into something far more serious. Hyuk is completely confused by the question, staring back at him without understanding what he means. But Kozak does not look like he is joking. He tells Hyuk that an overwhelming killing intent is coming from outside the door, heavy enough that even the air seems to tense around them. The next moment, the door is kicked open with violent force, the lock breaking as it slams inward. A man steps into the apartment, and in his hand is a pistol, already raised with clear intent. The intruder smirks the moment he sees Hyuk, recognizing him from the player shop as if he has finally found the target he had been chasing. He calls Hyuk a loser and complains about how much trouble it took to track him down, his voice dripping with irritation and arrogance. Then he raises the gun directly toward Hyuk's head, closing off any chance of escape with the black barrel pointed right at him. He demands the bracelet and orders Hyuk to open his inventory before he pulls the trigger, making it clear that he expects complete obedience. Hyuk looks at the weapon in front of him, but strangely fear does not rise inside him. Instead, he gazes at the man with quiet pity. In his mind, this attacker is already dead, because while the intruder is busy threatening the weakest-looking person in the room, he completely fails to notice the red-haired assassin slipping through the shadows behind him. For a brief moment, the room falls into a tense silence. The armed intruder is standing there in what is probably the most delusional moment of his entire life. He truly believes Hyuk has frozen in terror. He is fully convinced that this so-called coward will hand over everything without even thinking of resisting, so he keeps piling on his threats. But before he can even finish speaking, the red-haired killer moves. In one instant, the man's confidence vanishes as his body is slammed hard into the ground. All of his momentum is crushed before he can process what just happened, leaving him completely overpowered in a single breath. The attacker lies there on the floor, stunned and confused, his arrogant expression wiped clean from his face. He cannot understand where the second person came from, or how someone appeared behind him without making a sound. Hyuk exhales slowly, feeling a rare wave of relief wash through him. For once, his assassin actually understood the situation perfectly. Instead of turning the apartment into a bloody disaster, Kozak chose to knock the target out cleanly, saving Hyuk from another mess he would have to explain or clean up later. Kozak looks at him and questions whether Hyuk truly believed he would act that carelessly, sounding almost offended by the lack of trust. Their attention quickly moves away from that. Once they take a closer look at the intruder, they realize they have captured an item broker. People like this make a living hunting players outside the tower, targeting them when they are away from the battlefield and easier to threaten. After all, once players return to the real world, they are no longer surrounded by monsters, skills, and battlefields. In daily life, many of them are just ordinary civilians again. Hyuk understands the danger immediately. If he had not had his personal bodyguard with him, he would have been killed right there in his own apartment and robbed of everything valuable. Kozak immediately starts thinking like an assassin, calmly planning where they could dump the body far from the apartment so no one would ever find it. But Hyuk shuts that idea down right away, insisting that they are going to handle this in the simplest and most legal way possible by calling the police. Meanwhile, over at the management office, the director is still drowning in despair. He cannot get over the fact that Hyuk only bought a mace and a shield, instead of letting them properly outfit him with the kind of top-level gear a valuable rookie should be wearing. At this point, the department has already classified Hyuk as a melee-type player. But even after seeing him buy defensive equipment, they still cannot relax, because they are seriously worried about whether someone like him can actually survive. Then, right when the director is already stressed enough, an urgent call suddenly comes in about the break-in at Hyuk's apartment. The moment he hears what happened, his remaining calm snaps completely, and he explodes into full-blown administrative fury. He charges through the building in a panic, his mind racing with disaster scenarios. If anything happens to their precious star rookie, he knows he will regret not forcing Hyuk to sign the elite contract from the very beginning. By the time the government official finally arrives at the scene, the police are already dragging the gunman away. The criminal is still desperately trying to twist the situation, yelling that he is the real victim and that he was actually the one who got kidnapped. But Hyuk has absolutely no patience left for that ridiculous nonsense, especially after having a gun pointed at his head in his own home. What worries him more is the possibility that he might somehow get dragged to the station too. In his anxious mind, his entire loser act is about to backfire so badly that he ends up in jail by accident. Then the exhausted director steps forward like some kind of guardian figure, or maybe just like a furious manager who has officially run out of patience for everyone involved. The robber recognizes him immediately, and the second he does, he starts begging for help like a shameless coward trying to cling to the only authority figure in the room. The director answers him with one clean punch straight to the face. Then, without even giving him time to recover, he cancels the man's player registration right there on the spot. He refuses to listen to a single excuse from a level 34 criminal, especially one who tried to rob and threaten another player in the real world. The director orders the police to take him away at once, already knowing what will happen once the higher authorities get involved with a repeat offender like this. After this, no shady liar or underground broker in the city will dare come anywhere near Hyuk again. Not unless they want the same kind of punishment brought down on them. Once the garbage has finally been removed, the director turns back toward Hyuk. Somehow, the expression on his face is honestly even more terrifying than the gunman's had been. He starts apologizing again and again for the failure in security, lowering his head with the intensity of someone who knows just how badly this could have ended. Then he swears that from now on he will make sure Hyuk is protected properly, no matter what it takes. Of course, that promise clearly includes trying to push even more contracts onto him later, because the director has not given up on that part at all. With the situation finally calming down, the red-haired assassin appears again as casual as ever, and asks whether there is anyone else who needs to be executed today. Hyuk has to shut that down immediately, firmly telling him to stop looking for people to punish and to put those daggers away before this turns into a much bigger problem. After all that chaos, it is finally time to get back to farming floors. So Hyuk and his summons head to the 19th floor, where their mission is to deal with 30 goblin shamans. These enemies are not simple targets. They can keep launching curses and flaming arrows from a distance, making them dangerous if they are allowed to control the battlefield. But their giant meat shield comes up with an answer so simple that it almost feels unfair. He just yells. With one massive sonic roar, the air shakes around him, and the force of his voice literally blows the magical curses away, proving once again that brute strength can absolutely be a legitimate strategy. The red-haired assassin sees this display and immediately gets competitive, his pride clearly refusing to let the giant have all the spotlight. He tells the giant that they need to clear the floor as quickly as possible because their master should not have to lift even one finger during this mission. With that, the two summons throw themselves into the battle, cutting through the goblin shamans with terrifying speed. Their killing spree is so efficient and so one-sided that Hyuk barely has time to process what is happening in front of him. Before he can even swing his mace once, the mission clear message appears, announcing that the whole floor has already been handled. Hyuk is left standing there, wondering if they wiped everything out that quickly on purpose just to keep him away from the actual fighting. Still, he cannot exactly complain when the result is another high rank, and another platinum badge added to his growing record. At last, they arrive at the 20th floor, the dreaded Talon Evaluator, a place with a reputation nasty enough to make even prepared players feel tense. This floor is a complete nightmare packed with scouts using poison needles, tactical warriors that move with coordination, and massive hobgoblins that look like they could crush a normal person with one swing. The red-haired assassin immediately tries once again to keep their master safely on the sidelines. He tells Hyuk to stay somewhere secure while the summons take care of the mission and rack up the 100 goblin kill count. They start setting up their usual plan, with the giant meat shield drawing every enemy's attention, while the assassin slips through the openings and finishes off the targets. But this time, Hyuk is tired of just standing back and watching everything happen like a spectator. He makes up his mind that he will not simply sit safely in the background while his summons do all the fighting for him. So he activates Shadow Step, letting that movement pull him forward before anyone can stop him. Then he throws himself straight into the middle of the chaos, charging toward danger with a recklessness that does not look like the usual Hyuk at all. Jumps right past the giant tank and rushes ahead, slipping beyond the protection that was supposed to keep him safe. Both summons are left completely stunned, staring after him in disbelief as their cowardly master finally chooses direct violence with his own two hands. And as Hyuk pushes forward, his mind drifts through a long, miserable trail of memories from the life that made him who he is. He remembers how, ever since childhood, he had basically lived as a full-time human doormat. His past was never the kind of origin story that creates legends or brave heroes. He had been such a harmless child that other kids probably felt like stealing his toy car was not even bullying, but some kind of public service. By the time he reached middle school, he had already turned into a ghost in the cafeteria, quietly mastering the sad art of eating alone, while blending into the background like he was part of the wall. He had been so terrified of dealing with people that he could not even bring himself to look school bullies in the eye, no matter how badly they treated him. But somehow, living his whole life at the bottom of the loser class turns out to be strangely useful training for the tower. Hyuk realizes that monsters are easier to face, because they do not play complicated social games or twist words just to hurt someone's feelings. To him, they are easier to handle than a group of cruel teenagers. In his mind, this is basically a deadly video game mission, except the danger is painfully real, and if he dies here, there will be no second chance. Back in the roaring chaos of the 20th floor, the professional coward finally stops acting like some glorified background supporter. Hyuk steels himself, pushes through the fear clawing at his chest, and activates Shadow Step right in the middle of battle. The moment he moves, his speed is sharp enough to catch even Kozak off guard. The red-haired psycho who serves him actually watches with interest, clearly impressed, despite himself. Hyuk tears across the battlefield like an overcharged ninja, cutting through the confusion so quickly that his figure almost blurs between the goblins. And for one brief, shining instant, something almost miraculous happens. Hyuk actually looks like a person who knows exactly what he is doing, moving with purpose instead of panic. He drops several goblins with surprising speed and efficiency, striking them down before they can properly surround him. But of course, that glorious moment of success does not last for very long, because almost immediately after that, the little green pests start swarming him from every direction, clambering onto his back like a pack of filthy, frantic children trying to drag him down. All of Hyuk's cool image disappears in an instant. He curls up behind his shield, huddling into himself as if the shield is his last hope, silently praying that the expensive gear he bought will solve this nightmare for him. Luckily, the energy barrier activates at exactly the right moment. A protective force flashes around him, stopping the goblin swarm before they can turn him into a helpless pincushion. Hyuk understands the lesson almost immediately. Maybe, just maybe, he got a little too confident for a man whose greatest life skill has always been running away from trouble. The second the summons see their master getting buried under enemies, they finally step in properly and begin doing the job they were supposed to handle from the start. Kozak is visibly offended that those filthy creatures dared to put their hands on his master. He calls them worthless trash, then slices through them with cold fury, his blades moving like they are cutting through soft meat. Not wanting to be outdone by the assassin, the giant meat shield charges forward and throws his massive body into the fight. The moment he enters, the whole area descends into total chaos, with goblins flying, crashing, and getting crushed under his overwhelming force. Then, almost before Hyuk can fully process what is happening, the system announcement appears. All 100 goblins, along with a hobgoblin, boss included, have been completely wiped out from the floor. Kozak turns back toward Hyuk with his eyes shining, praising him for that bold move like he has just witnessed the birth of a true warrior. Meanwhile, the giant gives him an excited, silent thumbs up, looking oddly proud. Hyuk just stands there in awkward silence, realizing that even though he started the fight himself, his summons were the ones who truly finished everything, even after barely doing anything. The system still rewards him with another SSS rank, along with yet another platinum badge added to his growing pile. Meanwhile, back at the management office, the director is busy acting like the most well-funded stalker in existence. He digs deep into Hyuk's family situation, combing through every little detail he can get his hands on. And in the process, he uncovers a truth that is honestly more frightening than anything inside the tower. The real head of Hyuk's household is not the father, and it is definitely not either of the sons. The true authority in that family is the mother. Apparently, this woman's presence is so overwhelming that the men in the house probably cannot even breathe too loudly when she is nearby. Once the director realizes he has found the perfect pressure point, his mind immediately starts moving toward a new plan. He decides to aggressively support Hyuk's mother. In his view, if the government showers the matriarch with enough favor, benefits, and authority, Hyuk will naturally end up bound to them through gratitude. It is a surprisingly effective plan, even if the way he arrives at it feels more than a little disturbing. Back in the real world, Hyuk decides that surviving another dangerous floor deserves a celebration, and his chosen reward is a massive flood of carbohydrates. He orders 12 huge bowls of black bean noodles, an amount so absurd that the delivery man looks at him with deep, quiet sympathy. The poor man clearly assumes Hyuk is preparing for some miserable one-person feast, the kind of lonely meal that says more than words ever could. And to make it even worse, the delivery worker tosses in exactly one fried dumpling as a free extra, as if that tiny gesture is supposed to comfort him. Hyuk is visibly offended the moment he sees it. After spending a ridiculous amount of money on noodles, all he gets as a bonus is one tiny dumpling, and not even a single coupon. In his head, he starts grumbling about how difficult it has become to order with coupons. These days proving that even after earning millions, Hyuk is still painfully cheap at his core. He quickly sends the delivery man away before things get any more awkward, then tells his hidden housemates that they can finally come out now. Second the door closes, the apartment erupts into madness. The giant meat shield is practically trembling with excitement, making the floor shake under him just from the smell of the rich sauce. Kozak is no better, staring at the takeout like the noodles are some sacred treasure placed before him. Hyuk watches the barbarians start devouring the food, and honestly begins worrying that the giant might eat the ceramic plate along with the noodles. While greed and hunger take over the room, Hyuk ignores the chaos around him and decides to check his rewards. He opens his inventory and sees that he has now collected 20 platinum badges, enough to unlock a special prize. A platinum random box appears before him, floating there with a kind of mystery that makes his heart immediately tighten. Hyuk stares at it, wondering whether his luck is finally about to turn around, or whether the system is preparing to throw some bizarre surprise at him again. Professional Coward fixes his eyes on the floating platinum box, with the desperate intensity of a gambler staring down a slot machine. The system begins slowly scrolling through the list of possible rewards, each option appearing one after another before his eyes. And honestly, the lineup is enough to make any grown man tear up from pure happiness. There are mana stones, rare herbs, 50 different kinds of metal, potions, elixirs, and all sorts of weapons waiting in the reward pool. Some of the options are even special items, like the rune of level up, which lets someone gain levels without having to climb through floors normally. And then there are tower jump tickets, rare items that can let a player skip entire floors as if stepping over danger itself. Hyuk immediately studies the reward list with the sharp, greedy focus of someone trying to squeeze the absolute best deal out of a prize box. The tower jump ticket is rejected in his mind almost instantly. To Hyuk, skipping a floor is basically throwing away all the rewards he could have earned by clearing it, and there is no meaning in becoming high level if he ends up broke. Then his eyes lock onto the real treasure on the list, the grade confirmation summon ticket. The moment he realizes that it could give him an SS rank summon, basically a god-level servant, his imagination starts running wild. If he gets something that powerful, he could officially retire from fighting forever. He pictures himself lounging comfortably in a chair, sipping juice, while an overpowered servant handles absolutely everything for him. Just imagining that level of perfect laziness almost makes him drool. With his hopes rising, Hyuk silently prays for a miracle and opens the box. The rewards come out in a chaotic mix, one after another. The first thing he receives is 10 full kilograms of mana stones. The moment Hyuk sees them, his eyes practically turn into money signs, shining with pure greed. He quickly realizes that these shiny rocks alone are worth around 5 million won. And better yet, he can sell them whenever he wants. The second reward is a skill book with the ridiculous name Cow's Lightning Staff. Hyuk stares at the title and immediately thinks it sounds like something pulled straight out of a terrible romance novel with no shame at all. Still, he registers the skill anyway, because no matter how stupid the name sounds, he is desperate to finally get a proper attack skill of his own. But the third reward is the one that truly matters. What appears before him is a rune of summon grade up. This is a complete jackpot, an item that can raise a summon's rank depending on how much potential that summon has hidden inside. Hyuk immediately runs into a problem, and somehow it feels strangely personal. Should he give it to Kozak, the red-haired assassin, or to Gobang, the giant meat shield? He thinks Kozak probably deserves it more, since the two of them have shared so many meals together. Even though, if they are being honest, Gobang has very clearly eaten more of the food. In the end, Hyuk decides not to use the rune right away, and chooses to save it for later. After all, when he looks at their current strength, it is already more than enough to get them through the floors in front of them. After that, Hyuk becomes curious and decides he should test out his brand new Cow's Lightning Staff skill right there inside his own room. He tries to activate its first form, Lightning Soil Chaser, expecting some dramatic flash of power, or at least something impressive enough to make him feel cool. But nothing happens at all. Not a spark, not a sound, not even a tiny bit of dramatic atmosphere because, of course, magic does not function in the real world. So Hyuk just ends up standing there looking completely ridiculous, swinging his mace around inside the apartment, while Kozak asks why he is doing that in the middle of the room. When Hyuk proudly announces that he has finally learned an attack skill, Kozak's face twists with horror, as if he has just watched a toddler pick up a running chainsaw. But the serious mood does not last long, because Gobang suddenly decides to steal fruit from Kozak. That one childish move instantly starts another ridiculous fight, with Kozak calling him a bastard while the apartment falls back into chaos. Once the oversized children finally calm down and stop making a mess, Kozak turns serious again and gives Hyuk a lecture. He explains that a summoner's role is to stay behind the front line and let the servants handle the dangerous fighting. He even points out that his former master died for exactly that reason, because he tried to step forward and act like a hero when he should have stayed alive. But Hyuk is already too caught up in his own growing confidence to fully accept that warning. He insists that he is stronger now, and because he has a new skill, he needs to test it properly instead of hiding behind everyone forever. Kozak looks at him with the heavy expression of someone watching a disaster unfold in slow motion. Then he warns Hyuk that for someone weak, an attack skill is not a path to glory. It is just a flashier, prettier way to get yourself killed. When Hyuk tries to argue back by saying the 20th floor had been easy, Kozak finally loses what little patience he had left. He activates one of the summoning principles, and in the very next moment, Gobang grabs Hyuk in a crushing bear hug, locking him in place like he has basically taken their master hostage for his own safety. Kozak punches Gobang for squeezing him too roughly, but even while scolding the giant, he still agrees with the idea itself. Once they enter the tower, Gobang will carry their master around like luggage, while Kozak wipes out the floor by himself. Hyuk realizes with growing horror that he has completely lost control over his own summons, so he brings out the last weapon he has left, pitiful pleading. He throws away the tiny bit of pride he still has and begs them, almost desperately, to at least let him kill one single monster carefully. Kozak lets out a tired, defeated sigh, clearly worn down by how pathetic the whole scene has become. In the end, he agrees to let Hyuk kill one slow, isolated monster. But the condition is strict. If the situation becomes even slightly dangerous, the deal ends immediately. With that uneasy agreement in place, they head to the 21st floor, a place ruled by orcs. Kozak warns that orcs are actually smarter than the giant tank, which Gobang instantly rejects with wounded pride. Before the mission can truly begin, Kozak suggests a training method so humiliating that Hyuk can already feel his dignity preparing to collapse. He wants Hyuk to get some real hands-on practice, so he tells him to strike the giant 10 times and use that massive body like a proper training target. The giant, instead of being offended, beams with almost ridiculous enthusiasm and happily agrees to stand there as Hyuk's target, even assuring everyone that the hits will not hurt him in the slightest. Hyuk immediately shuts that idea down, his face twisting in humiliation as he refuses to participate in something so degrading, then warns them that if they keep treating him like a joke, he will just charge into the mission by himself. Seeing that Hyuk is not going to play along, the assassin finally drops the matter, and with that awkward training plan abandoned, the real mission begins. Wipe out 400 orcs within 4 hours. The moment the objective appears, the summons shoot forward without hesitation, rushing ahead like unleashed beasts. They crash straight into the orc horde and begin ripping through them at a terrifying speed, cutting down enemies so quickly that Hyuk can barely keep track of what is happening. Watching the battlefield empty out in front of him, Hyuk suddenly realizes that this entire stage might be cleared before he even gets a proper chance to pull out his own weapon and look useful. Just as that ugly panic starts crawling up his spine and the fear of being completely useless begins to show on his face, the assassin notices the problem and makes a very deliberate move. With what can only be called generous mercy, he leaves behind a single confused orc, standing there alive and bewildered, as if it has been personally reserved for Hyuk. Hyuk instantly activates Shadow Step, launching himself into the air while the orc tilts its head up in complete confusion, and from above, he brings down Lightning Soil Chaser with all the force he can gather. At first glance, the attack looks like nothing more than a basic downward strike, a simple blow delivered from above, but the instant it connects, Hyuk understands right away that even if the name sounds completely ridiculous, the power behind the skill is absolutely not something to laugh at. His mace slams down hard onto the orc's head with a clean, heavy impact, the kind of hit that sends a deep, satisfying shock through his arms. The orc drops beneath him, collapsing helplessly to the ground, and for that brief, shining moment, Hyuk feels like he has transformed into an unstoppable god of war. For a second, he even starts thinking that maybe this whole hero thing is actually easier than he expected. But before he can fully enjoy that little victory in his head, the giant meat shield yanks him straight back to reality by casually stepping on another orc and crushing it flat like a pancake. Hyuk slowly turns toward his summons, his expression already darkening. With a look of pure betrayal on his face, he reminds them that they had very clearly agreed to let him secure at least one solo kill, but the system, unlike him, does not care about hurt feelings or broken promises. Instead, it immediately showers him with rewards for clearing the 21st floor, handing over mana stones, healing potions, and, once again, another gleaming S++ platinum badge. Over the next several days, Hyuk gradually falls into a surprisingly smooth rhythm, moving from one monster cleanup to the next. Like this has somehow become his normal routine. He passes through the 22nd and 23rd floors with the same flawless rating, barely needing to struggle as his team tears through everything in their path. By the time they arrive at the volcanic zone on the 24th floor, surrounded by heat, smoke, and burning ground, Hyuk is hardly even sweating, because no matter how harsh the environment becomes, his team remains completely unstoppable. They continue clearing one floor each day with terrifying efficiency, moving like a perfectly tuned machine that never slows, and as Hyuk prepares for the 25th floor, he starts to realize that taking down only one orc at a time is beginning to feel painfully dull. Still, he understands that for now, he has to keep building trust with his overly protective summons. So while getting ready back in his apartment, Hyuk decides it is finally time to behave like a proper generous employer. After thinking it over, he realizes he has not really given either of them anything since they joined him, so he reaches into his supplies and pulls out a high-grade rune he had obtained earlier. The red-haired assassin immediately rises out from the shadows, appearing at his side with perfect loyalty, swearing himself to Hyuk once again, while asking whether his master has need of him. Hyuk hands the rune over to him, and the item turns out to be something incredibly valuable. A grade-up item capable of raising a summons tier. The assassin is so stunned by the gift that for a moment he can barely process what he is holding. Then, as if he cannot trust his own eyes, he actually bites down on the rune to make sure it is real and not some kind of dream. The second he realizes it is genuine, his eyes nearly turn into hearts, because this means he can finally rise all the way to SSR rank, and the emotion hits him so hard that he is practically on the verge of tears. He promises Hyuk with trembling excitement that once he becomes stronger, he will protect his master even better in his new and improved form, but instead of using the rune right away, the assassin decides to wait until later that night, choosing not to rush such an important upgrade and risk ending up with some broken, awkward new body. To celebrate the moment, he stays close by Hyuk's side and settles in to watch TV with him. Even so, as the programs keep changing, he is already beginning to question how one single show can possibly be rerun that many times. While they flip through the channels, Hyuk suddenly freezes, and his heart almost stops in his chest. There on the news, he sees his mother. She is standing outside in public with a protest sign gripped firmly in her hands. Even though she is completely alone, she looks like a one-woman army, standing her ground against unfair dismissal and the abuse of a powerful company. The report reveals that she had been fired from her job as a water purifier manager after refusing to apologize for a customer's unreasonable demands, and for 10 straight days, she has been protesting by herself while company executives look down from their windows and mock her. Just as the broadcast shows her reaching the very edge of her patience, a sharply dressed lawyer from one of Korea's top law firms walks up to her with a calm, polished presence. He tells her that he is connected to a support project for socially disadvantaged people and offers to handle her case completely free of charge. On top of that, he even promises to take care of the media side of the situation as well, though Hyuk's mother, understandably, looks suspicious at first. Still, after weighing the offer in that tense moment, she chooses not to back away. Instead, she commits herself fully to the fight, determined to see justice through no matter how difficult it becomes. Back in the apartment, Hyuk is overwhelmed with guilt, staring at the screen and wondering what the point of having two sons even is, if their own mother still has to suffer alone on the street like that. The red-haired assassin reacts instantly, drawing 2 knives with a cold, murderous readiness. He offers to pay those company executives a very violent visit on Hyuk's behalf, but Hyuk barely manages to stop him before the situation turns into an outright massacre. Once the immediate danger of assassination is under control, Hyuk starts thinking more practically, his mind racing as he begins calculating how many mana stones he would need to sell. If there are any hidden legal costs waiting behind the scenes, he wants to be ready to cover them, even if that means turning his hard-earned mana stones into cash. Before Hyuk can even settle his thoughts, his father suddenly calls him with news that is somehow even more unbelievable than everything he has already heard. First of all, the lawyer's help is not going to cost them a single coin, as if some invisible hand has quietly erased that burden for them. And that is not even the end of it, because the top hospital in the entire country has suddenly selected his father out of nowhere for something even bigger. They are offering him a completely funded hip surgery, along with a full rehabilitation program to help him recover properly afterward. Hyuk barely has time to breathe, let alone understand why this much luck is suddenly pouring down over his family all at once. While his mind is still spinning from his father's call, he immediately reaches out to his younger brother to see what is going on with him as well. And then his brother drops another bombshell, revealing that he has just been awarded a massive national scholarship from the Awakened Management Department. That is the moment Hyuk's expression hardens. This is far too convenient to be simple kindness from fate, and a streak of luck this absurd practically has the government's fingerprints all over it. So Hyuk quietly sets up a private meeting with the agency's team leader, choosing a place where they can talk without too many eyes on them. Then, once they are seated over a meal, Hyuk does not dance around the issue at all. He looks straight at the man and asks why the agency is meddling in his family's lives. The team leader does not flinch, hesitate, or even try to act like Hyuk has misunderstood the situation. Instead, he calmly explains that when Hyuk has problems waiting for him back home, those worries do not just stay outside the tower. According to him, that kind of pressure follows Hyuk inside and directly affects how well he can perform when his life is on the line. He then adds almost casually that this kind of support is completely normal for players considered important enough to receive elite-level treatment. But before Hyuk can argue, question him further, or even properly reject that explanation, the team leader makes his next move. The man slides a fresh contract onto the table in front of him. It is not just any agreement either. It is an ultra-elite special management contract, and as the team leader smiles wide and casually suggests they sign it right then and there, Hyuk feels cold sweat begin to gather on his back. His heart starts pounding so violently inside his chest that it feels like it is trying to claw its way out as he sits across from the captain. The captain is so fired up that his whole body seems ready to vibrate through the floor, and he keeps pressing Hyuk to sign the elite team contract without wasting another second. Hyuk, the professional coward that he is, instantly understands that the captain came armed and ready to corner him. Even so, he forces himself to stay composed and weakly insists that he lacks both confidence and talent. The captain slowly rises from his seat with the heavy presence of someone about to deliver the final verdict, then asks if Hyuk is seriously trying to act modest after smashing records no one else has ever even come close to touching. Hyuk has no comeback at all. After all, pretending to be humble after clearing 24 floors with SSS-level ranks only makes him look like an even bigger fraud. By this point, the captain is almost begging him, and he even brings up the recent incident involving that bastard Choi as proof that things have already become dangerous. He insists that Hyuk should be receiving full VIP treatment, along with the proper protection that naturally comes with elite status. Hyuk lifts a hand and tells him to sit down first, making it clear that he needs a moment to actually think this through. For Hyuk, the biggest issue is the mandatory video recording attached to elite contracts, because the last thing he wants is for his murderous summons to become famous online like some kind of celebrity squad. But the captain has already prepared an answer for that too. He promises that the recordings and security arrangements can be adjusted according to Hyuk's wishes, then adds that they can provide a high-security residence and even personal guards for his family. Just when Hyuk's resistance begins to crumble apart like an old cookie under pressure, the captain calmly places the final bribe in front of him. 2 houses completely free, one for his family to live in, and another one reserved entirely for Hyuk himself. For a second, Hyuk's brain almost shuts down completely at the sheer weight of the words free property. Still, even with his thoughts short-circuiting, he somehow manages to hold on to the last shred of caution. He asks for just a little more time, saying he wants to get advice first before he signs something that could decide the shape of his entire future. The next morning, the assassin appears in front of him looking as if he has swallowed a glowing purple flame from the inside out. He has officially advanced beyond SR rank. Now he has reached SSR rank, and the aura pouring off him is so bright and intense that Hyuk can barely keep his eyes open while looking at him. Hyuk quickly tells him to tone it down. Only after that blinding pressure settles does Hyuk bring up the contract offer and begin discussing what the agency has placed in front of him. To Hyuk's surprise, the assassin does not reject the idea right away. Instead, he seems strangely supportive of the whole arrangement. Points out that Hyuk is basically a national treasure walking around in human form, so being treated with that level of importance is only natural. Even so, there is one condition the assassin refuses to overlook. He warns Hyuk that he must demand complete authority over when they enter the tower and when they clear its floors. The assassin makes it clear that he will not allow greedy management filth to shove them into danger before they are fully prepared. He then explains that as long as Hyuk stays alive and continues using his random summons, his potential will keep expanding far beyond what people expect. Eventually, Hyuk will be able to summon beings so powerful that they are not just rare or impressive. They will exist on a level that ordinary humans cannot even properly measure, much less hope to match. Hyuk's imagination struggles to keep up with that kind of possibility, and for a moment, the scale of that future power almost feels unreal. But when he checks the actual numbers instead of getting lost in fantasy, reality immediately pulls him back down. His next random summon is still 19 days and a little extra time away, meaning that future power is not something he can reach just yet. After finishing that strategy discussion, Hyuk brings out the giant meat shield so they can check on the rest of his lineup. The system confirms that both barbarian tanks are now present, making it official that the 2 massive frontline brutes are standing there together. But the poor giant immediately starts sweating, his huge body stiffening as if he already knows exactly what kind of trouble is coming. The assassin has entered full bully mode, proudly showing off his extra 2S ranks, with the smug energy of a kid waving around a brand new toy. And the gap between them has grown so ridiculously wide that it is no longer something the giant can simply ignore or laugh off. The difference has become so overwhelming that the giant actually starts tripping over his own feet in pure fear, unable to even raise his eyes properly toward the assassin glowing with that sharp purple light. Seeing his massive tank shrink back like that, Hyuk cannot help feeling a little bad for him, and quietly decides that the next upgrade absolutely has to go to the poor giant. After that, they move straight into the 25th floor, where the objective waiting for them is brutally simple. Wipe out 100 orcs within 10 hours. The moment a wave of green-skinned monsters comes charging toward them, Hyuk watches the battlefield open up and secretly wonders if he might be able to steal a few kills for himself this time. Before Hyuk can make a move, the assassin turns to the giant meat shield and orders him to go first, telling him to step out and pull the enemy's attention. The barbarian responds instantly, bending his huge body and launching himself forward with terrifying force. For a brief second, that massive figure is airborne, cutting across the battlefield like something far too heavy to be flying. He looks less like a warrior and more like an enormous, hairy cannonball hurtling straight toward the enemy line. And his body slams down into the ground with a thunderous impact. The shockwave erupts outward, and the orcs caught in the blast are sent flying in all directions like bowling pins, scattered by a perfect strike. Once the giant has made his grand entrance, the assassin decides it is his turn to show exactly what his new SSR rank can do. He bursts forward so fast that the air itself seems to tear apart, as if a fighter jet has just broken through the sound barrier. The explosive sound crashes right beside Hyuk's ear, leaving him almost stunned by the sheer speed of the movement. In the next instant, the assassin releases a massive blade explosion. The attack detonates across the battlefield in a wide, violent arc. Nearby orcs are swallowed up in a brutal flash of fire, steel, and slicing force before they can even understand what hit them. A few surviving orcs somehow manage to get around the chaos and try to strike the assassin from behind. But the second their attacks land, they realize far too late that the target in front of them was only a clone. The real assassin appears behind them like a shadow sliding out of nowhere, activating a clean and decisive ambush skill. With one smooth motion, he cuts them down before they can turn, scream, or even properly react. The orcs still left alive freeze in place, staring at him with expressions that say everything. Every single one of them looks like they would rather be anywhere in the world except standing in front of that purple glowing monster. The assassin, however, only tilts his head as if their misery confuses him, wondering why they already look so hopeless when the real fun has barely even started. Then he draws his poison daggers again, the blades catching the light as he prepares to dive into another round of slaughter. Watching all of this unfold, Hyuk suddenly realizes that if he does not move right now, he will lose his chance completely. At this rate, his own summons are going to sweep the entire floor clean and leave him with absolutely nothing to gain for himself. Sure, the assassin wants him to stay far away from danger and focus only on surviving, just like always. But Hyuk tightens his grip around his mace, feeling the rough weight of it in his hands as his hesitation begins to fade. He decides that he has to become strong enough for his team to stop looking at him like useless dead weight that needs constant protection. He cannot keep standing behind everyone forever, and he refuses to remain nothing but a burden. With that thought burning in his chest, Hyuk charges straight toward one of the orcs. When the monster swings at him, he slips away cleanly, dodging the attack before driving a sharp, heavy kick into its back. Riding the rush of confidence building inside him, Hyuk brings out the first form of his primordial thunderstaff. The strike comes crashing down and smashes directly into the orc's head. Purple energy bursts out from the impact, and the monster collapses dead beneath the force of the blow. But the battlefield does not slow down, and more enemies immediately rush toward him from the chaos. Hyuk activates Shadow Step and moves through the mess of bodies and weapons, dodging attacks and striking back with a level of skill that even he probably did not expect. Then, in the middle of the fight, the system suddenly delivers incredible news. He has unlocked the second form, Scatterfalling Thunder. Hyuk's eyes light up with excitement. Unable to hold back, he tests the new technique immediately. His staff erupts with lightning, and the blast splits apart into 5 separate branches that tear across the battlefield. In one bright area attack, a whole group of orcs is wiped out at once, swallowed by the branching thunder. The assassin watches the entire display in complete disbelief, his eyes stretching wider and wider. For a moment, they look like they are about to pop right out of his face. Then he rushes over to Hyuk, with tears already gathering in his eyes. Shouts at him with the desperation of someone whose carefully made rules have just been shattered. Unlocking a new skill, he cries, is absolutely not an excuse to ignore their strict safety agreement of only 1 kill per floor. Hyuk instantly breaks into a cold sweat, his earlier confidence crumbling as he stammers out an apology. But then, for once, the professional coward feels a rare spark of defiance flare up inside him. Starts wondering why he keeps acting so terrified around his own summons, and with that thought, he straightens his posture and lifts his head. Then, with sudden boldness, he declares that he may be weak out in the real world, but inside the tower he is an absolute alpha. The assassin almost falls apart right there, practically begging Hyuk to think about survival first. But Hyuk waves off his panic like it is nothing worth worrying about, completely carried away by his own sudden confidence. Hyuk boldly declares that he wants the orc chieftain to show itself right now, because this time he plans to crush its skull with his own hands. The moment those reckless words leave his mouth, Hyuk turns around and finds the orc chieftain already there. The monster is standing directly behind him like a furious wall of muscle, towering over him with a presence that instantly drains the color from his face. And just like that, our boy's entire alpha act disappears without a trace. His weapon slips from his hands, and he cries out desperately for his bodyguard. Before the orc chieftain can tear him apart, Hyuk is yanked out of danger by the assassin, who looks far too pleased with himself as a grin spreads across his face. That exact moment, Hyuk realizes with painful clarity that he really should have kept his mouth shut from the very beginning. Still trembling from the shock, he points a shaky finger at the giant monster and orders his team to erase it immediately. His summons do not need to be told twice, and if anything, they seem more than happy to finally cut loose. The giant meat shield charges straight in from the front, shaking the ground with every heavy step. At the same time, the assassin slips behind the distracted beast with that shameless ambush skill of his, perfectly taking advantage of the opening. Between the frontal pressure and the strike from behind, the boss fight is crushed so quickly that it ends within mere seconds. Almost immediately, system windows begin flashing into existence, filling Hyuk's vision one after another. The 25th floor has been cleared with an S++ rank, and with that flawless result, Hyuk earns yet another platinum badge, and because he has now stacked up a total of 25 platinum badges, the system presents him with a major reward: something far beyond the usual small bonuses. This time, his options are trade enhancement, skill copy, a random item, or summon grade enhancement. Hyuk does not hesitate for even a second and immediately chooses trade enhancement, because in his mind, only a complete idiot would pass up something that useful. His status window updates right away, raising his simultaneous summon limit to 3. And since that number does not include Hyuk himself, it means they can now move as a proper 4-man squad. On top of that, his next random summon cooldown is now exactly 18 days away, giving him a clear date to look forward to celebrate clearing the floor and walking away with such a huge reward. Hyuk treats his summons to a massive meal of spicy pork, letting the rich smell of the food fill the table. When someone asks the assassin whether he can actually handle that level of heat, the assassin responds with absolute confidence, acting as if being weak against spice is something no SSR-ranked being would ever need to worry about. Meanwhile, the giant happily tears into his portion, chewing with pure satisfaction before saying that the food tastes sweet to him. That answer makes the assassin suspicious, but his pride will not let him back down, so he finally takes a bite for himself. A moment later, all that confidence completely collapses as he ends up shaking on the floor with tears streaming from his eyes. The spice has utterly destroyed his mouth, and while he suffers like he is dying, the giant looks up at Hyuk with innocent shining eyes and casually suggests throwing the fallen assassin in the trash and summoning a replacement. Hyuk can only laugh at that ridiculous betrayal, and with his confidence still running unusually high, he decides that the time has finally come to tell his family the truth. When he returns home, he walks in carrying expensive premium beef, and that one simple detail is enough to throw the entire family into immediate panic. His younger brother grabs him right away and demands to know where he suddenly got that kind of money, while his mother anxiously asks if he kept the receipt so they can still return the meat. His father steps in as the peacekeeper, telling everyone to stop making noise for once and just sit down to enjoy the expensive food. As Hyuk watches his family finally eat a proper meal together, he chooses that moment to drop the truth on them. He tells them plainly that he is an awakened player, and the entire table falls into a silence so deep it feels like the room itself has frozen. His brother tells him to stop spouting nonsense and just eat his fruit. His mother assumes he is making some terrible joke, and his father carefully asks if Hyuk is talking about a video game. Since words alone clearly are not enough to convince them, Hyuk takes out his phone and makes a quick call to the management team leader. Not long after, the entire family finds themselves standing in the lobby of an unbelievably luxurious association building, staring around like they have stepped into another world. The team leader formally addresses Hyuk's mother and tells her that her son is a precious national asset, as well as a highly valued elite player. Then he guides the stunned family upstairs and opens the doors to an enormous penthouse, glittering with wealth from every corner. Hyuk gestures toward the absurdly luxurious space, as if it is no big deal, and calmly tells them that this is where they live now, leaving his entire family completely speechless. At the awakened management department, Hyuk finally puts his name on the agreement and officially signs the contract. Till just a short while ago, he had never once imagined that he would actually accept an elite contract like this. Life had suddenly swerved in a direction he never expected, and everything around him felt almost unreal. Team leader Gwangil apologizes and explains that they can only offer an annual salary of 2 billion won, because the starting pay for elite players is regulated. He adds that, honestly, someone like Player Band deserves far more than that. Hyuk, meanwhile, catches himself thinking that even 2 billion won is starting to sound strangely normal, and that realization makes him feel like his sense of reality is slowly going numb. Hyuk then explains that this arrangement was his own decision, because he is not comfortable with the public finding out that he is the US++ rank record holder. If that truth got out, his private information would almost certainly be exposed too, and if his face spread across television, social media, and every major outlet, even his family would struggle to go outside normally. That is exactly why he has not even told his family that he is the Ace++ rank record holder. Gwangil simply nods, then asks whether they like the house and says that if anything is missing, Hyuk should speak freely. Hyuk replies that the house is already more than enough, and there is nothing else he could reasonably ask for. Then, as he checks the message his brother sent earlier, he reads that their mother cried for the first time after seeing the house, saying she had never lived anywhere like that before. From the sound of it, she truly loved the place. The message continues, with his brother rambling about how unbelievable his own room is too, complete with a laptop, a full gaming setup, and everything else he could ever want. Even the television is so huge that it looks like a movie screen, and he says he almost fainted just looking at it. But when the message starts turning overly affectionate, Hyuk stops reading right there. For a moment, he wonders if life could really become any better than this, before immediately feeling like even wishing for more might be greedy. Gwangil then led Hyuk through the office residence that had been arranged for him, showing him the place where he would be staying from now on. Everything was already set up before he even arrived, from the furniture to the appliances, so there was nothing left for Hyuk to prepare. He could bring his things in and start living there immediately. Still, Gwangil glanced around the two-bedroom unit and asked if Hyuk was really satisfied with this size, carefully adding that a larger place could be arranged if he wanted one. But Hyuk was more than satisfied. The moment he looked around the room, the clean layout, the furnished space, and the comfortable atmosphere already felt luxurious to him. In his eyes, this was not just some simple residence. It might as well have been a penthouse. Meanwhile, far away in Seoul, inside the largest penthouse in all of Korea, the mood was completely different. This was a residence owned by the country's rank 1 player, and high above the city, 2 women were relaxing peacefully by the pool, gazing out at the sweeping view as if the world below had nothing to do with them. Then, without warning, the still surface of the pool broke apart. A man rose up from the water, sending ripples outward and instantly shattering the quiet, elegant atmosphere around them. He looked at the women with a bored expression and asked how long they intended to keep swimming around so lifelessly. Then, with a casual smile, he suggested that instead of wasting time like this, they should go out and find something more entertaining to do. This man was Yoo Keelman, the #1 ranked player in Korea. His trait was all-weapon warrior, a power that made him dangerous no matter what kind of weapon ended up in his hands. Among all players, Yoo Keelman stood at the peak when it came to weapon mastery. His proficiency with every type of weapon was unmatched, and he had gathered a terrifying collection of lethal techniques and ultimate skills. Even now, while others could only dream of reaching his level, he was pushing through the highest floors of Korea's Black Tower. He casually picked up shot glasses filled with whiskey, holding them as if they were nothing special, then remarked that just one glass of the liquor was worth 5 million won. The price alone was enough to make an ordinary person freeze before even taking a sip. With a playful edge in his voice, he asked how the expensive liquor tasted. One of the women laughed brightly, lifting the mood again as she said that if the alcohol happened to taste sweet today, she might end up finishing every last drop of it herself. Then another woman, who had been holding back her curiosity, finally spoke up. She looked toward Yoo Keelman and said there was something she had been wondering about. Since he was a top player, she assumed he might actually know the answer. Yoo Keelman glanced at her, giving her just enough attention to continue, and asked what exactly she wanted to know. She asked who in the world the player was who had achieved consecutive ES++ clears all the way through the 25th floor. Lately, that mystery had been on everyone's lips, and she could not hide how genuinely curious she was, but Yoo Keelman only scoffed, unimpressed. To him, the 25th floor was nothing worth making a fuss over. He dismissed the person as some low-level nobody and said he had no interest in them at all. Even then, the woman did not back down. With a teasing smile, she pressed the topic a little further, reminding him that an S++ clear was still a world first. Then she asked if he truly was not curious, especially when someone like that had appeared in their own country. Another woman sensed the danger in the air and quickly tried to stop her before she went too far. But before she could properly intervene, Yoo Keelman's expression shifted, and in the next instant, he poured whiskey straight over the woman's head. The expensive liquor ran down her hair and face as the atmosphere turned ice cold. Yoo Keelman stared at her without a hint of warmth and told her to keep talking. Then his voice dropped even lower as he warned her to listen closely. He asked what she thought would happen if he stopped clearing the 66th floor right now. The woman went completely still, unable to answer. The Black Tower was currently forming in Gangjong, but Yoo Keelman pushed the question further, asking what would happen if the next one appeared near a major city instead. Would South Korea be destroyed? The question struck her so hard that her entire body began trembling, and tears seemed ready to spill from her eyes at any second. She apologized in a shaky voice, but Yoo Keelman showed no mercy. He went on, blaming people like her for the tower's collapse. People with pretty faces, shallow minds, and empty words that meant nothing. After that, the women left. Yoo Keelman remained alone in his room, standing by the window as the city stretched out beneath him. His mood had completely soured, and he muttered that he felt terrible, seriously, even when he avoided player-obsessed women and surrounded himself with civilians instead. They still ended up talking about his ++ clears. No matter where he went, it was always the same. His jaw tightened as irritation rose inside him. China had contacted him again that month, just like they had the month before, refusing to give up on pulling him away from Korea. Their offer was almost absurdly generous. They were willing to pay him 180 billion won every year, provide him with a mansion, caretakers, a private jet, and even treat him with respect equal to that of a national leader, and Japan was no different. Japan had offered him 200 billion won annually, along with a luxury mansion and 10 personal maids who would obey his wishes and take care of whatever he desired. Even with offers like that waiting for him, Yoo Keelman had stayed in Korea. He had continued fighting on the 66th floor, throwing himself into battles against the dead for months without walking away. And this was the gratitude he received? Instead of recognizing what he was doing, people were obsessing over some bastard who had only cleared the 25th floor. Ungrateful trash. His thoughts darkened as he wondered if he should simply change his nationality and leave Korea behind. After all, the 66th floor was not some joke that anyone could handle. The 60th floor marked the beginning of the undead zone, but the 66th floor was even worse. That was where specter masters appeared, ghost-like beings so horrifying that just looking at them was enough to make a person's body tremble uncontrollably. Normal physical attacks were useless against them. Blades, fists, and raw force meant nothing. Only elemental attacks could affect them at all, and anyone foolish enough to treat them like the ordinary undead from stories or fiction would be making a fatal mistake. Only someone who had stood in front of that suffocating demonic energy in person could truly understand how terrifying it was. It was the kind of pressure that crawled into the body and mind, leaving fear behind even after the battle ended. After just one attempt on that floor, Yahello needed 3 full days of rest simply to recover from the mental damage. Even with accessories, elixirs, and light element weapons gained from tower rewards, survival itself was barely possible. Clearing the 66th floor again would not be realistic for some time. He slowly exhaled, and the thought of changing nationality became heavier in his mind. Maybe it was not something he should merely consider anymore. Maybe it was time to actually move forward with it. If he suddenly changed countries, Korea would be thrown into chaos, wouldn't it? That thought lingered as the deadline continued creeping closer, step by step. The collapse threshold of the 66th floor had already passed the halfway mark. In roughly 3 months, the true countdown would begin, and once that happened, there would be no easy way to turn things back. At that point, Korea's only real hope would be him, Yahello, the nation's top player, and the one person everyone would be forced to rely on. But when that time came, he might not even be in Korea anymore. Then those fools could regret it all they wanted. They could fall into despair and finally understand what they had lost. Ungrateful bastards. Back with Yahello, the atmosphere was much brighter. To celebrate moving into his new home, he ordered 10 whole fried chickens. When the delivery worker arrived with a huge amount of food, Yahello could not help apologizing for placing such an excessive order. Still, living in a player residential complex was shockingly convenient. The more Yahello experienced it, the more unreal it felt compared to his old living situation. The staff took care of almost everything, from building management to small everyday errands. Laundry could be picked up and returned without hassle, and whenever cleaning was needed, cleaners were available as if the place had been built to remove every annoying chore from daily life. The building itself had nearly everything he could ask for. There were restaurants serving 3 meals a day, cafes, gyms, dry cleaners, karaoke rooms, and even a swimming pool. As Yahello took it all in, he genuinely wondered why he had not moved into a place like this much sooner. Feeling completely satisfied, Yahello carried the boxes of fried chicken inside, ready to share the food with everyone. They had just finished another important step in their climb. Their latest mission had been on the 26th floor, where they needed to eliminate 20 swamp trolls. The swamp terrain made that stage notoriously difficult to deal with, but thanks to Yahello's shadow skill, the mission had gone far more smoothly than expected. He had even managed to take down one of the trolls himself. Yahello stepped into the room with the food in hand and called out to the others. He asked what they were all staring at so seriously, especially when the chicken had already arrived and was ready to eat. On the massive 100-inch TV, a girl group was performing with bright lights and polished choreography. The screen was so huge and dazzling that even Meatball sat there completely captivated, unable to tear his eyes away. Yahello understood the reaction immediately. A girl group performance on a 100-inch TV had enough visual impact to overwhelm just about anyone. Not long after that, the group finally shifted their attention from the screen to the food and started eating. As they ate, Kozak asked if they should head straight for the 27th floor the next day. Yahello agreed without much hesitation. Since they had already built up momentum, he thought they might as well keep pushing and go all the way up to the 29th floor. Kozak tilted his head and asked why Yahello was stopping at the 29th specifically. Yahello explained that once they reached that point, they would spend 10 days repeating clears instead of immediately moving forward. After those 10 days passed, and the random summon cooldown finally ended, Yahello planned to challenge the 30th floor with a full party of 4 members. That explanation made Kozak realize what Yahello was aiming for. He asked if they were going to recruit a new member, and despite himself, he admitted that he was already looking forward to seeing who would join them. But then a small hesitation crept into Kozak's mind. If Yahello summoned an SSR-ranked ally, or perhaps even someone above that, Kozak's position as the right-hand man might be threatened. Even so, if it meant improving the summoner's safety, then maybe that would be the better outcome. He could not quite decide how he felt. Meanwhile, Yahello grinned, and even Meatball began cheering excitedly at the thought of a new member, and even more battles ahead. Just then, team leader Gwangil returned with the item Yahello had requested. It was the Volcano Orc leather armor, a special piece of equipment that absorbed and held heat from flame aura, while also blocking cold air and freezing temperatures. Yahello accepted the armor with genuine gratitude and thanked Gwangil for bringing it all the way to him. Gwangil simply waved it off, saying it was nothing special, since supporting elite players was part of their team's duty. Yahello nodded and said he would make good use of it before returning it later. Guangil then gave him a steady look and wished him luck on the 27th floor. Soon after, Hyuk and the others entered Black Tower Korea's 27th floor. The moment they arrived, the air changed completely. This floor was famous among players for its vicious cold, the kind of freezing temperature that seemed to bite straight through the skin. But for Hyuk, the place did not feel brutal at all, thanks to the equipment he had prepared. The cold air wrapped around him more like comfortable warmth than danger. He glanced over at Meatball and asked if he was feeling cold. Meatball stood there like a mountain, completely unfazed by the freezing air, and answered in his usual blunt way that a true warrior did not feel cold. Kozak, however, was a completely different story. He was visibly trembling, his body stiff from the cold, almost as if he had frozen halfway while standing in place. Seeing him like that, Hyuk asked if he should lend him his hood. Kozak quickly insisted that he was fine, saying he could hold back the cold with magic. Hyuk could only let out a helpless sigh. Watching Meatball stand there with that ridiculous physical toughness, he could not help thinking that if the guy only had a proper brain to match his body, he would have been a real SSR-level monster. Kozak then tried to shake off the cold by forcing himself to move, saying that it felt better once his body was active. Rather than standing around and freezing, he urged them to begin hunting right away. The next instant, Kozak shot forward into the frozen floor, moving ahead as if staying still for even one more second would be unbearable. Hyuk watched him rush off and muttered to himself that, for a moment, he had thought Mr. Kozak had completely lost control because of the cold. But for Hyuk, the situation felt almost absurd. While Kozak was acting like the freezing air was driving him mad, Hyuk felt as comfortable as if he were sitting under a heated blanket. Honestly, the warmth made even walking feel like a chore. Still, he figured he should at least put in a little effort and catch one monster himself. With that thought, Hyuk moved forward together with Meatball, stepping deeper into the frozen hunting ground. But only a few seconds later, a notification appeared in front of him, announcing that the 27th floor had already been successfully cleared. Hyuk froze for a moment and blinked, completely unable to believe how fast it had happened. Already? Hyuk could barely process it. Kozak answered in a shivering voice that he had cleared the floor for his summoner, but the truth was painfully obvious. More than anything, he had done it because he wanted to escape the cold as quickly as possible. Then, before the surprise could even settle, another notification appeared in front of them. An item had dropped. It was a tower-exclusive weapon called the Roland Kingdom Paladin Captain's Holy Sword. The weapon was a two-handed sword, but it looked terribly worn down, as though it had been through countless battles and barely survived them. When Hyuk picked it up, the first thing he noticed was the weight. The sword was incredibly heavy in his hands, and no matter how he looked at it, he could not immediately tell what made it better than the mace he was already using. In the end, Hyuk decided he would just store it away for the time being. If it turned out to be useless, he could always throw it away later without thinking too much about it. The tower-exclusive Roland Kingdom Paladin, Captain's Holy Sword, came with several effects: increased attack power, sacred fire, spirit stability, and a higher critical rate against undead enemies. However, the biggest limitation was that those effects only applied when fighting undead. On top of that, its durability was extremely low, meaning it would need repairs after being used. Its special feature was a faint radiance that flowed into both the wielder's body and the blade itself. Hyuk looked over at Meatball and asked if he wanted to give the sword a try. Meatball only muttered with complete seriousness that a warrior fought with his fists. Hyuk then turned to Kozak and asked if he had any use for it. Kozak answered with a casual tone that his equipment consisted of wyvern leather armor and dwarven daggers. In other words, he only handled top-tier gear and had no interest in something like this. Both of them were stubborn in their own strange ways. Hyuk stared at the old sword and quietly thought that selling it might really be his only option. He wondered if he should take it back to the player shop, though, with how worn out it looked, he had no idea whether anyone would even buy it. Still, before getting rid of it completely, Hyuk decided he should test it at least once. Kozak stepped back and told him to go ahead, offering him a cheerful word of encouragement as if this were some grand challenge. Hyuk tightened his grip on the heavy two-handed sword and swung it. Then he swung it a second time, and after only those two swings, every bit of stamina seemed to drain straight out of his body. Kozak watched him and nodded with approval, praising him as if he had just witnessed something amazing. He said it was impressive, exactly what he expected from Summoner Ban, but Hyuk could only stare back in disbelief. He told Kozak that he could not even lift the sword properly, so the praise made absolutely no sense. This man really had no idea when to stop complimenting him. Even then, Kozak calmly added that Hyuk had still done well, since physical ability was naturally limited outside the tower. That made Hyuk pause. He looked at Kozak and asked if there was truly no way to remove that outside world limitation. Kozak fell silent for a brief moment before answering. He said there was a way, but it was not something anyone should wish for. If the boundary separating the real world from the tower ever disappeared, that restriction would vanish as well. The many towers spread across Earth would collapse, reality itself would become no different from the tower, and players would finally be able to use their full power without restraint. Kozak's expression turned serious as he looked at Hyuk. In a low voice, he said that if such a thing ever happened, it would be nothing less than a sign of disaster approaching. At that same time, inside the Japanese embassy in Korea, located in Gwanghwamun, a phone call came through. The message was delivered in coded words. The rabbit wanted to leave its old nest and move to a new one. And that rabbit was none other than Korea's rank 1 player, Yu Keelman. The counselor listened and responded that this was good news. Very good news indeed. However, he also made it clear that the caller would need to bring him over personally, because the wolves were already watching the rabbit. Even so, the caller told him not to worry, saying calmly that he would take care of it. The man receiving the report was Counselor Tomo of the Japanese embassy. A faint smile formed on Tomo's face. From the look in his eyes, it was clear that something dangerous was beginning to move, and a storm was about to strike. 2 days later, at Black Tower Gwanghwamun in the Republic of Korea, the tower's progress stood at a dangerous point. Floor 65 had already been cleared, and the current barrier was the 66th floor, with the deadline showing 92 days, 13 hours, 34 minutes, and 52 seconds remaining. Hyuk felt a faint uneasiness settle in his chest as he remembered what Kozak had said about the disappearance of the boundary being an omen of doom. Still, the higher floors were supposed to be handled by top players like Yu Keelman, weren't they? Worrying about it would not change anything. For now, Hyuk only needed to keep climbing at his own pace. Since they had cleared the 28th floor the day before, today's goal was the 29th floor. The 28th had been troublesome enough, with giant trolls launching attacks from the tops of massive trees. If Kozak had been fighting alone, it would have been a much harder battle. But with Meatball there, they had somehow managed to handle the whole situation. Thinking back on it, Hyuk still wondered how they had even dealt with those enormous trees so easily. Once again, the same thought crossed his mind. If Meatball had just a little more intelligence, he really would have been a true SSR. Giant trolls had come crashing down from the trees like oversized chestnuts dropping from the branches. Kozak had shouted a sharp warning the moment they fell, and his finishing strike afterward had been clean, quick, and perfectly timed. But the 29th floor was a completely different kind of problem. That floor was infamous for its filthy plague trolls. These disgusting creatures wandered around with yellow pus and foul discharge dripping from their bodies, and some players had even fallen ill during their attempts to clear it. Hyuk decided that this was a floor they needed to prepare for carefully, then summoned Kozak and Meatball. Kozak appeared with his usual confidence, proudly declaring that he was at his summoner's service. Meatball quietly added that he was there too. Hearing that, Hyuk muttered under his breath for Meatball to please stop calling himself Meatball. Then the three of them entered the 29th floor. Hyuk looked at Kozak and Meatball and asked if they were really okay without masks. Meatball answered confidently that warriors did not get sick. Kozak, just as casual, said he was SSR and that wearing a mask would only make it harder to breathe and move, so he would simply accept the risk. Surprisingly, because the two of them completely ignored the threat of disease, their hunting speed was even faster than it had been on the 28th floor. Because of that, the 29th floor was cleared in no time. After the battle ended, Kozak turned to Hyuk and asked if they would be having dinner together again that day. Hyuk hesitated for a moment, instead of answering right away. Then Hyuk apologized. Kozak blinked at him, clearly confused, unable to understand why his summoner was suddenly saying sorry. Without giving them dinner, or even explaining much, Hyuk unsummoned both Kozak and Meatball. The moment they disappeared, he cursed himself in his head, calling himself a traitor and a terrible employer. He figured that if they wanted to curse at him or even spit in his direction, they could do whatever they liked. But the moment his mind shifted back to the new house, his expression tightened. If even a trace of that plague made it inside, it would turn into a complete disaster. His eyes moved over to Meatball, and the problem became painfully obvious. The giant's body was massive, far too large to ignore, and if he was contaminated, he would spread that filth everywhere just by walking around. Hyuk could only stare at him and wonder how they were supposed to return together in that state. The following day, inside the gym of the awakened management department, the sharp clank of equipment echoed through the room. In the middle of the training area, a woman was lowering herself into a squat with a heavy barbell balanced firmly across her shoulders. Once she finished the last repetition, she rose back up, steadied her breathing for a brief second, and then let the weight drop with a heavy crash that rang across the gym floor. This was Nam Ga-yoon, Korea's second-ranked player, and a highly trained swordswoman. At the moment, she was one of the few powerful enough to challenge the tower's 62nd floor. A deep frown settled across her face as she thought about that floor. The dark zombies waiting there did not simply attack with claws and rotten bodies. During battle, they released a sinister aura that slowly corrupted the players fighting against them. No matter how many times she turned the problem over in her head, she still could not find a clean path through it. Her fists tightened at her sides, and for a moment, she wondered bitterly if this was where her strength finally reached its limit. But even if that really was the case, Nam Ga-yoon was still an elite player. In her mind, stopping was not an option. Until her body completely broke down and refused to move, she believed she had to keep pushing forward. She picked up a protein supplement and drank it down, forcing herself to reset. At times like this, physical strength alone was not enough. What mattered most was whether her mind could stay firm under pressure. After setting the drink aside, she prepared herself for another round of training. But just as she was about to begin, several people suddenly hurried past her, moving with the kind of urgency that instantly drew attention. Among the rushing figures was Mina, moving quickly with the others, as if something serious had just happened. Nam Gayun could tell immediately from their faces and hurried footsteps that this was not an ordinary commotion. Something had clearly broken out. Mina quickly filled her in, explaining in a tense voice that major news had just been released and the entire department was already reacting to it. At that very moment, a press conference was being broadcast, and Yu Kilman stood at the center of it, speaking in a cold, controlled tone that left no room for misunderstanding. He openly criticized the awakened management department, accusing it of caring only about policies and official procedures while failing to properly support the allied teams that fought on the front lines. Then, with that same hard expression, he declared that the future of the Republic of Korea looked dark, as if he had already lost all confidence in the country's direction. And then came the announcement that truly shook everyone. Yu Kilman stated that he would be leaving Korea that very day and would continue his career from then on as a Japanese player. When that news reached Hyuk, it struck him like a sudden blow, leaving him momentarily stunned. Yu Kilman, the strongest player in the country, was changing nationality. Team leader Gwangil confirmed the situation directly, and that was exactly why they had called Hyuk in so urgently. After a short pause, Gwangil carefully asked him how long it would take for him to climb all the way to the 60th floor. Hyuk let out a quiet breath through his nose. From the moment he had been called in, he had already expected that this question might come. He calmly explained his current situation. Right now, he was only on the 29th floor. Even if he managed to clear one floor every single day without fail, reaching the 66th floor would still take roughly 37 days. Since the deadline was about 90 days away, it might seem possible at first glance. But reality was not that convenient. Any truly difficult section would require at least 10 days of preparation on its own. And beyond that, his contract clearly stated that climbing to higher floors had to be his own decision. Gwangil lowered his head in apology, his shoulders weighed down by the situation. They had only just signed the contract, and yet he was already placing such a heavy request in front of Hyuk. Even so, the crisis had left them with almost no room to breathe. Seeing that expression only made it harder for Hyuk to turn him down. He knew the request was unreasonable, maybe even impossible under normal circumstances. But sometimes when the situation became desperate enough, people were forced to drag the impossible into reality. Just then, the door suddenly flew open with a loud burst, cutting through the tense air in the room. The person who rushed in was Nam Gayun. She had heard the news from Mina and come straight over without wasting a second. The moment she entered, she urgently asked whether they had been able to secure any light attribute items from the United States. Gwangil shook his head, his expression grim. Items with that kind of attribute were still unbelievably rare, not just in Korea, but across the entire world. Nam Gayun gave a small nod, then apologized for barging in so suddenly. Only after that did her gaze shift, and she finally noticed Hyuk standing there. She realized there was a guest in the room, and the moment her eyes landed on him, Hyuk stiffened without thinking. Gwangil hesitated for a beat before explaining who he was. Hyuk immediately bowed his head and said he was only there to sell a few items. For someone like him, simply standing face to face with a player of her level already felt like a massive achievement. Then, as if a thought suddenly sparked in his mind, Hyuk remembered something he had obtained earlier. Since she was looking for light attribute equipment, he carefully offered to let her examine it and see whether it might be useful. He brought out the sword and showed it to her. Nam Gayun's eyes focused immediately, and after inspecting it with care, she asked if she could take a closer look. Hyuk agreed at once, almost too quickly, and a faint flush rose across his face. Nam Gayun took the weapon and examined it more closely, reading through the effects engraved into its information. It increased damage against undead enemies and also raised the critical hit rate. The moment she saw those effects, her eyes widened. In all her experience, she had never come across a weapon with abilities quite like this. Then Nam Gayun reached out and placed one hand firmly on Hyuk's shoulder. Looking straight at him from a distance that felt far too close, she asked him to lend it to her just this once. She promised that if he did, she would repay him in any way she could. Hyuk froze completely, unable to move. Her face was right there, so close that his mind nearly stopped working. All coherent thought vanished from his head. He could not focus on the sword, the request, or even the crisis around them. The only thing his mind could process was how unbelievably beautiful she looked. For that brief moment, Hyuk's awareness drifted far away from the room, as if reality itself had slipped out of reach. His imagination carried him into a future that had no chance of actually happening. In that impossible dream, he was standing beside her, living a completely different life from the one he knew now. But in the real world, nothing so grand was happening at all. Hyuk was simply standing there in front of everyone, trapped inside his own ridiculous thoughts. with an awkward expression frozen stiff across his face. Nam Gayun's voice pulled at him again as she asked whether he had just said he would lend her the holy sword. Only then did Hyuk finally snap back to reality. He realized with sudden embarrassment that he had drifted into an absurd fantasy without even noticing it. Startled, he straightened his posture at once and quickly confirmed that, yes, of course, he would lend it to her. He told her to use it as much as she needed and simply let him know how it performed. Nam Gayun thanked him warmly, calling him player ban, and added that if he ever needed help, he could ask her at any time. If it was within her power, she would do whatever she could. Nam Gayun wasted no time after that. She prepared herself almost immediately, her expression sharpening with resolve, and declared that she would challenge the 62nd floor right away. Gwangle told her to return safely as she headed out. Watching her leave, Hyuk wondered whether the sword would truly prove useful against the enemies waiting there. If the results were good, the review alone might help him sell it for a decent price later. He had already planned to get rid of the weapon anyway, so there was no point in getting too greedy. Still, he could not stop himself from wondering just how much a holy sword like that might actually be worth. Soon after, Nam Gayun entered the 62nd floor. The conditions were brutal and simple. She would fail if she died or abandoned the mission. The instant she stepped into that place, her brows drew together in a sharp frown. The undead appeared almost immediately, as if they had been waiting for her arrival. Nam Gayun's entire body tightened in response. Even after facing enemies like this many times before, she still could not bring herself to feel used to them. Pressure pressing down on her was overwhelming, and the foul, suffocating energy around the undead crawled over her like a warning to run. No matter how experienced she was, that horrible sensation remained just as unbearable as ever. Then Nam Gayun activated the holy sword. A pale white shimmer slowly rose from the blade, but the glow was so weak it almost looked like it might fade at any moment. The sword itself was in terrible shape, its edge worn down and its surface marked with damage, and compared to the light attribute items she had used before, this radiance felt disappointingly faint. As she stared at that dim light, doubt crept into her eyes, and she could not help wondering if something this fragile-looking could truly be enough. Before she could think any further, the undead suddenly lunged straight at her. In that instant, she understood there was no room left to hesitate or fall back. The only path in front of her was to meet the monster head-on, because for a player standing inside the tower, facing danger without retreating, was simply part of the fate they had chosen. She tightened her grip, pushed off the ground, and rushed forward. A heartbeat later, her attack smashed directly into the undead's strike. The undead's claws were completely coated in a sinister darkness, the black energy curling around them like smoke from a curse. That corrupted power came crashing down toward her with brutal force, and the moment it touched her, her entire body suddenly felt as if a heavy weight had been dropped onto her shoulders. For the first brief second, nothing seemed to happen at all, as if the sword had failed to respond. Her heart sank, and she almost believed the sword had been useless after all. But then, without warning, something changed. A system notification flashed before her eyes. Holy sword effect. Steadfast mind activated. A hidden power buried inside the blade had finally awakened. The dark aura that had forced its way into her body was suddenly pushed back, reflected away, and erased so cleanly that not even a trace of it remained. She stood there for a moment, completely stunned, her eyes frozen in disbelief. Then she snapped back into motion and swung the blade once more. This time, her strike cut cleanly into the dark zombie and landed as a critical hit. Her eyes widened even further when she saw what was happening. The dark aura surrounding the enemy was being stripped away by the blade. And if that effect continued, then the entire flow of the battle had already shifted in her favor. She did not waste that chance. She stepped in and kept attacking, sending slash after slash into the monster's body, and within only a few seconds, the dark zombie finally collapsed. The victory came so easily that it almost felt ridiculous, and once she understood what the holy sword could do, she pushed forward without slowing down, cutting her way through the floor one enemy after another. Meanwhile, outside the battle, team leader Gwangil lowered his gaze and checked the time. 2 full hours had passed since she entered the 62nd floor. In the past, whenever player Namgun failed her attempt, she would usually have returned around this time. Because of that, Gwangil could only wait in tense silence, wondering what result this attempt would bring. Then at last she appeared. Hyuk's eyes immediately sharpened as he looked up. She had come back. Gwangil stepped forward to greet her, welcoming her back with open relief and praising her for all the effort she had put in. She told him to give her just a moment, saying she needed to drink a healing potion and remove her armor first. The moment Hyuk heard that, his thoughts instantly jumped to one conclusion. There was no way she could have cleared it already, so in his mind she must have given up and abandoned the mission partway through. Maybe even with the holy sword in her hands, the floor had still been too impossible to overcome. Feeling nervous, he carefully asked how things had gone, then quickly added that he was just glad she had returned safely. He also asked whether the holy sword had at least helped a little, and if it had turned out to be disappointing, she did not need to hide it from him. But she did not answer him with words. Instead, she walked straight toward Hyuk, closed the distance without hesitation, and wrapped him in a firm hug. In that single instant, something deep inside Hyuk's long, painfully untouched life shattered beyond repair. His brain completely shut down. He stood there stiffly, barely able to understand what was happening to him. Hyuk. She suddenly felt much too bold, much too close, and far too dangerous for his fragile sanity. And just like that, his mind slipped helplessly back into full delusion mode. In only a few seconds, his imagination had already sprinted far into the future, picturing the two of them attending their child's elementary school orientation together like proud parents. She thanked him from the bottom of her heart, saying that if he had not lent her that holy sword, she definitely would have failed. But while she spoke with complete sincerity, Hyuk was still trapped inside his own fantasy, mentally watching their imaginary children grow up before his eyes. Then she turned toward team leader Gwangil and gave her report. The 62nd floor clear had been successful. She still needed more tests to confirm everything, but if things kept going this well, she believed the 66th floor might even become possible with that sword. The moment Gwangil heard that, joy practically burst across his face. If her words were true, then the entire situation had changed. At the same time, a chilling thought crossed his mind. If this sword had fallen into Yu Keelman's hands instead, the result would have been disastrous. A man like that would never have shared its true value with anyone else. Gwanyeo glanced toward Hyuk, his interest deepening as he quietly thought that the more he learned about this man, the more fascinating he became. Yoon, meanwhile, suddenly pulled herself back and apologized, realizing she had let her emotions carry her away. Only then did Hyuk finally return to reality. To him, it honestly felt as if he had lived through an entire lifetime inside that one delusion. Yoon then explained that the sword had served her well, but the blade had taken damage in several different places. Hyuk looked at the worn sword and thought that, to be fair, it had already been in pretty rough condition from the very beginning. At this rate, the weapon would probably wear out completely after only a few more uses. But Gwangil quickly added that this was not something they needed to worry about. The player workshop had highly skilled craftsmen, and if the sword received proper repairs, it could last far longer than expected. Hearing that, relief finally softened Gyun's expression. Hyuk then hesitantly asked whether the repair costs would be expensive, but Gwangil immediately answered that the department would cover everything. Hyuk paused for a moment, then carefully asked if they would rather buy the sword from him outright, since they would need it to keep challenging the higher floors anyway. But Gwangil shook his head. From his point of view, selling the sword would be a terrible mistake. Renting it out would bring in far more money while still allowing Hyuk to keep ownership of the weapon. After all, there were hundreds of towers scattered across the world, and in most countries, players had not even managed to reach the 60th floor yet. That meant sooner or later people everywhere would come searching for a weapon like this. The sword could be rented out for 10 billion won every single time someone used it. The moment Hyuk heard that number, he froze. A rental business. And not just any business, but pure profit, Gwangil continued, explaining that the department would even take care of all the rental procedures on Hyuk's behalf. Hyuk nodded without a second thought. Then, for the time being, he offered to rent the sword to the department for 1 billion won, while keeping the possibility open to expand the business worldwide later. But Gwangil quickly waved off his concern and told him there was no need to worry about those details, because the department would handle everything properly. Once the arrangement was settled, excitement swelled inside Hawk until he could barely contain it. 10 billion won for a single rental. The number felt so unreal that it almost stopped sounding like money. This was no longer just some old sword. In Hawk's eyes, it had become a gold mine, so, filled with that excitement, he declared that a day like this absolutely deserved a celebration. To mark the occasion, he went out and bought food for Kozak and Meatball. Kozak was completely thrilled, clearly moved that Hyuk had personally bought something for them with his own hands. Even Meatball was overflowing with happiness, saying that no one had ever treated him this kindly before. Hyuk told both of them to eat as much as they wanted, and not hold back at all. Then, he admitted, with genuine gratitude, that thanks to the two of them, he had been able to make it this far. That evening, breaking news swept across all of Korea. The 62nd floor had finally been cleared successfully. A new holy sword with divine attributes had been revealed to the world. Player Nam Gayun was now being hailed as a new hope for reaching the 66th floor. People even started forgetting about Yu Keelman. And in that way, because of Hyuk's completely unexpected contribution, Korea's crisis slowly began transforming into an opportunity. 10 days passed after that. During that stretch of time, Hyuk had been steadily preparing himself by clearing the 28th floor again and again. And now, the moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The cooldown on his random summon had ended at last. Hyuk had prepared for this moment with almost ridiculous seriousness. He washed himself from head to toe, carefully trimmed his nails, and had even refused to eat since the day before, as if a little extra sincerity might somehow improve his luck. He wanted the best result he could possibly get. With his hands clasped tightly together, he prayed with all his heart for something amazing to appear. SSR would already be incredible. No, if he was going to dream, he might as well dream bigger. LSR. legendary, super rare. Kozak watched him with a crooked smirk and told him not to worry so much, saying things would probably work out just fine. After all, surely they would not be unlucky enough to pull another summon like Meatball. The moment those words left his mouth, Meatball reacted right away. Hyuk immediately defended him, saying there was absolutely nothing wrong with Meatball. In fact, Meatball had already helped them clear a surprising number of floors, so he had more than earned his place. Kozak could only let out a tired sigh. Then, almost unwillingly, he turned his gaze toward Meatball. The giant was simply standing there with a bright, innocent smile spread across his face. Kozak stared at him for a moment, then told him not to smile like that again, because for some reason it was deeply unsettling. Hyuk shook off the distraction and forced himself to concentrate. He called for the random summon, his heart pounding as he silently begged for the result to be a high-grade one. A burst of light suddenly appeared before them. Within that glow, a figure slowly began to form, and from the outline it clearly seemed to be a woman. This time, the summon that answered his call was female. The light around her gradually faded away. Then she stepped forward with a calm, elegant grace, her every movement controlled and composed. She lowered herself with proper respect, thanked him for summoning her, and gave Master Ban a humble greeting. Her name was Dowry. For a moment, all three of them were left completely speechless. Even at a glance, it was obvious that she was no ordinary summon, and the shock rippled through the room almost instantly. Hyuk stared at her and asked what they were supposed to do now, his voice filled with confusion. Beside him, Kozak was so stunned that he could only repeat the exact same question. Then, without warning, the girl summoned a sword into one hand and shaman bells into the other. With solemn determination in her voice, she declared that although she might still be lacking, she would dedicate her entire life to serving Master Ban. Hyuk blinked as his eyes shifted between the sword and the bells in her hands. Was she really supposed to be a shaman? But in the next instant, her gaze suddenly sharpened, and the warmth in her voice disappeared completely. She snapped at the others, demanding to know why they were staring at her in such a shameless way. Then she asked how they dared look upon a maiden with such greedy eyes, warning them that if her beauty had stirred even the slightest improper thoughts, divine punishment would surely fall upon them. Kozak flinched at her sudden accusation and quickly tried to wave it off, insisting that he had only been curious, but she cut him down instantly, calling him a liar without the slightest hesitation. Hyuk stood there in total confusion, his eyes blank as he tried to understand what kind of chaotic situation he had just summoned into existence. He hurriedly stepped in, trying to interrupt before the atmosphere got any worse and calm everyone down. But the moment her gaze shifted toward him, her entire expression softened as if she had become a completely different person. She told him that he could look as much as he wished and simply sit back to enjoy the sight. Hyuk froze in place, wondering if there was truly not a single normal summon among his followers. Even so, there was no denying that pulling an SSR was an enormous victory. Her rank matched the strongest summon he already had, which meant this result was far beyond ordinary luck. Then another question suddenly crossed his mind. Even among SSR summons, were there different levels of strength? Hyuk quickly checked her details. Name, Dowry. Grade, SSR Super Special Rare. Type, Priestess. Affiliation, Imperial Shrine of the Heavenly Empire. Manifestation duration, 5 hours. Cooldown, 3 hours after dismissal. She was listed as a strict, solemn, and commanding High Priestess. In other words, she was the kind of person who could kill the mood the very moment she entered a room. And then, without warning, Hyuk was suddenly pulled into her memories. Before his eyes stretched a vast empire, grand and overwhelming in scale. Dowry had once been the princess of a powerful nation. From the time she was young, she had shown a deep fascination with shamanism, and over the years that devotion eventually carried her all the way to the position of the empire's high priestess. After her father passed away, her younger brother inherited the throne. But before long, he was murdered by their own uncle, who seized the crown and took the empire for himself. Consumed by rage and grief, Dowry swore that she would take revenge. To do it, she performed a forbidden ritual, a terrifying death curse that should never have been used lightly. Her uncle had prepared for such a threat in advance, even sacrificing others in an attempt to redirect the curse away from himself. Dowry was not some ordinary shaman who could be stopped by simple countermeasures. She had been personally taught by the gods worshipped by the empire. Once her ritual was completed, there was nothing left in the world that could withstand the force of her power. Her revenge succeeded, and her uncle finally paid the price. But using such a curse for personal vengeance violated the natural order itself. The backlash came crashing down on her, consuming her life and causing her to die at a young age. Hyuk returned to himself, and in that instant he understood her a little better. Her strict nature, her intense attitude, and the sharp pressure in her personality all suddenly made sense. Wanting to confirm something, Hyuk carefully asked her a question. Dowry replied that she was honored to answer and told him there was no need to hesitate. So Hyuk asked who had founded the Chang Empire. Dowry answered immediately, without pausing for even a breath. It had been the great King Jianlong, the ruler who defeated the wicked Wang and Kim clans and expanded the nation's territory all the way to Goryeo. He was the great sovereign who changed the country's name from Baekje to Chang. Hyuk listened carefully, then asked if that meant the giant founder of later Baekje was the person she was talking about. Dowry slowly nodded and confirmed that he was correct. Hearing that, Hyuk fell into deep thought. So this was a parallel world. In Dowry's world, later Baekje had unified the three kingdoms instead of Goryeo. Kozak had once mentioned that his former world also resembled modern Earth, and now Hyuk could not stop thinking about the pattern. The history before the Three Kingdoms period seemed to match what he knew, which meant the timeline must have split off right around that era. It was honestly fascinating, and now that he knew Dowry had truly been a princess, the way she carried herself made complete sense. Then, all of a sudden, a completely different thought struck him. He had been fasting since the day before just for this summon, and now that everyone had gathered, maybe it was the perfect time to eat some ramen. Kozak agreed right away and asked for a mild one. Hyuk then turned toward Jeon and asked what she wanted. She hesitated, feeling that being picky about food did not match proper conduct. Meatball happily declared that everything sounded amazing, while Kozak added that anything made by Master Ban was naturally the best. Hyuk smiled and said he would make it quickly, telling them to just bring over a large bowl. But then Jeon suddenly exploded in anger, her voice rising sharply as she demanded to know how they could behave so shamelessly when they were merely summons. She declared that the two of them deserved to be beaten and ordered them to get lost immediately. How could they possibly allow Master Ban to prepare food with his own hands? Her sudden outburst hit so unexpectedly that even Hyuk was startled. Kozak immediately protested, saying they were the same rank, so he could not understand why she kept speaking down to them as if she stood above everyone else. But Dowry stepped forward before the argument could go any further, carrying an authority so heavy it seemed to press down on the room. She said she had tried to handle this reasonably, but if they still refused to understand their place, then it looked like she would have no choice but to curse them until the lesson finally sank in. The moment Kozak heard the word curse, he immediately took a step back. Whatever pride he had vanished on the spot, because a curse was one thing he absolutely did not want coming anywhere near him. And in the very next moment, the whole group somehow ended up in the kitchen. Kozak quickly declared that he would be the one making the ramen, while even Meatball was dragged into the work, struggling awkwardly with the pot. Hyuk could only let out a long sigh as he watched them. A crazed assassin and a savage warrior, two lunatics who had survived deadly battles without flinching, apparently still had something they were genuinely afraid of. After the meal was finally over, Hyuk asked if it was time for them to head to the tower. Dowry immediately declared that this maiden would serve him with absolute loyalty, and all he needed to do was give the order. With that decided, they entered the 30th floor. As they arrived, Hyuk found himself thinking that Dowry joining the group might actually turn out to be a good thing. Kozak was completely intimidated by her now, and if nothing else, that fear might finally force him to behave himself. Dowry warned him not to act carelessly, making it clear that she was watching every move. When Kozak talked back, she snapped at him without hesitation, calling him a brat and telling him to mind his manners. Then she stated firmly that true loyalty meant putting Master Ban's safety above everything else. Meatball immediately stepped forward and declared that he would take care of everything himself. Even if it cost him his life, he swore that he would protect the summoner. Hearing that, Dowry turned her gaze toward Kozak and said that although she had first taken him for ill-bred trash with no manners, at the very least, his spirits seemed to be pointed in the right direction. Kozak's face flushed slightly, and he muttered under his breath, wondering if the group hierarchy had already been decided without anyone asking him. Then the mission appeared before them. Defeat 18 trolls and one twin-headed troll. The time limit was 13 hours. Kozak narrowed his eyes and immediately began assessing the situation. What he wondered most was how a shaman like Dowry actually fought in battle. Judging from her past, he assumed her methods would involve curses. Maybe she would unleash some terrifying death ritual against the monsters. But then Dowry suddenly summoned a set of speakers. She calmly explained that under normal circumstances, a ritual like this would require a master drummer, but since she was here on her own, she would have to make use of a different method instead. And Dowry began her ritual. Her voice rang out with solemn power as she declared that the god's protection rested upon Master Ban, then commanded the wicked spirits to vanish from their path. A wave of divine energy spread across the battlefield like invisible light washing over everything. Meatball's body instantly surged with power, his muscles swelling as his skin hardened until it looked as tough and unbreakable as steel. Even when the trolls attacked him directly, their blows could not leave a single mark then. With one massive swing, Meatball wiped out more than 10 trolls at once. Jong Hyuk felt the change in himself as well. His senses sharpened, his movements became quicker, and every attack felt cleaner, faster, and far more lethal than before. At the same time, the trolls themselves began to move more slowly, as if something unseen was dragging down their bodies. Hyuk understood it almost immediately. Dowry was strengthening their side with buffs, while weakening the enemies with debuffs at the exact same time. He had never seen anything like it before, and the effect was so powerful that his fighting spirit surged wildly inside him. Unable to hold himself back, he shouted that it was time for him to hunt some monsters too. He tried to charge toward the trolls, but before he could get anywhere, Dowry grabbed him at once. She firmly told him to hold back, insisting that direct combat was something best left to his servants. As far as she was concerned, Master Ban only needed to sit comfortably and watch everything unfold. Hyuk felt frustration rising in his chest. All he wanted was to take down at least one monster himself, but Dowry could not understand why he would ever lower himself enough to stand beside such lowly beings, and she insisted that he must not degrade his own status like that. Hyuk realized with growing panic that he was about to miss out on everything again. He told her to let go, but she refused to release him. All he could do was curse the situation as the same thing happened all over again. Before he had the chance to act, the mission was already finished. A level-up notification appeared in front of him. Hyuk let out a bitter sigh, thinking that he had not managed to defeat even a single enemy. He regretted not ignoring Dowry and forcing his way into the fight. Then Dowry quietly looked at him. She asked if he was displeased with her, and as she spoke, her eyes visibly trembled. Her expression looked so fragile that it seemed like she might burst into tears at any second. Hyuk froze on the spot. For a moment, all he could do was stare back at her, realizing that she truly looked like she was about to cry. While Hyuk stood there, completely stunned, unsure of what he was supposed to say, Dowry finally broke down in tears. Through her crying, she tried to explain that everything she had done came only from fear for his safety. Again and again, the people around her had vanished from her life, and she was terrified that the same thing would happen one more time. Hearing those words, Hyuk finally began to understand the heavy burden Dowry had been carrying all along. She had lost her father while she was still young, been betrayed by someone she should have been able to trust, and had even watched her younger brother die. Even after knowing the price, she had still chosen revenge, fully aware that the curse would claim her own life in return. The emotions behind that choice, loneliness, the fear and the despair she had swallowed alone, suddenly became much more vivid and real to him. She was not merely a summoned being bound by duty. Beneath that cold, disciplined, and commanding exterior, there was a fragile heart that had already been broken too many times. Hyuk gently reassured her. He promised that he would stay safe and would not recklessly throw himself into danger. That simple promise was enough to calm Dowry and settle the fear shaking inside her. At that moment, Kozak and Gobang returned after finishing the cleanup. The instant Kozak saw Dowry crying, he completely misunderstood what had happened. Assuming the situation somehow involved him, his reaction only managed to make everything worse. Covered head to toe in monster blood, Kozak instantly drew Dowry's anger all over again. With the threat of another chant hanging over him, he was quickly chased off and had no choice but to retreat without putting up any resistance. Later, after they returned home, Hyuk began counting the rewards they had earned from their progress. Once he collected 30 badges, a hidden reward was unlocked before his eyes. It was a cooldown reset ticket for his summoning skill. For a moment, the idea of calling another companion immediately crossed his mind. But when Hyuk looked at the group he already had, he decided against using it. Their current strength was already more than enough, and it seemed wiser to save that valuable chance for a moment when he truly needed it. Meanwhile, Ga-hyun continued her climb through the tower and successfully cleared the 63rd floor. News of her success spread rapidly, and more attention than ever began gathering around just how important the Holy Sword had become in battles against undead enemies. With that weapon in hand, as long as the dark aura could be resisted, the undead were no more threatening than ordinary monsters. And as the deadline to conquer the 66th floor drew closer, a heavy tension began spreading across the entire country, settling over people like a storm cloud. With Gwanggil gone, no one could shake the uncertainty hanging in the air, and that uneasiness pressed down on everyone more and more. Even so, Ga-hyun stood before the public and declared with confidence that the goal would be achieved within 1 month. At the same time, plans were announced to rent the Holy Sword out internationally. But there was one exception that was made crystal clear from the very beginning. The sword would never be lent to the country that Gwanggil had chosen to join. While all of this was unfolding, Gwanggil reacted with open, barely contained fury. In his eyes, this entire mess had happened only because the Holy Sword had not been revealed sooner, and he bitterly blamed everything on that one fact. At the very same time, pressure from the higher authorities began closing in on him, forcing him to accelerate his own climb through the tower. Because of that pressure, he was pushed into challenging the 57th floor immediately. He even had to appear on TV in an attempt to calm down the public's growing anger and suspicion. But none of it eased his frustration. If anything, the resentment inside him only grew heavier until he became completely fixated on one thing. He had to find the person who owned that holy sword. Once he found them, he was determined to make that person pay for humiliating him like this. As the news continued spreading across the internet, people everywhere began obsessing over the identity of the sword's owner, and the rumors exploded almost overnight. When Hyuk saw all that praise being directed toward the unknown person behind the holy sword, he could not stop a quiet sense of pride from rising in his chest. Behind him, the others simply watched in silence, taking in his reaction. Not long after that, a delivery arrived at the door. It turned out to be the expensive ice cream Hyuk had ordered on impulse. Since it had already arrived, he decided to treat everyone and began handing it out one by one. As usual, Hyuk took the very first bite himself, a small habit he had developed ever since Dowry joined the group and started watching over everything with strict eyes. Gobang and Kozak gave in almost immediately, digging into the ice cream without even trying to hold themselves back. Dowry, on the other hand, first tried to maintain her proper dignity, sharply criticizing the others for their terrible manners and lack of restraint. But the moment that first taste touched her tongue, her proud composure completely collapsed. The rich sweetness caught her so off guard that even Dowry could not hide the surprise spreading across her face. She tried to regain her dignity afterward, straightening herself as if nothing had happened. But it was obvious to everyone that the ice cream had affected her just as much as the others. After they finished eating, Dowry turned to Hyuk and thanked him properly. Then she brought up a request of her own. Before her summoning time came to an end, she wanted to perform a ritual that would draw good fortune toward him and drive away any misfortune lingering nearby. When she asked whether anything had been troubling him lately, Kozak immediately brought up Gwangil and recounted everything that had happened from start to finish. The moment Dowry heard the story, anger began rising inside her like a flame. She declared that a person like that should never be allowed to escape punishment, then asked them to bring her an item that had once belonged to him. At first, Hyuk refused. He was worried about what might happen if Dowry used another dangerous curse, especially after learning what her old forbidden ritual had cost her. But Dowry calmly explained that this would not be a death curse. Instead, it would be a karmic ritual, a method that would merely speed up the natural consequences created by Gwangil's own actions. She assured Hyuk that it would not harm her in any way, and only after hearing that explanation did Hyuk finally agree. Soon after that, Kozak returned with an object in his hands, something that Gwangil had once used. Using that item as the focus, Dowry began the ritual and solemnly called upon the balance of karma itself. And when the process finally came to an end, an unseen force quietly settled into place. From that point on, the final result was left entirely in the hands of fate. Everything would depend on just how heavy the weight of Gwangil's past actions truly was. If his sins were light, then the backlash might only come as a small streak of misfortune. But if the karma he had built up was far darker, the consequence could become something far more severe. Meanwhile, in another place, Gwangil appeared on television before the public. He was now being presented as Japan's one and only hope for conquering the Black Tower, and as the symbol chosen to carry that mission, Gwangil stepped confidently onto the stage, where a wave of loud applause immediately rose to greet him. Throughout the broadcast, he carried himself with complete confidence, keeping his posture steady and his expression calm. He explained that although there was still time remaining before the official deadline, he had decided to take action early so the anxious public could finally feel reassured. With his level of strength, clearing the 57th floor appeared to be no great challenge at all, and he intended to prove that fact right there in front of everyone. So, without showing even the slightest hesitation, he turned away from the cameras and entered the Black Tower. The mission given to him was to hunt down 15 flame wyverns within 14 hours, terrifying creatures that ruled the skies above the floor and were known to prey on ogres. Gwangil had cleared this exact floor many times before, so he knew its terrain, its monsters, and its attack patterns extremely well. Even so, the moment the battle began, a strange uneasiness slowly started crawling over him. He began by aiming for wyverns that had drifted away from the others, using the standard method to avoid getting surrounded by multiple enemies at once. As an all-weapon user, Gwangil could adapt to any range or situation, so he opened the fight from a distance with long-range attacks. But almost immediately, something felt off. The very first arrow he released veered away in an unexpected direction, striking a completely different wyvern and drawing attention he had never meant to provoke, though handling 2 wyverns at once was still well within his ability. Even then, the flow of the battle refused to move the way it normally should have. After he finally brought the 2 wyverns down, Gwangil noticed something strange. Not even one of his attacks had triggered critical damage. He pushed the odd feeling aside, telling himself it was nothing, and continued forward. But from there, the situation only became worse. A sudden sneeze hit him at the worst possible moment, ruining his aim completely, and the arrow flew straight into the middle of a clustered group of wyverns. In an instant, 3 of them locked onto him and rushed in with a coordinated assault. And what happened next was even stranger. All 3 wyverns released their dragon breath at the exact same time, a rare move that almost never happened because of the heavy burden it placed on their bodies. With the flames closing in and nowhere clean to escape, Gwangil was forced into a corner and unleashed his strongest skills, barely surviving the clash. After a brutal and exhausting fight, he managed to kill 2 of the wyverns, leaving only 1 injured and weakened. Wyvern still standing in front of him. Believing that he had finally regained control of the situation, Gwangil moved in to finish off the last one, but that confidence disappeared almost immediately. As he shifted his footing and stepped back, his heel accidentally came down on a wyvern egg that had been hidden on the ground beneath him. Something that never should have existed there at all, not even for a single moment. Then the hatchling's sharp cry burst across the battlefield, cutting through the chaos like a signal flare. That desperate sound instantly pulled the attention of the nearby wyverns, turning their gazes toward the source. The second Gwangil realized what that meant, The danger became painfully clear to him. If he stayed in that place any longer, he knew there was a very real chance he would be torn apart and killed. With every path forward suddenly cut off, Gwangil had no choice but to retreat, throwing away the challenge and escaping before it was too late. But outside the tower, the situation waiting for him could not have been more badly timed. The instant he reappeared, he landed right in the middle of a live stage performance, shocking the audience so badly that the entire place seemed to freeze around him. Yet Gwangil did not even spare the stunned crowd a glance. He ignored the stage, the lights and all the eyes on him, immediately pulling out a healing potion and drinking it down. Even as the crowd erupted into noise around him, his face remained empty and unreadable, as if none of their reactions had anything to do with him. Without saying a word to anyone, he simply turned and walked away in complete silence. It did not take long for news of his failure to explode across the world. The public reaction turned cruel almost immediately, and in no time at all, Gwangil became the target of open mockery, with people ridiculing him without holding back. At the same time, Hyuk continued pushing upward through the tower and successfully cleared the 31st floor. But once again, he had been unable to take part in the fight with his own hands, and that failure left a bitter irritation burning inside him. Meanwhile, Goyun was still advancing at a frightening speed, using the overwhelming power of the Holy Sword to smash through one record after another. Far away from the tower, conversations about that same sword had already begun in the United States. Because their own deadline was still safely under control, they no longer felt the need to rush. Instead, their focus shifted from immediate survival to long-term strategy, and they chose to deliberately delay negotiations. Their plan was to take advantage of Japan's growing desperation, using that pressure to squeeze out the greatest possible profit from the situation. Rather than move too early, they intended to sit back and wait, holding off until Japan's anxiety reached its absolute peak before making their move. Then another piece of news spread. Chow Min had failed the exact same floor twice in a row. Because of that crushing failure, he had disappeared from public view completely, unable to even step outside his own house without facing the world. Across all of Japan, public opinion had turned sharply against him. To make things even worse, a clip of his humiliating collapse was spreading everywhere, replayed again and again until there was no escaping it. When Banju Hyuk thought about Chow Min's situation, he felt that this was simply the consequence of the path Chow Min had chosen for himself. There was some curiosity about whether the curse placed on him would continue forever. But in truth, it was understood that it would not last permanently. Once the imbalance caused by his actions was corrected, the curse would fade away on its own. Even so, while Banju Hyuk believed Chow Min had brought it upon himself, he still felt the faintest trace of pity for the man. Soon after, Banju Hyuk's focus shifted back, and his energy returned. The time had come to challenge the 32nd floor. Kozak began preparing with a short warm-up, clearly eager to sharpen his combat efficiency as much as possible. Dowry, on the other hand, remained composed and ready like always. And beside them, Meatball could barely contain himself, his whole body practically buzzing with excitement at the thought of hunting monsters again. But before they set out, Banju Hyuk suddenly came to a stop and said there was something important he needed to talk about with Dowry. To set the mood properly, he revealed a stack of premium ice cream boxes. The moment Dowry laid eyes on them, her composure nearly shattered, and excitement surged across her face all at once. Banju Hyuk recognized the brand immediately as well, realizing it was one of the highest-grade ice creams available. Meatball reacted with just as much intensity, his desire becoming so obvious and exaggerated that it was almost absurd to watch. Hyuk found it a little strange that Kozak knew so much about that ice cream brand, but he decided not to question it. Instead, he told Kozak and Meatball to leave the room so he could speak with Dowry privately. The two immediately reacted with over-the-top despair, begging not to be excluded, their emotions swinging wildly from hope to panic. In the end, Banju Hyuk had to offer them meat as a reward for leaving, and the effect was instant. Their resistance vanished on the spot, and without another complaint, they obediently walked out of the room. Once the room finally grew quiet, Dowry reached toward the ice cream with pure delight written all over her face. She looked at Banju Hyuk with open admiration, clearly touched and pleased by what he had prepared for her. But instead of letting the moment stay lighthearted, Banju Hyuk shifted the conversation. He asked whether it really made sense for someone like him to contribute so little during battle. Determined to change that, he declared that from now on he would personally hunt several monsters on each floor himself. Dowry immediately tried to negotiate with him, clearly hoping to limit how much danger he would put himself in for the sake of his safety. After the two of them went back and forth for some time, they finally reached a compromise. Banju Hyuk would kill 3 monsters on each floor. Dowry still did not seem thrilled about it, but with no better option left, she accepted the condition. Soon afterward, they stepped onto the 32nd floor. The mission waiting there was to eliminate Stage 2 Minotaurs. Ban Ju-hak explained that minotaurs appeared from the 31st floor through the 35th floor, with their stage increasing one level higher on each floor. Those floors provided exactly the kind of environment minotaurs thrived in, allowing their already massive bodies to keep growing even larger. Meatball already stood at around 3 meters tall, but the king of those creatures could reach a terrifying 6 meters in height. Even the stage 2 minotaurs standing in front of them now were roughly 4 meters tall, and their overwhelming size alone was enough to shake a person's courage. Seeing an enemy that huge from such close range, Ban Ju-hyuk felt doubt slowly creeping into his chest. After pushing so hard for Dowry to let him fight, backing down now would be far too embarrassing. Just as his hesitation began to settle over him, Dowry activated her support magic from behind. Her spell wrapped around Ban Ju-hyuk and his summons at the same time, strengthening them while slowing the movements of the enemies in front of them. With that quiet support giving him a push from behind, Ban Ju-hyuk looked around the battlefield. Meatball was already standing firm on the front line, and had even brought down several minotaurs by himself. Kozak was positioned close by as well, calmly prepared to step in the moment anything started to go wrong. Once Ban Ju-hyuk realized he was not facing this danger alone, he steadied his breathing, gathered his courage, and began moving toward the monster he had chosen as his target. The Minotaur was the first to make a move, lowering its massive body and charging in with brutal strength, as if it planned to smash Ban Ju-hyuk flat before he could even breathe. But Ban Ju-hyuk did not retreat. He pushed forward instead, his feet moving sharply as Shadow Step carried him around the creature's attack, slipping past its crushing force at the exact opening he had been waiting for. And in that split second, while the Minotaur's guard was exposed, he awakened the third form of his primordial thunderstaff, letting violent lightning gather around the weapon. Falling thunder flash erupted in his hands, and Ban Ju-hyuk drove the strike straight into the monster's head with terrifying precision, dropping the huge creature in one clean blow. As it collapsed, he could not help thinking that clearing floor after floor again and again had finally allowed him to unlock this powerful new form. The speed and destructive force of the technique were on a level far beyond what he had used before, even if the price was a much longer cooldown afterward. And although fear had gripped him when the battle first began, he had still held himself together, kept his promise, and defeated 3 monsters with his own hands. Meanwhile, Kozak and Meatball swept through the remaining enemies with steady teamwork, cleaning up everything Ban Ju-hyuk left behind. By the end, the floor was cleared with another S++ rank, and a new platinum badge was added to his growing list of rewards. When the next day arrived, the focus around them slowly shifted away from Ban Ju-hyuk's latest victory. This time, everyone's attention landed on Anya, who had just come back after challenging one of the higher floors. When people asked how far she had progressed, Anya spoke about the 65th floor with a serious expression, saying it had been incredibly difficult. At first, the way she said it made it sound as though she had barely survived and suffered badly along the way. But the mood changed the moment everyone realized the truth. Even with all that difficulty, Anya had still cleared the entire floor in only 6 hours, proving that her pace had not slowed nearly as much as her words suggested. In the end, everything was still moving exactly according to plan, and after taking only a brief rest to recover herself, Anya was already preparing to challenge the 66th floor next. At the same time, in another place, officials gathered together for a serious meeting about the growing situation. Chow Man's failures in Japan might not have directly damaged Korea, but the atmosphere in the room was still heavy with unease. After a long back-and-forth discussion, they finally reached one unavoidable conclusion. The 66th floor had to be cleared no matter what. If they could accomplish that, they would secure another 6 months of precious time. There was also a strong belief that Ban Ju-hyuk could reach the 60th floor within that 6-month window, and if that happened, he would be able to stand beside Anya and fight with her on the upper floors. Even so, one worry continued to hang over the room. Some people could not stop thinking about Ban Ju-hyuk's holy sword and whether it could truly survive that long, especially after seeing how badly its condition had already begun to deteriorate. But even with that concern weighing on them, their faith in Ban Ju-hyuk himself did not weaken. The more they thought about his growth, the harder it became to doubt his ability. They compared him with other elite players again and again, measuring him against the strongest names they knew, only to keep arriving at the same conclusion. Ban Ju-hyuk was not ordinary at all. If anything, he might already be stepping beyond them. His unbelievable streak of consecutive E++ clears had already shattered every standard people had used before, making even past records look small in comparison. Then, as if to prove that their expectations were still too low, a new update appeared at that exact moment, pushing his record even further beyond what anyone had imagined. Ban Ju-hyuk had now reached 33 consecutive E++ clears. That number alone strengthened everyone's belief that he was on his way to becoming one of the most important players in the entire nation. Sometime later, Ban Ju-hyuk turned his attention to a perception-blocking talisman, studying it carefully as he tried to understand exactly how its effect worked. The talisman had a strange and useful ability. It could make his summons appear as harmless little creatures in the eyes of other people. To ordinary bystanders, they would look completely normal, and even powerful figures from the past had apparently used similar tools before. When Ban Ju-hyuk finally tested it for himself, he quickly realized the item worked without a single flaw. Even Meatball, despite his enormous size and naturally intimidating appearance, looked harmless under the talisman's effect. People around him did not scream, flinch, or back away in fear at all. Just then, a notification popped up in front of Ban Ju-hyuk, informing him that 1 billion won had been deposited into his account as the rental fee for the sword. Once he realized Anya had continued making progress while using it, Ban Ju-hyuk immediately figured that even more money would be coming his way soon. The thought alone sent him drifting into a short but dazzling fantasy, imagining himself living in absurd comfort and enjoying every luxury money could buy. Later on, Ban Ju-hyuk took his summons outside with him, wanting to see with his own eyes how ordinary people would react when they walked among the public. To his surprise, one passerby even looked at Meatball with a warm expression and called him cute. Because of the talisman's effect, that person saw Meatball not as a giant, frightening summon, but as a small and harmless creature that seemed completely safe to approach. That reaction was all the proof Ban Ju-hyuk needed. The item's effect was not just working, it was working perfectly. Feeling satisfied and in a generous mood, Ban Ju-hyuk decided to reward his companions by taking them out for an expensive meal. The prices at the restaurant were outrageous enough to make anyone hesitate. But Ban Ju-hyuk still waved it off and told them they could eat as much as they wanted. His companions did not show the slightest concern for the cost. Once the food arrived, they dug in happily, enjoying everything in front of them with absolutely no restraint. But the next day, reality came crashing down on him. The final bill was so enormous that Ban Ju-hyuk could only stare at it in stunned silence, his mind struggling to accept the damage. Even so, he forced himself to swallow the pain and move on. There was no point crying over the money now, so he turned his focus back to the next real objective, clearing another floor. Before long, Ban Ju-hyuk and his companions arrived on the 34th floor, where the mission was laid out clearly before them. Defeat 20 Stage 4 Minotaurs. The moment Ban Ju-hyuk saw one of them, the sheer scale of the monster hit him like a wall. Standing around 6 meters tall, the Minotaur towered over him so completely that he looked tiny in front of it, and a cold fear crept through his chest as he wondered how he was supposed to bring down something that huge. Still, Ban Ju-hyuk quickly forced himself to think. His plan was simple in theory. Attack the legs first, break the monster's balance, and then finish it off while it was unstable and unable to move properly. But even with a plan in mind, uncertainty remained in his eyes. At that moment, Kozak stepped forward, sensing his hesitation, and offered to support him. Kozak agreed to help under one condition. Ban Ju-hyuk only had to fight a single monster himself. As long as he accepted that, Kozak would handle the rest of the support. With that condition settled, Kozak immediately began coordinating with Meatball, setting up the next move without wasting any time. Meatball moved into position to assist, planting himself firmly this time and preparing his stance properly so he would not mess up the timing. Ban Ju-hyuk understood what they were trying to do. He would borrow Meatball's raw physical strength to launch himself high into the air, and with his trust placed in his teammates, he prepared himself for the jump. Then he sprinted forward, closing the distance quickly, before leaping straight onto Meatball's waiting hands. With one powerful shove, Meatball hurled him upward, sending Ban Ju-hyuk flying high into the air above the battlefield. But the force behind the throw was far stronger than Ban Ju-hyuk had expected, much heavier and wilder than he had prepared for. In an instant, his body shot upward out of control, soaring far faster than he could steady himself. He lost his balance in midair, his posture breaking apart as the world seemed to twist around him, and then gravity seized him, pulling him downward as he began falling faster and faster toward the ground below. Panic rushed through Ban Ju-hyuk's body, and for a terrifying moment, he could feel the situation slipping completely out of his control. But just before disaster could strike, at the very last possible moment, he forced himself to react. Ban Ju-hyuk activated Shadow Step, his body vanishing into motion just as the fall was about to overtake him. Shadow Step slowed his fall just enough for him to stop tumbling wildly, and Ban Ju-hyuk finally managed to pull his body back under control in midair. In that exact instant, he could feel it clearly. Something inside his movement had changed. His body felt strangely lighter than before, almost as if the air beneath his feet had become something he could actually step on. The moment Ban Ju-hyuk sensed that shift, he understood that his skill had evolved into something new. He named the ability Shadow Walker, because now it felt like he could move freely even while suspended in the air. And once his feet touched the ground safely again, excitement surged through him at the realization that he had unlocked yet another skill. A moment later, Ban Ju-hyuk proved it with his own body, using Shadow Step not across the ground, but through the empty air itself. The sight left his other 3 summons staring in complete shock, their eyes fixed on him as if they could not quite believe what they had just witnessed. Seeing Ban Ju-hyuk move like that brought an old memory back to Hyuk's mind, something he had heard long ago. His captain had once mentioned that someone had supposedly been seen performing shadow steps among the clouds, but at the time, Hyuk had dismissed it as an unbelievable story. But now, watching Ban Ju-hyuk move through the air with his own eyes, it became impossible to deny. That impossible story had actually been true. Ban Ju-hyuk closed in on the Minotaur at frightening speed, but even as he rushed forward, a nervous thought crossed his mind. He wondered if he was moving too fast, and whether he could actually aim properly while traveling like this. Still, there was no time to hesitate, so he decided the only way to find out was to try. With that decision made, he tightened his grip and activated the third form of his primal lightning staff. Lightning gathered in a violent flash as falling thunderflash burst to life in his hands. Then, with one explosive blow, Ban Ju-hyuk struck the Minotaur directly and knocked the massive creature unconscious in an instant. Ban Ju-hyuk felt a rush of pride when he realized he had used the recoil from the attack to land safely. But that confidence was quickly followed by a small chill of unease, because deep down, he could not ignore how close he had come to losing control. His three summons looked at him with open admiration, praising him without holding anything back. They said his talent was almost blinding, admitting that even they would not be able to reproduce something like that. To them, their summoner had truly earned the right to be called a warrior, and while they showed him genuine respect, they still kept warning him to be careful. One of them even tried to act calm while admitting that the danger had made her hair stand on end. Ban Ju-hyuk could only acknowledge that he had been shaken too, but somehow, against the odds, he had still managed to pull it off. Right after that, the summons wasted no time and moved to wipe out the rest of the Minotaurs, tearing into the remaining enemies without hesitation. Soon, a system window appeared in front of Ban Ju-hyuk, announcing that he had successfully cleared the 34th floor mission, gained a level, received 4 kilograms of mana stones, and obtained a summon grade up rune. Ban Ju-hyuk froze in surprise when he realized that a summon grade up rune had dropped as a normal reward instead of a special bonus, and to him, it felt like he had hit the jackpot. Then another system message appeared, confirming an S++ clear rank for the 34th floor of the Black Tower in Korea, granting him another platinum badge, unlocking the 35th floor, and finally removing him from the tower. After returning home, Ban Ju-hyuk looked over his summons with clear satisfaction and praised each of them for how well they had fought. Then, when he had a private moment, he quietly asked Kozak whether an SSR summon could be raised all the way to LSSR by using the grade rune. Kozak answered immediately, denying it without even needing to think, and explained that the rune could only raise a summon up to SSR at most. Not long after that, Dowry called Meatball over for dinner. The moment Kozak heard it, he began complaining to Dowry, grumbling angrily about how expensive it was to keep Ban Ju-hyuk's entire team fed every day. Dowry joined in as well, scolding Meatball for eating far too much. Meatball's expression sank immediately, and looking genuinely hurt, he promised that he would eat less from now on. Seeing Meatball react like that, Ban Ju-hyuk could not just stand there and ignore it. A wave of guilt and pity rose in him as he looked at Meatball's downcast face. So Ban Ju-hyuk handed Meatball a grade-up rune, giving him the chance to rise to a higher rank. Meatball was so moved that he thanked Ban Ju-hyuk through tears. Then, overwhelmed with emotion, he threw himself into a tight hug, pressing close so suddenly that his chest hair ended up rubbing right against Ban Ju-hyuk's face. The sensation instantly filled Ban Ju-hyuk with disgust, ruining the touching moment in the worst possible way. From there, the focus shifted to the Chinese Special Information Department. Inside, Xu Jun, the deputy director, summoned a section officer before him and demanded in a sharp voice why there was still no news about clearing the 59th floor. The officer reported that among the forcibly naturalized assets, more than half had vanished inside the tower, creating serious setbacks for their plans. Even worse, there were reports that many of them had taken their own lives within the tower itself. Xu Jun then received a list containing elite South Korean players. After scanning it, he ordered the officer to choose suitable targets from the recently contracted rookies. He made it very clear that famous names were not to be touched, because drawing too much attention would only create unnecessary trouble. At the same time, he ordered that everything had to be done cleanly, without leaving behind any evidence. That way, the country could never be held responsible or forced to admit involvement in what happened. The officer immediately saluted, accepted the order, and left the room. Once he was gone, Xu Jun reflected coldly on Japan's foolish attempts at public forced naturalization, which had only ended in humiliation and exposed their weakness. Unlike them, Xu Jun had no intention of making things public. If they needed players badly enough, then they would simply abduct them. After that, 2 days passed. During those 2 days, Ban Ju-hyuk and his summons had mostly been surviving on ramen. Kozak was trying hard to cut down on expenses, so their meals had become painfully simple. Ban Ju-hyuk, however, had other concerns weighing on his mind when a new system window suddenly appeared. The window showed a catalog update, and on it the dull barbarian meat shield was listed as unable to be summoned. Ban Ju-hyuk immediately grew worried, but Kozak explained that ranking up was not a simple process. It strengthened the soul itself, which made it dangerous, and if the upgrade failed, there was even a risk of permanent deletion. The moment Ban Ju-hyuk heard the word deletion, it struck him like a heavy blow. Dowry quickly scolded Kozak for scaring him like that, then turned to reassure Ban Ju-hyuk before his panic could grow any worse. She explained that if Meatball had truly been deleted, his name would have vanished from the catalog completely. Since his name was still there, the fact that he could not be summoned likely meant something else was happening. Dowry suggested that it might even be the rare case of a 2-rank leap during an upgrade. Kozak agreed with that possibility, and added that Meatball's soul was unusually pure, which might make him especially suited for a successful upgrade. Ban Ju-hyuk, however, rejected Kozak's misunderstanding silently in his own mind. Even with their explanations, he could not stop worrying about what a sudden jump in rank might really mean for Meatball. Wanting to lighten the heavy atmosphere a little, Ban Ju-hyuk tried to shift everyone's attention elsewhere and suggested that after finishing their ramen, they should all head out to a cafe. But almost immediately after saying that, another worry struck him. What if Meatball came back from the upgrade even larger than before? And if that really happened, what if the new house they had just moved into no longer had enough space for him to fit comfortably? Before long, the focus moved to a cafe, where 2 men were already deep in conversation about the upcoming raid on the 66th floor. They spoke as if the raid would be handled without much trouble, all because the Holy Sword was involved. One of the men even openly praised the hero Nam Ga-yoon, his voice filled with admiration. The other man immediately snapped at him, scolding him for mentioning her name so casually without the respect she deserved. Meanwhile, Ban Ju-hyuk was passing through the area like any normal customer, but before he even realized what was happening, he somehow ended up accidentally embracing Nam Ga-yoon without anyone around him noticing properly. Soon after, the drinks and desserts they had ordered arrived at the table, and everyone settled in to enjoy the sweet food and cafe atmosphere together. Right then, Ban Ju-hyuk received a call from Gwangil, who sounded excited as he congratulated him on breaking records with his unbelievable streak of consecutive Ace++ clears. After the congratulations, Gwangil brought up the penthouse that had once belonged to Yuki Allman. As a show of gratitude for renting out the Holy Sword at such a low price, he offered to transfer the entire place to Ban Ju-hyuk for free. The offer came so suddenly that Ban Ju-hyuk was completely caught off guard. Not knowing how to answer right away, he asked for some time to think it over, then ended the call before making any decision. Kozak noticed the exchange and asked who had called him. Ban Ju-hyuk reminded him of the house they had gone to see before, the impressive place that had left such a strong impression on everyone. Kozak admitted without hesitation that the house really had been magnificent. Dowry agreed as well, saying that a place like that matched Ban Ju-hyuk's current position and status quite well. But Kozak quickly added a warning, telling him not to trust anything simply because it was offered for free. In his view, nothing in life ever came without some kind of hidden cost. Dowry, on the other hand, encouraged him to accept it, arguing that it was a fair reward for everything Ban Ju-hyuk had already contributed. Ban Ju-hyuk found himself stuck between both opinions. He could not ignore the thought that once he accepted a gift that big, it might become much harder to refuse whatever the management department asked of him later. After weighing it over in silence for a while, he finally reached a decision. Instead of accepting the penthouse as a free gift, Ban Ju-hyuk decided that he would buy it himself. Summons immediately praised the decision, impressed by what they saw as his clear judgment and dignity. But the atmosphere changed the moment Ban Ju-hyuk checked the actual price. The number displayed in front of him was not small at all. The penthouse cost 20 billion won. It was not the 2 billion won he had been expecting, and the shock of that extra zero left him completely frozen in place. Kozak noticed his reaction and asked what was wrong, but Ban Ju-hyuk quietly pushed the matter aside and decided that it was time for them to leave. As they walked out of the cafe, the summons began talking among themselves, almost as if they were trying to comfort him. They said maybe they did not really need such a massive home after all. A place that big would be difficult to clean, expensive to maintain, annoying if someone had to walk far just to reach the bathroom at night, and the garden would probably attract bugs too. One inconvenience after another came up, until they finally agreed that living beside Ban Ju-hyuk mattered far more than living in a huge house. In the end, they even praised his judgment as if it had been brilliant all along. Then, right at that moment, the mood around them quietly shifted. 2 suspicious-looking men stepped into the cafe. The moment they entered, something dangerous seemed to cling to them, like the faint smell of hidden weapons. There was also the sharp presence of blood, old scars, and even the harsh scent of gunpowder carried in with them. Kozak recognized it immediately. These men were the same kind of people as him, the sort who lived close to violence and danger. Without making a sound or drawing attention to himself, Kozak quietly made his move. He marked both men for tracking, making sure they would not disappear from his awareness so easily. Just then, Ban Ju-hyuk called out to Kozak and told him they were going home. Kozak followed without hesitation, but inside, he decided that for the time being, he would keep this suspicious situation hidden from his summoner. The focus then moved to the Awakener's Management Administration. There, Nam Gayun sat in complete silence, her posture still as she immersed herself in image, training deep within her own mind. In her thoughts, she went over the importance of the Holy Sword, knowing it was essential for neutralizing the dark aura released by the undead. Even so, Nam Gayun firmly told herself that she could not allow herself to depend on that weapon alone. Her mental training unfolded with sharp clarity, as if an endless battlefield was forming inside her mind and throwing enemy after enemy at her. Dark mummies, dark zombies, dark skeletons, dark ghouls, and eventually an entire army of undead pressed toward her from every direction. She had already cut down hundreds of enemies to reach her current level, and each imagined battle sharpened her senses further, hardening her resolve until there was no hesitation left in her eyes. When the intense training inside her mind finally came to an end, Nam Gayun prepared to leave. Her superior addressed her with formal respect, wishing her luck and warning her to stay careful. Mina also spoke up with clear concern on her face, unable to hide how worried she was as she supported Gayun. With their encouragement behind her, Nam Gayun headed toward the 66th floor of the Korea Black Tower. Her focus did not waver as she entered the battlefield. Before long, a skeletal monster appeared directly in front of her. Without wasting even a second, Nam Gayun rushed straight into combat, meeting the undead threat head-on. Hour after hour passed as the battle turned into a brutal struggle, pushing her body and mind to their limits. And after 10 exhausting hours, Nam Gayun finally emerged from the tower. Her strength was drained, her breathing came rough and uneven, and the fatigue was written all over her body. Seeing her like that, Mina rushed toward her in panic. But before Mina's panic could fully spill out, Nam Gayun lifted her tired face and gave her a faint, reassuring smile. Then she raised one thumb weakly, silently, letting everyone know that she had done it. At that exact moment, a system notification appeared, confirming what her exhausted gesture had already revealed. The 66th floor of the Korea Black Tower had finally been cleared. The screen displayed the details one after another, showing the location in Gangwon-do, Republic of Korea, the floor that had been cleared, the tower's progression to the 67th floor, and the newly updated time limits that came with that victory. The moment Mina saw it, she could barely contain her excitement as she rushed to inform Gwangil and their superior. Both of them were swept up in joy, and the boss immediately ordered a press release to be sent out without delay, fully aware that this was an achievement the whole nation needed to hear about. It did not take long for the news to explode across every major media outlet. Broadcasts began announcing that South Korea had successfully cleared the 66th floor of the Black Tower, and special reports quickly followed. Across the country, people reacted with overwhelming relief and admiration, saying they had been holding their breath for the past 6 months and could finally sleep without fear again. Comments flooded in from every direction, calling the achievement legendary and admitting that without Nam Gayun, the country might truly have been doomed. Others began calling her South Korea's new #1, saying that real heroes were the ones who quietly stood their ground when everyone else was terrified. Her sacrifice and loyalty struck the public deeply, especially when people compared her unwavering dedication to those who had run away during the crisis. Emotional reactions continued spreading as viewers confessed that they had cried watching her walk into the battle alone. Soon, voices began calling for the nation to support her properly, while others celebrated not only her success, but also the role of the Holy Sword Dungeon in making this victory possible. During her interview, Nam Gayun did not let the praise go to her head. Instead of claiming all the glory for herself, she humbly said the victory was only possible because of the citizens' support. She also sincerely thanked the owner who had lent her the Holy Sword, showing a quiet modesty even while the entire country was praising her name. Meanwhile, Ban Ju-hyuk watched the broadcast on TV, while speaking with Gwangil over the phone. He had already expected Nam Gayun to succeed, but even so, he felt relieved, knowing the 6 months they had gained would give him enough breathing room to climb the higher floors at his own pace. After he ended the call, Ban Ju-hyuk found himself unable to sit still. A restless energy filled him, and he wanted to enter the 35th floor as soon as possible, but his progress had been delayed because of Gobang's condition. Then, without warning, a new system notification appeared in front of him. The message showed a catalog update for Savage Meat Shield. Ban Ju-hyuk's eyes immediately caught the important detail. The restriction that had been blocking the summon was finally gone. Without wasting a second, he summoned Meatball, the companion also known as Gobang. As the summoning light formed before him, Ban Ju-hyuk watched with eager anticipation, wondering whether the upgrade result would be SR rank or even SSR rank. The system confirmed that Savage Meat Shield had been successfully called through designated summon. Ban Ju-hyuk welcomed Gobang back with relief, but the moment he actually saw him, his expression shifted into pure shock. Gobang no longer had the same huge, bulky body as before. Standing there now was a fit, muscular, almost ridiculously handsome warrior with a sharper build and clearly defined 8-pack abs. Gobang thanked him sincerely, admitting that he had been afraid he might never return, and that being summoned again filled him with deep gratitude. The system then displayed his updated catalog, confirming that his rank had risen all the way to SSR. He was now classified as a savage warrior, and the screen listed his detailed stats, including manifestation limits, satisfaction rating, and cooldown time. Soon after, Dowry and Kozak were summoned as well. The two of them greeted Ban Ju-hyuk respectfully, just as they usually did. But the moment their eyes landed on Gobang's new appearance, both of them froze in place. Kozak looked confused and uneasy, then questioned whether their existence had somehow been exposed to another person. Ban Ju-hyuk quickly explained that the transformed warrior standing in front of them was none other than Gobang himself. Even so, their disbelief was obvious. Kozak still struggled to accept it, while Ban Ju-hyuk congratulated Gobang on his reinforcement and pointed out that the sudden rise in rank had completely changed his body. To make absolutely sure of his identity, Ban Ju-hyuk asked Gobang to recite the 3 laws of the summoned. Gobang tried to answer properly, but he could not remember the laws clearly at all, stumbling over them in a way that felt painfully familiar. That clumsy response immediately reassured Ban Ju-hyuk. No matter how different he looked now, this was definitely the same Gobang. And with Gobang finally back, Ban Ju-hyuk suggested that they enter the tower again for a farming mission. The team agreed without much hesitation and prepared to move out. Soon they arrived on the 34th floor of the Korea Black Tower, where massive demons stood waiting in front of them. Gobang stepped forward first and said he would take the lead. Ban Ju-hyuk hesitated, unable to hide his concern. After all, Gobang's new form looked much smaller compared to the huge, towering body he used to have, and Ban Ju-hyuk was not sure how that would affect him in battle. Ban Ju-hyuk suggested that Gobang should at least receive Dowry's buffs and work together with Kozak for safety. But Gobang refused. He said he wanted to test his evolved strength on his own and see what his upgraded body could really do. Seeing the resolve in Gobang's face, Ban Ju-hyuk reluctantly agreed to let him try. Even then, he still told Kozak to stay prepared, just in case they needed to step in and help at any moment. Gobang then moved forward alone. He threw back his head and released a thunderous shout, loud enough to shake the battlefield. That roar instantly pulled every demon's attention toward him at the same time. Ban Ju-hyuk tensed in alarm, thinking it would have been much smarter to lure them out and fight them one by one. But before that worry could settle, Gobang's body began transforming again right before their eyes, swelling larger and larger. His size rose until he rivaled a minotaur, reaching a massive scale that left everyone watching in stunned silence. What came next was not just a fight. It was a one-sided display of overwhelming power. Gobang charged into the entire group of demons alone and fought them all head-on. His toughness was incredible, and every attack he unleashed carried destructive force that shook the enemies apart. The reckless fighting style he once had was still there in spirit, but now it had become controlled, focused, and terrifyingly powerful. Ban Ju-hyuk watched the scene unfold in complete awe. Seeing Gobang dominate the battlefield so effortlessly, he even joked to himself that he should have brought popcorn so he could properly enjoy the show. Kozak, on the other hand, could not hide the irritation rising across his face, and he grumbled that Gobang's power had clearly been boosted by an absurd amount. To him, it felt completely unfair, especially when compared to the much smaller improvement he had received from his own rune upgrade. Dowry immediately scolded him in a sharp voice, reminding him that Gobang becoming stronger meant Ban Ju-hyuk would be safer in future battles. Only then did Kozak realize how selfish his complaints sounded, and his shoulders dropped as he apologized in clear embarrassment. Ban Ju-hyuk then stepped in gently, asking Dowry to treat Kozak with a little more respect. He understood her point, but he also felt that constantly throwing harsh words at him was unnecessary and only made the atmosphere uncomfortable. Dowry paused for a moment, then accepted Ban Ju-hyuk's correction without arguing back. She turned toward Kozak and sincerely apologized for speaking too harshly. Then, as a small sign of goodwill, Dowry even reached out and took Kozak's hand. Seeing the tension between them soften, Ban Ju-hyuk felt quietly relieved because more than anything, he wanted his group to stay united. While that small reconciliation happened behind him, Gobang continued tearing through the battlefield with fierce momentum. At one point, a demon managed to strike him from behind, and Ban Ju-hyuk's heart jumped in panic for a brief second. But Gobang answered that blow with even greater force, turning around and completely overwhelming the demons that rushed him. His performance was so powerful that it barely looked like a struggle. Compared to what he could do back when he was only R rank, this level of strength was almost impossible to recognize. Every movement proved just how much he had grown, and the difference was so huge that no one watching could deny it. Before long, a system message appeared and confirmed that the 34th floor mission had been cleared successfully. Gobang returned to his refined human form and calmly said that the 34th floor had been far too easy for him. There was no loud bragging in his voice, only a quiet confidence backed by the overwhelming strength he had just displayed. Even after the fight ended, the force lingering around him made it obvious that Gobang had not gone all out. The system's presence itself seemed strangely subdued, as though even it had recognized his dominance. Gobang, however, was already looking ahead, saying that he wanted to challenge stronger floors and keep fighting without stopping. Ban Ju-hyuk watched him with excitement rising in his chest and declared that S++ clears would no longer be a problem. With his confidence renewed, he decided they could climb toward the higher floors much faster, as long as they kept moving forward together. The next scene showed Dowry, Ban Ju-hyuk, and Meatball sitting together at a meal, the battle already behind them as the group settled into a more ordinary moment. Ban Ju-hyuk looked at Meatball and smiled, thinking that his increased firepower and more compact SSR form were satisfying in many ways. On the surface, the upgrade seemed like a perfect improvement. But despite the dramatic change in appearance, Meatball's eating habits had not changed at all. He still attacked his food like a wild animal, scattering bits everywhere as if table manners meant nothing to him. Seeing that, Ban Ju-hyuk's smile slowly faded and disappointment took its place. He realized that even if Meatball's body had improved, his behavior had not improved in the slightest, and frustration finally burst out as he snapped at him to stop making such a mess. Meanwhile, Kozak sat off to the side in unusual silence. His thoughts seemed far away, and his eyes were fixed coldly out the window as if something was quietly weighing on him. Ban Ju-hyuk noticed that Kozak had barely touched his food and asked why he was not eating. Kozak forced a small smile, trying to brush it off as casually as possible, and said he just had a few things on his mind. Dowry immediately pointed out that his jealousy was far too obvious, especially when he was sitting right in front of the young master. Kozak looked visibly shaken, almost as if he might cry, and strongly denied it. He insisted that thanks to Meatball's upgrade, Summoner Ban was much safer now, and that he was genuinely happy about that from the bottom of his heart. Ban Ju-hyuk quietly reminded himself not to lower his guard just because Meatball's body had become smaller, especially since his appetite seemed even worse than before. Still, he offered Kozak some of the food he had saved. Kozak immediately became emotional, eating while tears welled up in his eyes and saying how deeply moved he was. Watching him react like that, Ban Ju-hyuk asked if there was anything else he needed. Kozak hesitated for a moment, then admitted that his manifestation time was about to run out, and he quietly asked Ban Ju-hyuk to summon him again around midnight. He explained that because of the designated summon cooldown once his time expired, 3 hours would have to pass before he could return. Ban Ju-hyuk asked why he wanted to come back at that specific time, and Kozak shyly revealed the reason. There was an overseas football match scheduled that night, and he wanted to watch it live. Ban Ju-hyuk looked surprised, wondering if Kozak had always been that interested in football. Kozak eagerly confirmed it, his face lighting up with rare excitement. Ban Ju-hyuk agreed to summon him again later, and Kozak smiled with genuine happiness. After that, Ban Ju-hyuk mentioned that he planned to visit the Awakening Management Department because he had gathered a large amount of mana stones. Kozak immediately grew uneasy and asked whether he was going alone, then requested to accompany him. Meatball quickly insisted that the outside world was dangerous, saying that a warrior should stay beside the summoner and protect him. Dowry also stepped in, calmly suggesting that it would be safer if they all went with him. The way they all fussed over him made it feel like they were treating him as a child who could not go anywhere alone. Ban Ju-hyuk finally grew annoyed and snapped back, reminding them that they could not even enter the facility if they were not registered as players. Soon after, the focus moved to the Awakening Management Department. Ban Ju-hyuk arrived there in a car sent personally by Gwangil. Gwangil welcomed him warmly the moment he arrived, thanking him with a bright expression for taking time out of his schedule to come. Ban Ju-hyuk smiled and said it was never a hassle when they always sent a car for him. In his mind, though, the truly difficult part had been escaping the worried attention of his summons. He also casually mentioned that a normal car would have been more than enough, since he still was not used to riding in limousines. Gwangil laughed it off and told him not to feel burdened, saying that this level of treatment was only natural for someone like him. After that, Gwangil guided Ban Ju-hyuk inside. Once they were seated on a sofa, he informed him that the mana stones he had brought in weighed 54 kilograms in total. He added that 27 million won had already been deposited into Ban Ju-hyuk's account. Ban Ju-hyuk thanked him, and Gwangil congratulated him again for clearing another floor before mentioning that player Nam Ga-yoon had also performed remarkably well. Gwangil added that Nam Ga-yoon's success had been possible largely because Ban Ju-hyuk lent her the Holy Sword. Then he brought up the penthouse transfer once more, and asked whether Ban Ju-hyuk had made up his mind. Ban Ju-hyuk hesitated, admitting that receiving something that valuable for free felt like far too much pressure. He explained that he would rather earn enough money and buy it himself later. But Gwangil insisted that the offer would remain open, saying the penthouse would be kept vacant for him, making it clear that he was still determined to hand the property over. Ban Ju-hyuk felt a quiet sense of guilt settle in his chest as he realized just how far they were willing to go for him. Then Gwangil's expression shifted as he moved on to a more serious topic. When Ban Ju-hyuk asked what it was, Gwangil explained that it concerned player Gerald Watson, who was scheduled to visit Korea in a few days. Banju Hyuk recognized the name immediately. Gwangil explained that Gerald Watson was a world-famous player, known as a magic swordsman, and currently held the title of the highest-level player in the world. Banju Hyuk wondered why such a major player was suddenly being mentioned. Gwangil then revealed that the purpose of Gerald Watson's visit was to rent the holy sword, with a proposed fee of $10 million for each use. Banju Hyuk was so shocked that his thoughts nearly stopped, and he silently questioned whether he had actually heard that number correctly. Gwangil confirmed it without hesitation. The offer was indeed $10 million, roughly 13 billion won. Banju Hyuk froze in place, his face stiff with disbelief as the number sank in. Gwangil watched his reaction and remarked that even that amount might not be enough, considering that the holy sword could essentially prevent a national crisis. He added that he intended to stall the negotiation team for now, because settling for only $10 million felt too low. Banju Hyuk immediately grew tense, a nervous sweat forming as he struggled to process what he had just heard. The thought of pride ruining the deal and causing that massive opportunity to disappear made him deeply uneasy. So he quickly cut in and insisted that $10 million was already more than enough. Before the negotiation could become complicated, he urged them to accept the offer and move forward with the deal. Sometime later, Hyuk finally made his way back. The moment he returned home, the weight of everything hit him all at once, and his emotions began to swell as he thought about that unbelievable $13 billion won. Warm tears started rolling down his cheeks, but they were not tears of pain. They were tears of pure happiness, because the moment he understood just how much money he now had, even his $2 billion won salary suddenly felt like something he could treat as spare change. As that realization sank in, Hyuk thought about his parents, and a deep feeling rose in his chest. After everything he had been through, it finally felt like he had truly made it. Then, as his stomach began to growl, his mind drifted toward food. Fried chicken sounded perfect. Yakbal sounded amazing. Beef yuko crossed his mind, and then tuna sashimi followed right after. For a second, he was so overwhelmed by the luxury of choice that he almost convinced himself to order everything at once. Just before he went through with it, Hyuk stopped himself, pulled back from the temptation, and decided to keep things simple by eating ramen instead. Even while he sat there eating, the tears kept slipping down his face. They were still not tears of sadness, but of relief, gratitude, and a happiness so heavy it was hard to contain. He thought about saving the tuna sashimi for another time, maybe to enjoy properly with his summons later. For now, sitting there with a hot bowl of ramen in front of him was already more than enough to make him feel satisfied. When night settled over the city, Hyuk called Kozak out once again. He told Kozak that he had been running around all day and was completely exhausted. So when Kozak's summoned time finally ran out, Hyuk probably would not be awake to properly see him off. So instead, Hyuk casually told him to relax and enjoy the football match for as long as he wanted. Kozak settled in to watch the game, while Hyuk, drained from the long day, slowly let sleep pull him under. Once Hyuk had fully drifted off, Kozak quietly rose and slipped outside without making a sound. As he stepped into the night, he thought back to the tracking mark he had placed earlier. That mark had no physical shape, no visible trace, and in a place like Earth, there was no one capable of detecting it, much less removing it. Kozak calmly followed the faint pull of the marks he had left behind, the same marks he had secretly placed on the two suspicious figures from the day before. All throughout the day, those tiny fragments of magic had remained within his senses, and he could feel them lingering near the office, watching it without rest. The idea that someone had dared to spy on the place where his summoner lived made a cold anger rise inside him. Without the slightest hesitation, Kozak narrowed down their exact location. The trail led him to a place operating under the front name Imperial Traditional Massage. Inside that establishment, several people had gathered together, their attention fixed on the data they had collected. They moved through the information like they were checking targets off a list, reading each profile one by one. One of the names was Kim Minji, age 32, recently contracted to an elite team and estimated to have reached at least the 30th floor. After that, more names came up, including Jang Dong-soo. Then they arrived at Banju Hyuk, 25 years old. His profile noted that he had signed his contract just over 2 months earlier, and his current tower position was estimated to be somewhere in the upper 20s. After reviewing the details, their judgment came fast. For now, he did not appear to present any immediate problem. The man in charge, Dong Quan Lin, captain of the Northeast Special Forces Brigade of the Chinese People's Liberation Army, made the situation plain. This would be a one-time operation. They had only a single hour, and within that short window, they intended to seize as many targets as they possibly could. But before anything could properly move forward, one of the men suddenly lost his head in an instant, his body dropping where it stood. A moment later, the severed head struck the floor with a heavy, sickening thud. Panic spread through the room almost immediately. The remaining members rushed outside with their weapons raised, eyes darting in every direction as they desperately tried to find the attacker. Back inside, Dong Quan Lin kept organizing the player photographs, forcing himself to stay focused. Then he suddenly noticed someone seated nearby, as if he had been there the entire time. The intruder was calmly studying one of the photos, looking at it with quiet interest, while commenting on his summoner's appearance, as though the chaos around him had nothing to do with him at all. Shock slammed into Dong Quanlin at once. That presence should not have been there, and nothing about it made sense. He reacted instantly, whipping out a dagger and sending it flying straight toward the intruder. But before the blade could reach its mark, it shattered in midair. The intruder had crushed it effortlessly, with nothing but his bare hands. In the very next instant, pain exploded through Dong Quanlin's body, as his hand was pierced clean through. The intruder did not even lose his composure. With chilling indifference, he made it clear that he had merely been observing his summoner's image, and he had no intention of allowing anyone to interrupt him. Dong Quanlin's scream dragged the others rushing back inside, and the moment they saw what was happening, gunfire erupted throughout the room. Bullets tore through the air and filled the space, but none of it made the slightest difference. The attacker stood there completely untouched, not flinching, not retreating, and not showing even a trace of urgency. There was no tension in his posture, only an overwhelming certainty. He made the truth painfully clear. Fighting back was meaningless, because every single one of them was going to die there, and the final thought hanging in the air carried an even heavier weight. They had stepped across a boundary they should never have gone near. Several men focused their fire on Kozak, unloading shot after shot in his direction, but not a single attack harmed him. In the next breath, Kozak moved fast, launching himself forward. With his sword flashing through the air, he cut them down before they could even properly react. The men were stunned by his speed and strength. Some of them shouted for the others to grab him and restrain him, but Kozak answered by slicing off their hands, making it brutally clear that they would not be grabbing anything anymore. Anyone who tried to attack him was knocked down with terrifying ease, as if their training and weapons meant nothing at all. Dong Quanlin could only stare in disbelief. Kozak was handling top-tier Black Ops agents like they were toys, and the sight sent fear crawling through him. He struggled to accept what he was seeing. For a moment, he wondered whether Kozak might be a Korean spy, or perhaps a soldier sent from some higher command, but the answer felt wrong. This was not something ordinary. Then Dong Quanlin remembered something. Skills this overwhelming, movements this refined, and power this abnormal were the kinds of things he had only ever seen in Tower Clear videos. The figure standing in front of him carried that same terrifying aura of strength. But even if Kozak was a player, one impossible question remained. How could he be using that kind of power outside the tower? After the final agent fell and the room went completely still, Kozak turned his attention toward Dong Quanlin and walked over to him without the slightest rush. Standing in front of him, Kozak looked down and first checked whether Dong Quanlin could understand Korean. Then, in a calm but chilling voice, he demanded an apology from the man who had dared to target his summoner. Dong Quanlin quickly apologized, forcing the words out in fear. But by then it was already far too late for an apology to save him. Kozak showed no mercy at all. With one cold motion, he cut off Dong Quanlin's head anyway. Before the end, Kozak made certain Dong Quanlin understood exactly who he had offended and why this punishment had come for him. After that, Kozak even tied a bright red bow onto Dong Quanlin's severed head, then placed it neatly on top of a table before turning away and leaving the scene behind. But as Kozak walked away, his confidence suddenly cracked, and panic began creeping over him. A terrible thought hit him all at once. Summoner Hyuk might absolutely hate this kind of outcome. Even so, Kozak knew himself too well. This was simply the way he handled enemies, and changing that was not easy. Then he remembered Hyuk's warning not to kill, and the thought of being kicked out if Hyuk discovered what happened made him freeze for a moment. So, after hesitating, Kozak went back and removed the red bow from Dong Quanlin's head, as if that small change could somehow make the scene less suspicious. The next day arrived. Hyuk gathered everyone together once again. He brought up the previous night in a casual tone and mentioned that Kozak seemed to have enjoyed watching football. Kozak honestly admitted that he had. Then, Hyuk added that he had stocked food in the fridge for Kozak, yet none of it had been touched. Kozak explained that he had been too absorbed in the match to think about eating. Hyuk found that strangely funny, and with a small smile, he told the others to let him know whenever Kozak wanted to watch another game. Not long after that, the three of them got ready to challenge the 35th floor and defeat the Minotaur King. The moment they entered, a system window appeared before them, announcing that they had arrived on Korea's 35th floor of the Black Tower. Their mission was simple but intense. They had to defeat 80 Minotaurs of any type, along with one Minotaur King, all within 13 hours. Their current count showed 0 Minotaurs defeated and 0 Minotaur Kings defeated. The instant the Minotaurs spotted the group, they let out deafening roars, and the battle began. Hyuk looked ahead and saw a huge number of them swarming across the area. Princess Dao was the first to step forward, activating her buff as she prepared herself to launch into the fight. Meatball's body grew larger, his form swelling with power as he braced himself to charge straight into the enemy. Kozak moved next, shooting forward with incredible speed that instantly cut through the battlefield. As he rushed ahead, he thought back to the 34th floor and how Meatball had stolen all the attention there. This time, Kozak was determined to prove himself properly and show everyone what a true SSR rank summon was capable of. With speed that was almost impossible to follow, Kozak began slicing through the minotaurs one after another, cutting them down with sharp, precise strikes. Hyuk watched the sudden burst of aggression with confusion, unable to understand why Kozak had become so fired up out of nowhere. Meanwhile, Meatball was still crushing minotaurs with overwhelming force and confidently told Kozak to stay safely behind him while he handled the front line. Kozak immediately shot back, refusing the support and insisting that he could take care of everything himself. Watching Kozak and Meatball tear through the enemies at the same time, Hyuk quickly realized that their clearing speed was rising at an incredible rate. Still, Hyuk did not want to stand around doing nothing. He decided he should at least take down a few enemies himself and prove that he had something to contribute. With that determination burning in him, he remembered the Shadow Step technique he had created in midair. Holding on to that resolve, Hyuk activated Shadow Step while airborne and moved toward the Minotaurs, preparing to launch his own attack. But because of the LYPM trait, his attacks naturally ended up aimed only at the weaker Minotaurs. Right then, the Minotaur King suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Hyuk's eyes widened in shock and fear shot through him. He realized at once that the boss had shown up much earlier than he had expected. The moment the fight truly began, the Minotaur King charged straight toward Hyuk, lowering its massive body as it rushed in to attack. But before the monster could reach him, Meatball stepped in and unleashed a single overwhelming blow. The impact landed with absurd force. The Minotaur King was struck so hard that its huge body was sent flying far into the distance, disappearing completely from sight. Just like that, the Minotaur King was defeated. Hyuk checked the time and smiled when he saw 7:59 remaining. The difference in power had changed so much that he could not hide his amazement. Meatball's strength was far beyond what he had expected. Hearing Hyuk praise Meatball like that, Kozak's mood immediately sank, and he collapsed to the ground in disappointment. He had wanted to defeat the boss himself and prove his own value. Soon after, a system message appeared announcing that they had cleared Korea's 35th floor of the Black Tower with an S++ rank, earning a platinum badge as their reward. The scene then shifted back to the place where Kozak had killed Dong Kwan Lin and his men. Police officers were already there, carefully investigating the aftermath. Mina and Gwangil arrived at the scene soon after, with Gwangil introducing himself as the team leader from the Awakening Management Office. Beside him was Supervisor Lee Mina, who was also a police officer. She thanked them for arriving so quickly, then guided them inside. Gwangil immediately asked about the case files, and the officer confirmed that the targets listed there were connected to the management office. As Gwangil looked through the materials, he noticed something that made his expression turn serious. Sensitive information had been leaked. Then his eyes landed on Hyuk's photo among the files. At that moment, Gwangil realized that even Banju Hyuk's information had been exposed. Gwangil's expression hardened, and he immediately told Mina to call every executive into an emergency meeting without wasting another second. Mina understood the urgency right away and moved to carry out the order. Meanwhile, back in Hyuk's room, Hyuk stared at his newest reward with bright, expectant eyes, already wondering what kind of perk the 35th badge would give him this time. Kozak, looking oddly serious, suggested that before they tried anything again, they should first get water from the dispenser and use it like holy water. In his mind, praying beforehand might improve their luck, and Hyuk paused for a moment, thinking that maybe it was not the worst idea. But Dowry immediately stepped in and shut that idea down, firmly saying that the water was not holy at all. She warned them that praying with ordinary dispenser water could actually bring bad luck instead. Hearing that, Hyuk's face tightened with irritation, because he remembered very clearly that Dowry herself had been summoned earlier, after using that same dispenser water. When Dowry noticed the look on his face, she suddenly became nervous and asked if something was wrong, or if there was dirt on her face. Hyuk quickly brushed it off, saying it was nothing, and decided to keep that thought to himself. Instead of arguing, Hyuk turned his attention back to the reward and focused on checking the new perk. Soon, a system message appeared, informing him that he had received a perk for collecting 35 platinum badges. At the same time, Kozak's thoughts drifted toward the random summon that would be coming soon, and he quietly hoped it might somehow give them better chances in trading or summoning. Then, just as the atmosphere settled, another system window suddenly popped up in front of them. The message announced that Hyuk's tower had received the Golden Aegis of Warm Dawn, and right after that it listed another reward as well. The Golden Mace of Cold Twilight. Hyuk's eyes widened in surprise when he realized there were 2 items instead of 1. The first reward, the Golden Aegis of Warm Dawn, came with an impressive list of abilities. It boosted concentration, could create a bright flash, strengthened both physical and magical defense, and even allowed him to reflect attacks whenever he blocked successfully. On top of that, it kept the user calm no matter what state they were in, and it was impossible to destroy. The second item, the Golden Mace of Cold Twilight, was just as ridiculous. It increased attack speed, froze enemies, extended his attack range, and even had a chance to create an ice field whenever it struck a target. Its power seemed to drag enemies toward a cold twilight rest, and just like the shield, it was completely indestructible. Hyuk could barely contain his excitement. The abilities were so good that his whole face lit up, and before long, he was happily dancing in place. Kozak noticed that huge grin spreading across Hyuk's face and immediately pointed it out to Dowry. Kozak grew worried that Hyuk might become even more reckless now that he had gained such powerful equipment, and he wondered what they were supposed to do about it. Dowry whispered that they might have to grab onto his pants to stop him from rushing ahead. Kozak doubted that would work, remembering they had already tried something like that before. He started regretting that they had not prayed earlier, but Dowry insisted that dispenser water would not have helped anyway, and things might have turned out even worse. Then Meatball calmly reminded them that when they had prayed with dispenser water before, Dowry was the one who appeared. Dowry froze in surprise at that comment, and for a moment, it almost seemed like Meatball had become clever enough to make jokes, which left the others staring in disbelief. But Meatball quickly explained that warriors did not lie, and he did not even know how to joke in the first place. Kozak immediately agreed, saying that Meatball was telling the truth, as if trying to recover from the awkward moment. Dowry let out an uncomfortable little laugh, then began convincing herself that the dispenser must not have been ordinary after all. In her mind, it had to be a divine dispenser, one powerful enough to turn plain water into holy water and even summon her into the world. Kozak quickly corrected her, flatly saying that it was just a regular dispenser. But Dowry stubbornly insisted that they should believe the opposite. While the argument continued, Meatball reminded everyone of the bigger issue. A random summon would happen soon, meaning their master was about to bring in someone new. That would make 4 summons in total. But since Hyuk's trade ability had not been enhanced yet, the 3-person summon limit would likely continue for the time being. Dowry and Kozak both understood the problem and agreed. Then Meatball brought up a much more serious question. What would happen if the newly summoned person turned out to be more useful than one of them? The moment Kozak heard that, sweat began to bead on his face as the possibility sank in. He started comparing everyone in his head. Meatball could take hits and deal serious damage, while Dowry provided top-tier support. But Kozak, as an assassin, suddenly felt his position becoming uncertain. If someone had to leave, he realized with growing dread that the most likely candidate would be him. The atmosphere among Hyuk's summons suddenly became heavy after Meatball brought up that frightening possibility. Meatball wondered what would happen if a future summon proved even more useful than the current group. If that happened, one of them might have no choice but to leave. Dowry responded coldly, saying that anyone who felt unnecessary should step down on their own. In her eyes, a truly valuable servant would naturally take the empty place. Meatball quickly agreed with her harsh opinion, treating it as the proper mindset for their group. Kozak heard every word, and frustration welled up inside him. He lowered his head with a gloomy expression, painfully aware that Dowry and Meatball were talking as if neither of them had any chance of being replaced. It annoyed him, but the worst part was that he could not completely deny it. Desperate to find some way out, Kozak suddenly came up with an idea and let out a nervous chuckle. Maybe if they reached the 40th floor, Hyuk could gain a trait enhancement, allowing them to clear more floors quickly before the next random summon appeared. Clinging to that hope, Kozak became excited and suggested that they should hurry their climb. Dowry immediately snapped at him and rejected the idea with anger in her voice. She reminded him that climbing the dangerous upper floors was the young master's decision, not theirs to force. Then she sharply asked whether Kozak would really feel comfortable if Hyuk risked himself just for a servant like him. Her words hit Kozak hard, and his spirits sank in an instant. With his shoulders drooping, he awkwardly admitted that he had not meant it that way. After a moment of hesitation, he sadly accepted the possibility and quietly told himself that when the time came, he would step down gracefully. Even so, he could not deny that his time with the group had been fun. Before the mood could grow even darker, Hyuk suddenly appeared and cut into their conversation. His voice was firm as he demanded to know who had said Kozak needed to leave. Meatball immediately panicked and tried to defend himself, insisting that he had not meant anything directly and had only been talking about a hypothetical situation. Hyuk turned his gaze toward Meatball and challenged that logic head-on. He asked whether Meatball would step aside if some perfect shield knight appeared someday and seemed better suited for the role. And Hyuk looked over at Dowry and asked the same kind of question, wondering if she believed she should be thrown away just because a saintess or priest showed up later. Hyuk then declared firmly that if he was going to climb the tower, he had no intention of leaving any of them behind. He assured them that this team would stay together until their climb was over. After saying it so confidently, Hyuk secretly wondered if that line had sounded kind of cool. Those words struck Kozak straight in the heart. Tears poured down his face as he thanked Hyuk over and over, completely overwhelmed by the declaration. Seeing just how anxious Kozak had been, Hyuk felt bad and apologized. Then he made a quick decision, announcing that they would keep clearing floors non-stop until he gained a trait enhancement that allowed 4 summons to be active at the same time. Kozak was deeply touched, but at the same time worry filled his face. He told Hyuk that it was all right and admitted that he would never forgive himself if Hyuk pushed his body too hard because of him. Hyuk simply smiled and offered a different solution. For the time being, he would step back completely and avoid fighting monsters himself. Then, half joking and half serious, he asked whether that could still be called overdoing it and whether anyone had a reason to object now. Dowry's motivation immediately flared up, and she declared that she would shake her ritual bells so fiercely they might even crack. Meatball proudly promised that he would personally protect the summoner and still achieve an S++ clear rank. Finally, Hyuk turned toward Kozak and asked whether he was coming with them. Kozak burst into tears all over again and answered with passionate certainty that of course he was in. The focus then shifted away from the tower and down into an underground briefing room at the Awakening Management Department in Hanamdong, Seoul. Inside the meeting room, Gwangil explained just how serious the recent incident had become. He made it clear that this was not some ordinary murder case. It was an attempted kidnapping aimed at the elite team responsible for the future of the nation. At first glance, the dead men might have looked like ordinary victims, but NIS Director Park Il-jun revealed through the autopsy results that they had actually been highly trained soldiers. Another bald director then pointed out that the real target had been the owner of the Holy Sword, warning that if anything happened to such a person, the loss to the nation would be enormous. That meant they had to uncover who was truly behind the attack, and the room grew tense as the discussion turned sharper. Park Il-jun let out a heavy sigh, his expression darkening as he admitted the situation was difficult. Since every person directly involved had already been killed, almost no evidence had been left behind for them to investigate. At that point, Gwangil spoke firmly, saying there was a strong chance China was responsible. He explained that China had already become widely known for abducting talented players from around the world, and by now, those stories had gone far beyond the level of simple rumors. Gwangil added that if even the smallest trace remained in Korea, they needed to dig through the entire abduction network until every hidden connection was exposed. He hated having to admit it, but the failed kidnapping attempt had only ended this way by chance. Deep down, he almost felt grateful toward the mysterious killer who had stopped them before things could go any further. The next day, Hyuk and his summons arrived on the 36th floor of Korea's Black Tower. Before moving forward, Hyuk looked at each of them and asked if they were ready to push themselves hard until they obtained the next perk. All three summons answered with confidence, making it clear that they were completely prepared. From the 36th floor to the 40th, the enemies waiting for them were ogres, huge humanoid monsters with thick bodies and frightening strength. They were smaller than minotaurs, but that only made them more dangerous because their movements were shockingly fast and hard to predict. Even so, Meatball proved to be on another level entirely, moving faster and hitting harder than the ogres could keep up with. Dowry constantly supported the battlefield by spreading wide-area binding debuffs and corrosive effects across the enemy formation, while Kozak became more and more aggressive in his assassin role, cutting through openings with ruthless precision. With all three of them working together, the ogres were overwhelmed with almost ridiculous ease. As a result, Hyuk achieved an S-clear rank on the 36th floor of the Black Tower. After that, the group kept using the same strategy, steadily pushing forward while aiming for the trait enhancement reward. The following day, they entered the 37th floor, where lightning-fast ogres came rushing at them. But even against enemies that specialized in speed, Hyuk's team still dominated the battlefield. On the 38th floor, a new type of ogre appeared, using incredible jumping power to attack from the air. But even against enemies dropping in from above, Meatball remained faster, stronger, and more overwhelming than every single one of them. Then came the 39th floor, where even more dangerous ogres were waiting for them. These monsters were clever enough to avoid direct clashes, using sneaky hit-and-run tactics to waste time and throw the team off balance. But no matter what tricks they used, Meatball still crushed through them completely, overpowering every last ogre with nothing but raw speed, brutal strength, and unstoppable momentum. Before long, the team was even joking that the best strategy was simply to throw Meatball directly at the ogres and let him handle the rest. Soon after, system notices began appearing one after another in rapid succession. The system announced that Banju Hyuk had achieved S++ clear ranks on the 35th, 36th, 37th, 38th, and finally the 39th floor of the Black Tower. The achievement sent shockwaves through everyone watching the rankings. For 5 straight days, people online could not stop talking about it. Some compared the mysterious S++ record holder to Nam Ji-eun, while others still argued in favor of Nam Ji-eun. Most people insisted that no ordinary player could ever match someone who kept earning consecutive S++ clears all the way to the 39th floor. Others said that anyone who truly understood skill had no choice but to acknowledge the S++ record holder. Some found it unbelievable that people were even comparing the two achievements in the first place, while others joked about excessive national pride and said everyone should just have a drink instead. At the same time, plenty of people were genuinely worried about the pace, pointing out that the player had been clearing floors non-stop for 4 days straight, which sounded almost absurd. Around that time, security around Hyuk's office had tightened dramatically, with far more guards stationed around the area than before. The day before attempting the 40th floor, Hyuk planned to visit an important place early in the morning. But leaving at 4 in the morning made him nervous, because that kind of timing could easily draw suspicion. Then he remembered the talisman that blocked perception. After carefully speaking with one of the guards, Hyuk felt a wave of relief. The talisman did more than hide his face. It also scattered people's attention, making it difficult for them to focus on him. Thanks to that effect, he was able to slip through the heavily guarded area without raising suspicion, even under strict security. Once he made it outside, Hyuk flagged down a taxi and climbed in. He politely asked the driver to take him to Gongju Traditional Market in Cheongnam, then added that he would appreciate it if they could get there a little faster. The driver looked surprised when he heard how far the destination was, but the moment Hyuk offered 500 won, his attitude changed instantly. Suddenly full of energy, the driver told Hyuk to fasten his seatbelt tightly. Eventually, they arrived at Gongju Traditional Market. After getting there, Hyuk summoned Kozak and immediately apologized for dragging him out while he had been in the bathroom. Kozak brushed it off without complaint, insisting that everything was fine and speaking proudly about his loyalty. The two of them then walked through the market side by side, talking about what they needed to buy. Hyuk suggested they start grocery shopping with a cheerful attitude, and Kozak happily agreed. Together they bought all kinds of food, fruits, and supplies from the market stalls, moving from place to place until they had gathered everything they needed before heading out again, this time making their way toward Mount Yongsan. When they finally arrived there, Hyuk called Dowry and Meatball over as well. Dowry greeted him politely, saying she had been waiting for him. Meatball, meanwhile, proudly announced that he would carry all the luggage by himself and told everyone to hand it over to him. With their supplies gathered, the group began moving deeper into the area. As they walked farther in, Dowry smiled gently and said that even though this world was different from the one she knew, the mountains looked surprisingly similar. Because of that resemblance, she believed the place she had mentioned before might actually still exist. Hyuk told everyone to follow him, and Meatball immediately lifted Hyuk onto his shoulders while carrying their belongings as they continued forward together. After walking for a while, they eventually discovered a hidden hiking spot, tucked away from the usual path. Hyuk was amazed that such a beautiful place existed so far off the normal trail. Then Dowry pointed toward a large rock and instructed Meatball to move it aside. Meatball obeyed right away, stepping forward and pushing the heavy rock out of the way without hesitation. Beneath the rock, Hyuk discovered a hidden altar. Dowry then told everyone to clean it carefully using the water they had collected earlier. While the others worked on cleaning the altar, Dowry calmly began sharpening her sword against the stone. Seeing her dressed in white mourning clothes while slowly sharpening a blade made Hyuk feel deeply uneasy. In his mind, he could not help wondering if she was still holding a grudge against him for constantly nagging her. Once the altar had been cleaned, Dowry began her ritual. Her body rose into the air as she prayed to the heavens, asking them to bless young master Banju Hyuk with great fortune. At the same time, Hyuk prayed again and again with desperate intensity, hoping with all his heart that a trait enhancement would appear once the ritual was complete. As soon as the ritual ended, they wasted no time and immediately entered the 40th floor. A system message appeared before them, announcing a 13-hour time limit and laying out the clear conditions. They had to eliminate 80 ogres of any type, along with 11 twin-head ogres. At this point, ordinary ogres were no longer a real threat to Hyuk's team. Even the twin-head ogres, which should have been the main danger of the floor, were wiped out almost the moment they appeared. Not long after the battle began, another notification appeared announcing that Hyuk had achieved an S-clear rank on the 40th floor of the Black Tower. Then the system rewarded him with a platinum badge for obtaining an S++ clear, followed by another message explaining that a new perk would be granted after collecting 40 platinum badges. Hyuk's heart immediately started racing as he wondered whether his long-awaited trade enhancement had finally arrived. The moment that perk appeared, Kozak returned home so overwhelmed with joy that he shouted out loud. Hyuk and Dowry quickly told him to keep his voice down. Kozak, suddenly embarrassed by his own outburst, shrank back and apologized in a flustered voice. Hyuk then opened his inventory to inspect the new reward. Inside, he found a unique ticket labeled as a roulette token. The system explained that if he tore the one-time use ticket, a random selection process would begin. But there was one condition. If he failed to use it within 1 hour, the chance would disappear forever. Hyuk stared at the roulette system in disbelief. The wheel was packed with countless sections, filled with different kinds of tickets, skills, potions, stones, items, and herbs. After scanning it carefully, he finally spotted the trade enhancement reward on the wheel. But the section was so painfully tiny that it looked almost like the eye of a needle, barely visible among all the other rewards. When Kozak saw how terrible the odds were, panic flashed across his face, and he asked if they were basically doomed. Hyuk could only admit that, no matter how bad the chances looked, spinning the roulette was still their only option. Kozak, still confused, nervously asked whether that meant they were really going to rely on an actual spinning wheel. Hyuk confirmed it and explained that the trade enhancement was definitely there, but the probability of landing on it was ridiculously low. Then, looking awkward, he asked if anyone else wanted to tear the ticket for him instead. The instant Hyuk said that, everyone suddenly found something else to do and avoided his gaze. Hyuk immediately complained about how they had all become useless at the exact same time. Trying to steady his nerves, Hyuk told them to trust the ritual they had performed earlier, then warned them not to blame him if the result turned out badly. Everyone quickly agreed that there was no reason to blame him. At last, Hyuk gripped the roulette ticket tightly in his hands. With his whole body tense, he desperately prayed for the one result he wanted most, the simultaneous summon trade enhancement. Hyuk stared impatiently at the roulette as it continued spinning without any sign of stopping. The wait dragged on so long that he nearly reached out in frustration, as if touching the wheel could force it to slow down. Then, after what felt like an eternity, the roulette finally came to a stop on trade enhancement. The moment Hyuk realized what had happened, he burst into a cheer of pure joy. His summons celebrated right along with him, their excitement filling the room as the impossible result became real. A new system message appeared, confirming that Hyuk's awakened trait had been enhanced. It stated that he could now maintain 4 summons at the same time. Hyuk announced that a 1-week summon cooldown had now activated, so everyone could take things easy for the moment. Then, almost casually, he mentioned that ordering chicken might be a pretty good idea. The moment the word chicken left his mouth, every one of his summons lit up with excitement. Meanwhile, at Incheon International Airport, Gerald Watson came rushing out from an arriving plane, his face full of energy and enthusiasm as if he had been waiting for this moment the entire flight. Director Antonio looked puzzled by Gerald's sudden dash, but he soon learned the reason. Gerald had been impatiently waiting for his chance to take revenge on the Dark Specters. Antonio reminded him that they had already defeated the Dark Specters once before, but Gerald brought up Korea's Nam Ji-eun, who had cleared the challenge in just 10 hours. Gerald insisted that unless he matched that time, it would not feel like true revenge. Antonio could only watch him with quiet concern, silently worrying about Gerald's reckless personality as he reluctantly followed after him. At the Awakening Management Department, Gwangil welcomed Gerald and Director Antonio with a warm greeting before introducing himself properly. Gerald wasted no time at all, and immediately asked about the Holy Sword, making Gwangil chuckle at how eager he was. Before long, Gwangil personally led Gerald to the floor where the Holy Sword was being stored. Gerald paid the enormous rental fee without hesitation, then stood before the legendary weapon and fixed his gaze directly on it. Gwangil warned him to follow every term written in the contract. Gerald confidently reached out and grabbed the Holy Sword. With the weapon in hand, he declared that he would not lose. Immediately after that, the system announced the start of the Black Tower's 66th floor mission. Defeat 10 Dark Specters within 15 hours. Gerald entered the floor without hesitation. From the moment he stepped inside, he began cutting through enemies non-stop, slaughtering monster after monster while thinking to himself that the 20 million won rental fee had been absolutely worth it. 5 days later, Hyuk had shut himself inside his room, even placing a warning sign outside the door. That clearly told everyone not to disturb him. Inside, he reflected on the advice he had received from Dowry, greatest shaman of the Cheon Empire, while his synchronization rate steadily rose until it reached 95%. Hyuk waited patiently for the random summon, and he had even informed team leader Gwangil and his family that he would be unavailable for some time. To save money on food, he chose to live on simple instant noodles, proudly convincing himself that he had finally conquered his love of eating. At last, the day arrived, and Hyuk called in his 3 existing summons. Hyuk caught the anxious looks on everyone's faces and immediately understood what might be going through their minds. Maybe they were worried that a newly summoned being would show up and take their place. So before that uneasy silence could grow any heavier between them, Hyuk made a quick decision. He activated the random summon right away, letting the summoning circle flare to life before anyone had time to overthink it. And from the glowing circle, something small and round slowly emerged. It was a chubby little hamster standing there with its tiny body and soft, harmless appearance. The system immediately displayed its name, identifying the small creature as Razix. Razix was listed as an R-grade worker-type beastkin. He could remain summoned for 10 hours, had no satisfaction rating assigned yet, and once unsummoned, he would require a 3-hour cooldown before being called again. Hyuk could only stare at the tiny hamster in front of him, completely frozen in disbelief. After all that build-up, the summon he received was not some mighty warrior or mysterious beast. It was only an R-grade worker and a hamster on top of that. No matter how he looked at it, Hyuk couldn't help feeling that this summon had ended in failure. But while Hyuk was struggling to accept the result, his other summons reacted in the exact opposite way. The moment they saw Razix's adorable little face, they were instantly captivated, trembling with nervous excitement. Razix, however, noticed the awkward mood and began tearing up, timidly asking if he should just go back home. Seeing the little hamster look so hurt made Hyuk feel guilty at once. Softening his voice, he gently told Razix that he would summon him again later, then carefully unsummoned him for the time being. Hyuk was disappointed, but he tried to stay practical. Even if Razix was not what he had hoped for, there had to be some way to make use of him. Still, the result felt painfully anticlimactic. Then another system notification appeared, revealing that he had received a skill cooldown reset ticket. Gare tried to cheer him up, telling him to think of it as good luck, while Kozak calmly reminded him that they needed someone who could help Summoner Ban climb the tower. Meatball, full of confidence, assured Hyuk that things would turn out better this time. With his summons supporting him from every side, Hyuk felt his spirits lift a little. He thanked them from the heart, then stepped forward and attempted another random summon. This time, the air around the summoning circle felt completely different. Hyuk could sense it deep in his bones. Something unusual, something far beyond the last summon, was about to appear. Before long, a Taoist immortal stepped out from the glowing circle, carrying an aura that instantly changed the atmosphere. The system's introduction appeared with a description so ominous that it made the room feel heavier. This being was called the greatest enemy of Morim, the most sinister figure in Youngwon, and a monster responsible for countless deaths. His name was Gwangma, the Mad Demon. He was an LSSR rarity summon, a legendary super-rare human-type Morim warrior who could remain for 3 hours before requiring a 3-hour cooldown. Hyuk's expression stiffened as he read that horrifying description. But then, to his surprise, Gwangma greeted him with perfect politeness. Feeling a little relieved, Hyuk returned the greeting, thinking that at least on the surface, this terrifying summon seemed to have manners. But that brief sense of relief did not last long because Gwangma's past soon came to light. Long ago, in an era swallowed by chaos and bloodshed, Morim and the government maintained an unspoken agreement not to interfere in each other's affairs. It was a delicate boundary that everyone understood. Yet Gwangma shattered that taboo without hesitation. He crossed the line in the most shocking way possible by beheading the emperor himself. Afterward, the emperor's severed head was displayed openly in the market square, turning the entire land upside down. Because of that single act, the Morim Alliance, the unconventional faction, and even the demonic cult joined forces to name him their common enemy. After 7 straight days and nights of brutal fighting, Gwangma was finally brought down by the combined strength of Morim's greatest leaders. After hearing the full story, Hyuk finally understood that Gwangma was not just dangerous in name, he was truly terrifying. At the same time, Hyuk also realized something else, a monster feared by that many powerful groups had to possess incredible strength. Gwangma turned his gaze toward Hyuk's existing summons, and Hyuk introduced them one by one, encouraging everyone to greet each other. But instead of a friendly exchange, the 3 summons stood there stiffly, caught in an awkward silence. Gwangma looked them over with cold indifference, and dismissed them as insignificant creatures who were not even worth speaking to. Then, without showing the slightest interest in them, he turned back to Hyuk and asked how many towers had collapsed so far. Hyuk answered that only 1 tower had fallen, and that seemed to ease Gwangma's expression just a little. But when Hyuk added that humanity's conquest had only reached the 67th floor, Gwangma revealed a grim truth. He explained that once humanity advanced beyond the 71st floor, collapsed towers would begin appearing all over the world. Those fallen towers, he warned, were not ordinary ruins. They pierced deep into the earth like enormous nails, driving corruption into the land itself. And once that corruption took root, it would remain permanently. Fortunately, the situation had not become hopeless yet, since only 1 tower had collapsed so far. Gwangma then spoke about the cruel structure of the tower system. Because people could only enter towers within their own countries due to nationality restrictions, the entire system was designed in an incredibly cunning way. He told Hyuk that his country would be safe now that Gwangma had appeared, and because of that, Hyuk no longer needed such weak summons. But he also made one thing clear. Saving a single nation meant nothing if humanity itself was doomed. With a sinister grin spreading across his face, Gwangma declared that he would help Hyuk conquer the entire world. If blood needed to be spilled, he would spill it. And one day, Hyuk would stand above every human as the one and only emperor. Hyuk was horrified for a moment. He could only wonder if Gwangma had completely lost his mind. Snapping back to his senses, he hurriedly ordered him not to do anything reckless. Gwangma did not back down. Instead, he refused in a calm, almost chilling voice. He insisted that such actions were necessary to save both Hyuk and the world. Following what he called his 3rd principle, Gwangma announced that he would return after eliminating every politician in the country and placing Hyuk at the very top of power. The instant Gwangma moved as if he was about to leave, Hyuk's 3 summons reacted at once. They raised their weapons toward him and ordered him to stop. Gwangma slowly turned back, and the look in his eyes became terrifying, the glare sharp enough to freeze the air. He questioned how such insignificant beings dared to show killing intent toward him. As Gwangma began stepping closer, Hyuk could tell the situation was spiraling out of control fast, and one wrong move could turn the room into a battlefield. Before things could get any worse, Hyuk immediately dismissed Gwangma, cutting off the confrontation before it exploded. 3 hours later, the atmosphere had changed completely. Hyuk and the other summoned beings gathered closely around Razix, lifting the tiny hamster with joy and showering him with affection like he was the most precious creature in the room. Meanwhile, Razix could only sit there in stunned silence, still unable to process the sudden wave of love and attention being poured onto him. The scene shifted to the bustling halls of Incheon International Airport, where Antonio leaned casually against a counter, discussing the Holy Sword with Gerald. While he admitted to finding the experience exhilarating, a trace of frustration crept into his tone after renting the sword twice. He had expected at least a small discount. Gerald could only let out an awkward chuckle, unsure how to respond to Antonio's relentless attempts at negotiation. Nearby, Gwangil muttered quietly under his breath, clearly annoyed at Antonio's insistence on haggling, especially after having handled such a priceless weapon. As their conversation flowed, Antonio's sharp eyes suddenly locked onto John Gwangil. Hearing some promising news about him, Antonio remarked that Gwangil seemed to be in line for a promotion, his words carrying both curiosity and subtle intrigue. Gwangil felt a shiver of awareness. Yet again, he realized just how much information the United States already had. Antonio spoke with unwavering confidence, predicting that by their next meeting, Gwangil would likely have stepped into the role of deputy commissioner. Gwangil responded with a polite laugh, lowering his gaze and accepting the compliment with a calm, humble nod. After a brief pause, the two men shook hands firmly. Antonio casually shifted the conversation, mentioning he had heard whispers that items like the Holy Sword could be obtained only by achieving an S++ clear rank. Gwangil, however, remained cautious, offering no real information. He explained plainly that the owner of the Holy Sword wasn't even an S++ rank holder. Inside, he tensed, realizing Antonio had been subtly fishing for intel throughout their meeting, testing him at every turn. As their discussion wound down, Antonio smiled warmly, wishing them a safe journey and expressing hope that their paths would cross again soon, before finally stepping out of the airport. Once Antonio departed, Gwangil took a moment to reflect, weighing the implications of the United States movements and the information he'd just shared. He considered the U.S. team's ongoing raid on the 67th floor, where the undead Phantom Reaper had already appeared. Their progress had reached 94%. And with plenty of time still on the clock, Gwangil predicted they would likely attempt the raid several more times before eventually returning to rent the Holy Sword once again. Turning over the results of the visit, Gwangil calculated the immense profit they had reaped. $20 million from the United States trip alone, translating to a staggering $26 billion in their own currency. The thought alone made him confident that Player Bong would be overjoyed upon hearing the news. With airport business concluded, the scene flowed seamlessly to a new location. Yuyuxi arrived home where his newly summoned companion, Razix, immediately took command of every household chore without a moment's hesitation. Razix moved with precision, cleaning every corner of the house until it gleamed. He carried out the trash, straightened and organized each room, gathered the laundry, and efficiently ran the washing machine. Dishes were washed spotless. Even stubborn water stains disappeared under his meticulous care, leaving nothing overlooked. Seeing such dedication, Yuyuxi and the other summoners could not help but beam with admiration, praising Razix warmly for his efforts. Del Rey, in particular, had grown fond of Razix, scooping him up with childlike excitement and hugging him tightly as if he were a cherished infant. Once all tasks were complete, Yuyuxi gently instructed Razix to rest, allowing him a well-earned break from his relentless work. While Razix quietly enjoyed his meal, the others seized the moment to whisper about their new companion. Yuyuxi admitted almost with a laugh that despite Razix's imposing appearance, he was surprisingly efficient and helpful. Meatball nodded, recognizing Razix's impressive cleaning prowess, though he noted the summons still appeared somewhat fragile and might not be reliable in the tower. Del Rey shyly commented on Razix's cuteness, but admitted lingering doubts about his abilities. Kosix suggested a compromise. Keep Razix temporarily and consider replacing him once the summon cooldown reset after 30 days. Just then, Razix materialized silently beside them. The group froze, realizing with a jolt that he might have overheard their entire conversation. Gu Shi, trying to diffuse the sudden tension, forced a nervous smile and swiftly diverted the topic, asking if Razix had finished all the peanuts. He quickly suggested celebrating their new member by tackling the 41st floor together. Razix's face lit up, and he enthusiastically agreed. Watching the genuine excitement in his expression, Yuyuxi let out a quiet sigh of relief, convincing himself that Razix likely hadn't caught their earlier remarks. Moments later, the team ascended to the 41st floor of the tower. Their mission was clear: defeat 15 ironclad basilisks starting from this level. Massive land beasts began emerging from the shadows within the tower's walls, signaling the start of their challenging encounter. One particularly fearsome foe was an ironclad basilisk, a gargantuan reptile that looked like a horrifying hybrid of crocodile and lizard, its 7 to 8 meter long body exuding sheer menace and raw strength. Basilisk's most terrifying weapon was its paralysis beam. Any human who met its gaze would be instantly frozen, unable to move an inch. Escaping after being struck was nearly impossible. Thankfully, by this point, items capable of countering the effect existed. Yet Bong Ju-yuk remained unfazed, knowing he didn't need to dodge or prepare any countermeasures. His 3 SSR warriors were more than capable of handling the basilisk's deadly stare on his behalf. During the battle, Juyuk's 3 elite warriors dispatched the iron-clad basilisks with effortless precision, one after another. Watching the swift and lethal efficiency of his team, he suggested moving quickly through the raid so they could all enjoy dinner together afterward. Fueled by this thought, he resolved to hunt down 3 basilisks himself. However, Kasich quickly intervened, reminding him of his primary responsibility, ensuring Rasex's safety above all else. Compared to the towering monsters on this floor, Rasex seemed tiny, vulnerable. One bite from a basilisk would end him instantly. Hearing this, Juyuk felt a silent acknowledgement, recognizing the genuine care Kasich held for Rasex's well-being. The memory of Rasex's very first summoning remained vivid, lingering sharply in his mind. In his previous life, Rasex had been a top-tier labyrinth adventurer's worker, capable of cooking, laundry, construction, herb gathering, mining, tanning, and even weapon repairs. Truly a versatile powerhouse, able to handle nearly any task flawlessly. Having such a dependable beastkin alongside an adventurer practically halved the difficulty of exploring the labyrinth. Despite his unmatched utility, Rasex had been treated merely as a laborer, his true potential overlooked. During perilous gathering missions carried out away from the adventurer's notice, he had eventually fallen victim to Apophis, a colossal serpent boss in the underground labyrinth, a fragile servant abandoned to a cruel fate. Yet Juyuk began to wonder if it might be safer for summons to protect Rasex, rather than him overseeing the creature personally. Seeing that his 3 summoned warriors were entirely occupied with battling the monsters, he prepared to personally watch over Rasex. But as he turned, Rasex had vanished without a trace. Startled, Juyuk launched into a rapid search, scanning the battlefield frantically. To his astonishment, Rasex was sprinting across the field at an incredible speed, his small legs carrying him with surprising agility. Even Juyuk, watching in disbelief, was momentarily stunned by the speed and determination of the tiny creature. Soon after, the mission on the 41st floor concluded successfully, the team emerging victorious and unscathed. With the task completed, the group returned home together, their spirits high and the bonds between them strengthened by the battle they had just endured. The moment they arrived, Rasex suddenly burst into tears, his face crumpling like he had just suffered some terrible defeat. Seeing him cry out of nowhere, Juyuk and the other 3 summoned beings immediately gathered around him in concern, asking what had happened and why he looked so devastated. Still sniffling through his tears, Rasex explained the reason in a trembling voice. The mission had ended far too quickly, and because everything wrapped up so fast, he had barely been given any time to gather materials properly. Even so, Rasex had not come back empty-handed. In the short time he had managed to pick up a handful of useful things, including some herbs, pieces of basilisk leather, and even a few mana stones. The second Juyuk heard that, his expression froze. He stared at Rasex in complete disbelief, utterly stunned by the casual way Rasex had just listed off those items. Because if Rasex was telling the truth, then every single one of those materials had actually been gathered from inside the tower itself. To Juyuk, that made no sense at all. If collecting resources from inside had always been possible, then this situation should never have been considered impossible in the first place. After all, there would never have been such a serious shortage of resources if people could simply bring tower materials back with them. In the early days of the Black Tower, plenty of people had already tried doing exactly that, hoping to smuggle anything useful out. Some had packed ordinary cave pebbles into their inventories. Others had tried taking branches from the wasteland, and some even carried herbs from the plains with their own hands, thinking at least one method might work. But no matter what they tried, every single attempt ended in failure, without even one proper success. Normally, the only things anyone could bring out of the tower were monster drops obtained after hunting, and yet Rasex had simply tucked those gathered materials into his backpack like it was the most normal thing in the world. Dalre, clearly charmed by the whole situation, reached over and playfully pulled at Rasex's cheeks. As she looked over the haul he had brought back, she could not help but admire him, finding his tearful little reaction strangely adorable. Rasex, still acting modest despite what he had accomplished, lowered himself humbly and apologized. He said he had only managed to gather this much because it was his very first time collecting items, specifically for Juyuk. Wang was amazed by how quickly their hunt had ended, and Dalre carried the thought even further, wondering aloud whether Rasex could bring back even more if the hunt moved at a slower pace. Rasex answered without hesitation, confidently saying that under those conditions he could gather 10 times as much. The moment those words reached Juyuk's ears, his eyes practically lit up. Just imagining 10 times the amount of rare and valuable materials being handed over to him made his excitement surge instantly. In his mind, Juyuk could already see his account balance climbing higher and higher without stopping. Unable to hold back, he immediately asked Rasex if he wanted to enter the tower again. Rasex calmly reminded him that tower entry was usually limited to once per day, but Juyuk puffed himself up proudly and declared that he could go in twice. Rasex's face brightened into a cheerful smile at that. To him, his summoner seemed unbelievably impressive, almost too amazing to be real, and with that excited mood surrounding them, the group prepared to move locations once again. Ju Hyuk, meanwhile, joyfully thought back to the incredible reward he had received after successfully summoning the Mad Demon and clearing his very first LSSR challenge. That prize had been so satisfying that just remembering it filled him with pure delight all over again. Not long after that, the five of them entered the 41st tower once more. As they pushed forward, Ju Hyuk could not stop thinking about how dangerously close he had come to overlooking someone so valuable. All because Rasik's combat strength looked weak at first glance. And right then, the truth hit him clearly. Rasik's gathering ability was powerful enough to surpass even an LSSR. Ju Hyuk felt like he must have been out of his mind forever underestimating Rasik in the first place. His thoughts were now overflowing with excitement, profit, and all the possibilities waiting ahead, and with that eager energy burning inside him, he pressed forward without slowing down. Once again, the meatball palanquin began to move, carrying what Ju Hyuk jokingly thought of as actual money riding right in front of him. But almost immediately he corrected that thought, mentally treating Rasik not as money, but as an honored escort lord who deserved to be carried with the utmost respect. As the group finally set foot on the 41st floor of Korea's Black Tower, Hyuk glanced over everyone and reminded them that this was not their first time coming here. Since the whole point of this trip was to let Razix work properly, he told the party to slow their pace as much as possible and make sure nothing rushed him. John Kozak nodded right away, agreeing with Hyuk, without the slightest hesitation. In fact, the moment he heard the plan, he was already thinking about dragging the hunt out for as long as possible so they could squeeze every bit of value from the expedition. Meatball then declared with confidence that he would handle the basilisks carefully and take them down at a slower pace. Dowry also stepped in, promising that throughout the entire trip, she would stay close to Razix and make sure he was protected while he worked. As everyone exchanged their plans, Kozak's excitement started to get the better of him, and he almost blurted out that Razix was basically a money-printing machine. Realizing what he was about to say, he hurriedly corrected himself, and once the awkward little moment passed, the party continued deeper into the floor. It did not take long before the floor answered their arrival. From ahead of them, iron-armored basilisks crawled into view, their heavy bodies scraping forward as they unleashed roars, so loud they seemed to shake the air around the group. The moment one of those monsters appeared before them, Meatball reacted instantly. His body swelled up again, growing larger and more imposing as he prepared to overpower the creature head-on. With brute strength alone, Meatball grabbed the basilisk and began swinging it around like it weighed nothing. He slammed it again and again with terrifying force, pounding the monster so relentlessly that it eventually went completely limp and lost consciousness. Satisfied with how easily he had handled it, Meatball puffed himself up with pride. From the way he stood there, pleased and confident, he clearly thought he had done a flawless job finishing off the monster. But instead of looking impressed, Razix suddenly broke down in tears. His small face crumpled, and the reaction was so immediate that it completely caught the others off guard. Kozak and Dowry turned on Meatball at once, both of them blaming him for making Razix cry. Their accusing stares landed on him before he even had a chance to understand what had gone wrong. Meatball could only stand there in total confusion. From his point of view, he had simply captured the basilisk and knocked it out, so he had no idea why everyone was suddenly treating him like he had caused a disaster. Through his tears, Razix explained that the problem was not that the monster had been defeated. The real issue was the way Meatball had done it. By thrashing the basilisk around and smashing its body over and over, he had torn up the hide so badly that it was no longer usable and would have to be thrown away. Hyuk quickly checked the result for himself, and sure enough, the basilisk's hide had been ruined by Meatball's merciless beating. Hoping to solve the problem another way, Hyuk pulled out the tower-exclusive golden mace of Cold Twilight. It was no ordinary weapon. During battle, it raised attack speed, froze anything it struck, extended the reach of each blow, and sometimes even spread an icy field across the ground whenever a hit landed successfully. On top of that, the mace had the power to guide enemies toward the rest of Twilight, and it was completely indestructible. Hyuk looked at the weapon and felt that maybe this was finally the perfect chance to use it at least once, so he offered to personally hunt the next basilisk while keeping its hide in perfect condition. But Razix immediately saw the flaw in Hyuk's plan. If the mace struck the basilisk, the hide would freeze, and once frozen, it would crack and break apart instead of staying intact. Razix also firmly added that a summoner had no reason to join the actual hunting. Hyuk could only sigh at that. Once again, his summons had found a strange new way to stop him from fighting, and now even Razix had joined that troublesome group. In the end, the party settled on a more careful hunting method designed specifically to preserve the hide. The first step was left to Dowry, who cast confusion on the basilisk and threw the monster's senses into disarray. After that, Meatball moved in and focused only on disabling the creature. Instead of battering the whole body, he crushed the basilisk's legs so it could no longer move around or ruin the process. Once the monster had been confused and immobilized, John Kozak stepped forward to bring the hunt to an end. With the creature unable to resist properly, he delivered the final strike. This time, the result was exactly what they had wanted, a basilisk preserved in perfect condition. As Hyuk looked over the enormous monster, he could not help wondering how someone as small as Razix was supposed to skin a creature that large. The answer came almost immediately, before Hyuk even had time to think about it for long. Razix got straight to work without hesitation. His small hands moved with shocking speed, slicing into the basilisk with such clean precision that the huge monster began coming apart almost effortlessly. Hyuk stared in disbelief at what he was seeing. At first glance, Razix looked tiny, harmless, and almost too delicate to be anywhere near a monster carcass. Yet the way he handled the basilisk was anything but gentle. Every cut was swift, cold, and unbelievably efficient, giving off a ruthless sharpness that Hyuk had never expected from him. Hyuk had no clue what kind of skill Razix was using, but the results spoke for themselves. Whatever technique it was, there was no denying that it worked terrifyingly well. Before much time had passed, their efforts paid off. Razix successfully separated and prepared a complete basilisk hide, leaving it intact and ready to be collected. Everyone immediately celebrated Razix's achievement, their relief and excitement filling the room around the massive hide. After that first success, the work continued smoothly, with no major problems getting in their way. Soon, one perfect hide became two, then two became three, and as the hunt continued at a steady pace, the group eventually secured a seventh, fully preserved basilisk hide. After they obtained the seventh hide, Razix finally announced that he could not carry any more because his backpack had reached its limit. Hyuk was genuinely surprised by that discovery, since he had not expected even Razix's backpack to have a storage restriction. Still, when he thought about how massive a complete basilisk hide was, it made sense. Monster leather was an incredibly rare and valuable material, far beyond ordinary hides. Most of it was used to craft specialized armor for players, and even the combat boots Hyuk wore had been made from basilisk leather. There were some monster leather products sold to ordinary people, but the supply was so painfully limited that merchants could charge almost any price they wanted. Celebrities, powerful public figures, and wealthy collectors were always searching for items made from monster leather, yet so little reached the market that even having money did not guarantee they could get their hands on it. As Hyuk considered just how valuable Razix's work really was, a sudden idea flashed through his mind. If he gave Razix a summoned Great Up rune, then he might end up creating the most unbelievable worker the entire world had ever seen. Once the hunt was finally over, the group made their way back home. Hyuk thanked everyone for their hard work, and then asked them to clear out the living room so he could properly sort through everything they had brought back. The haul was impressive. They had 7 complete basilisk hides, 1 damaged scrap of basilisk hide, 50 kilograms of mana stones worth 25 million won, and a large pile of medicinal herbs gathered from the tower. Razix explained that tower rewards usually appeared in the form of dried herbs. This time, however, the herbs had been collected while they were still fresh, which made the pile feel even more unusual. Hyuk looked over everything spread out before him, and could only stare in amazement. Compared to their earlier expeditions, the amount they had brought back did not feel merely 10 times greater. To him, it looked closer to 100 times more. Without delaying, Hyuk began transferring the loot into his inventory. Inside, he now had 6 basilisk hide scraps, and 6 complete basilisk hides, and those items alone took up nearly half of his available storage space. But before long, he realized the inventory was not actually the biggest problem. The true problem was the house itself. Items were piled everywhere, filling up the rooms until the whole place felt packed to the brim. At the same time, Dowry scolded Meatball for constantly making messes and creating more work for Razix, while Razix silently continued handling every chore without a single complaint. As Hyuk looked around the crowded house, the truth finally sank in. Their home had become far too cramped, with barely enough space left to move comfortably. At this point, there was no good reason to keep putting off the move to a larger place. The only real obstacle was the price. Any property with a decent amount of space cost somewhere between 5 and 10 billion won. Even worse, 10 billion won no longer felt like an outrageous amount of money to Hyuk. The reason was obvious. Ever since team leader Gwangil had shown him that penthouse, his standards had completely changed, and the image of that luxurious home refused to leave his mind. The idea of living in a place like that was simply too tempting. That was when Hyuk suddenly remembered the Holy Sword rental. With the thought striking him all at once, he decided to check the results immediately. The response arrived almost as soon as he looked into it. According to the report, the United States had already rented the Holy Sword twice. Hyuk quickly ran the numbers in his head, eager to see exactly what that meant. $20 million converted into roughly 26 billion won. The moment Hyuk saw that number, he was left completely speechless. With that much money now within reach, buying the penthouse was no longer just a dream. His mood lifted instantly, as if the weight pressing down on him had vanished all at once. Overflowing with excitement, Hyuk silently praised America as the strongest nation, the land of heroes, and the country that had rescued him from his financial worries. On top of that, he felt a deep wave of gratitude toward Gerald. Without wasting even a second, Hyuk called everyone together. clearly unable to keep the news to himself any longer. Then, with obvious pride in his voice, he announced that they were going to move into the Paradise on Earth penthouse. Dowry recognized the name right away as the palace-like residence they had gone to see before. Meatball was already getting emotional at the thought of living in such a huge home. Kozak, however, reminded everyone that Hyuk had once refused to move into a large house because maintaining it would be far too much work. At that exact moment, everyone's gaze naturally shifted toward Razix, who was quietly cleaning the house yet again. The sight answered their concern immediately. As long as Razix was there, cleaning and managing a massive household would never become a serious problem. Later, after they returned home and things had settled down, Hyuk looked at Razix and asked if there was anything he wanted to eat. Razix did not ask for anything fancy or expensive. All he wanted was a single carrot. While Razix munched away on the carrot with obvious delight, Hyuk quietly watched him and let his mind drift back over the strange chain of events that had unfolded throughout the day. That entire day had been nothing but one surprise after another. Something Hyuk had first written off as a total catastrophe had somehow transformed into an unbelievable gain, while the reward that had looked incredible at first had ended up leaving him strangely disappointed. And when he thought about the whole conquest situation from start to finish, it felt so absurd that he almost wanted to laugh. At that point, Hyuk no longer felt any real obsession with getting an LSSR. As far as he was concerned, the thing that mattered most was already right there in front of him, calmly enjoying a carrot like it was the greatest prize in the world. The following day, Hyuk made his way over to his parents' home, taking some time to check in on them after everything that had happened. The moment he stepped inside, his father could barely contain his excitement, and immediately began showing him photos from a recent fishing trip he had taken to Incheon. In the pictures, Hyuk could see a massive fish stretched out proudly for the camera, and when he realized his father had caught it with his own hands, he could not help but be genuinely impressed by its size. His father's face practically glowed with pride as he explained that this was the largest fish he had ever managed to catch, calling it one of the greatest fishing triumphs of his entire life. After taking another look at that enormous fish, Hyuk reached a very simple conclusion. If his father had been able to handle a catch that big, then his hip joints had to have recovered almost completely. His father burst into a confident laugh and declared that these days he was probably the most energetic and active person out of every single one of his friends. As Hyuk listened to him speak so proudly, the luck talismans and health talismans he had given his parents suddenly came back to mind. The thought struck him almost immediately. Maybe those talismans were the reason for all these changes. Just then, Hyuk's eyes landed on an air purifier standing inside the house, and the sight made him pause in surprise. He mentioned that he had actually been planning to buy one for them himself, then added that the model they had looked like a pretty expensive one. Nearby, his mother was leaning back comfortably in a massage chair, looking perfectly at ease. She explained that she had not bought the air purifier at all. Apparently, a newly opened mart in the neighborhood had held a raffle, and she had somehow won it there. Then, as if that alone were not surprising enough, she revealed that the massage chair had come from another raffle entirely. Even she seemed baffled as she talked about it, saying she still could hardly believe she had won two separate raffles, one after another. Hearing that, Hyuk became almost certain the talismans were involved. In fact, their effect seemed far stronger than he had expected, and deep down, he could not help but silently admire Princess Dowry for making something so ridiculously powerful. A little while later, Hyuk's younger brother came into the room and spotted him there. Hyuk said he had only just arrived, then casually asked if anything unusually fortunate had happened to him lately. His younger brother blinked at the sudden question, clearly unsure where it had come from. After thinking it over for a moment, his younger brother said that in the FPS game he had been playing recently, every shot he fired had somehow landed exactly where he wanted it to. Thanks to that bizarre accuracy, he had been crushing other players with almost no effort, and his rank had shot up in no time. Hyuk quickly clarified that he was talking about unexpected real-life luck, not gaming performance. His younger brother frowned and thought a little harder, then finally remembered something else. One day, while trying to buy coffee from a vending machine at the library, he had reached into his pocket and realized he did not have enough coins. Just when he was about to give up and walk away, he noticed a 501 coin lying near a trash can, as if it had been waiting there for him. He had thought the timing was unbelievably lucky, and as he recalled it, he laughed with genuine excitement. Hyuk looked at him with a faintly annoyed expression, because compared to everything he had just heard from the rest of the family, that story felt almost laughably small. Even so, he had to admit that finding money at the exact moment it was needed would still feel pretty good. After hearing everyone's stories, Hyuk finally felt reassured. His whole family seemed to be doing well. Not long after that, Hyuk started getting ready to leave. His mother looked at him in surprise and asked why he was going so soon, urging him to stay and eat since the meal was almost ready and only a few final preparations remained. Hyuk politely turned her down, explaining that he had another appointment to get to. Still, he promised he would come by again soon. By chance, his younger brother was also about to head out to the convenience store, so he suggested that they leave together. The two brothers stepped out of the house side by side. Once they were outside, his younger brother glanced around and asked whether Hyuk had called a taxi. Hyuk answered casually, as if it were nothing special, that it was not a taxi. A few moments later, a limousine pulled up in front of them. Gwangil personally stepped out of the vehicle to pick Hyuk up, and the sight left his younger brother standing there completely speechless. After giving a brief farewell, Hyuk calmly climbed into the limousine. His younger brother remained outside, watching the vehicle roll away and slowly disappear down the road. Only then did it really sink in for him that top-ranked players apparently had personal drivers. Even after seeing it with his own eyes, the whole thing still felt strangely hard to accept. Meanwhile, inside the limousine, Hyuk thanked Gwangil for going out of his way to pick him up, despite being busy. Gwangil explained that he had already been passing through the area and had remembered Hyuk mentioning the day before that he planned to visit his parents. In truth, though, Gwangil had been more concerned than he let on. The recent incident had stayed in the back of his mind, leaving him quietly worried about Hyuk's condition. But now that Hyuk was sitting there looking healthy, calm, and completely relaxed, much of that worry began to fade from Gwangil's expression. As the two continued talking, Gwangil recalled that Hyuk had mentioned needing a large amount of space. Hyuk nodded and confirmed it, saying he had several unusually large materials that he wanted to show him. Because of that, Gwangil decided not to waste time and took Hyuk straight to the special materials warehouse managed by the Awakened Management Department. Once they arrived at the warehouse, Hyuk turned to Gwangil and gave him a calm warning. What he was about to see, he said, might be a little surprising. Then Hyuk looked toward the open space in front of them and asked if he should go ahead and start bringing the materials out. Gwangil simply smiled at that. After all the years he had spent in the field, he had seen more rare and valuable materials than he could count. With that much experience behind him, he honestly believed there was nothing left that could truly shock him. The instant that confident thought passed through his mind, Hyuk summoned the hide of a dead ironclad basilisk. The enormous hide appeared before them all at once, filling the space with an overwhelming presence. That single sight was enough to smash Gwangil's confidence into pieces. Completely overwhelmed by shock, Gwangil lost strength in his legs, collapsed onto the ground, and let out a terrified cry before he could stop himself. Hyuk gave him an awkward apology, scratching at the situation with an uncomfortable tone. After all, he had warned Gwangil ahead of time that the sight might be surprising. Even with that warning, Gwangil was still struggling to process what was right in front of him. He stared at the massive material for a long moment before finally realizing what it was, the hide of an ironclad basilisk. Hyuk looked pleased that Gwangil had recognized it so quickly. With a hint of pride, he explained that it was a complete ironclad basilisk hide, removed so cleanly that it almost looked as though the monster had simply shed its skin on its own. Then, as casually as if he were taking out ordinary supplies, Hyuk added that he would bring out the remaining hides too. Gwangil instantly froze in place. One word in particular had caught in his ears, the remaining ones. His eyes slowly shifted back toward Hyuk, as if begging him to say he had misunderstood. But Hyuk, completely unfazed, revealed that he had 6 more hides just like the one already lying in front of them. That announcement destroyed the small bit of composure Gwangil had managed to recover. He could only stare blankly as the priceless materials began to pile up before his eyes. The scene was so outrageous that it barely felt connected to reality anymore. As he looked at the mountain of treasures spread across the warehouse floor, only one thought filled his mind. Ban Hyuk had already become someone far beyond anything he could understand. Gwangil then began inspecting the items laid out before him more closely, and it did not take long for him to notice that most of the herbs were unlike anything he had ever personally encountered. These were not the usual dried herbs that were commonly handed out as tower rewards. They were fresh, raw plants, still vivid and full of life, as if they had only just been gathered. What shocked him even more was the complete monster hide, which still looked as though it had been peeled off not long ago. From what he could estimate, that single piece of leather alone was worth more than the Awakened Management Department's entire monthly budget. Unable to keep his curiosity under control, Gwangil finally asked whether all of these materials had truly come from a single tower clear. At the same time, he could not help wondering how Hyuk had managed to bring so much out of the tower in the first place. Hyuk, however, focused on a much simpler question and casually asked how much money the whole batch might sell for. As soon as he said it, he briefly worried that he might sound a little too obsessed with profit. Gwangil apologized and asked Hyuk to give him more time, explaining that the situation was too complicated to evaluate immediately. Hyuk accepted that without complaint, figuring it simply was not easy to calculate the value of materials this unusual on the spot. Gwangil then added that the department could normally appraise materials very quickly, but items of this level were completely outside their usual experience. As Gwangil continued examining the hide, the more he looked, the clearer it became that its quality was far beyond anything the department typically purchased. Still unable to fully accept what he was seeing, Gwangil asked once more if all of this had really come from just one clear. Hyuk answered calmly and simply, confirming that it had. Gwangil tried to check again, wondering if this might have been some kind of one-time lucky result, but before he could settle on that explanation, Hyuk immediately added that he could bring out even more than this. Hyuk went even further and stated plainly that if necessary it would be possible to secure a stable and continuous supply. The moment Gwangil heard that, he was completely stunned. unable to find a response to something so far beyond common sense. Even so, he quickly pulled his thoughts back into order, reminding himself that Hyuk was no ordinary player, but an S++ rank record holder, someone whose abilities might already exist far beyond common sense. Because of that, he decided it was smarter not to pry any further. Instead, he put all his attention on finishing the transaction before Hyuk had second thoughts, changed the conditions, or simply vanished from the conversation. Gwangil quickly offered to purchase every herb Hyuk had brought in for double the normal market value, explaining that their worth as research materials was simply too high to ignore. On top of that, he suggested that the basilisk hides should be placed directly into the civilian market, where demand would likely be enormous. Hyuk's expression brightened at the idea of selling the hides openly to the public, and without dragging things out or hesitating for even a moment, he agreed to the plan. Then Hyuk asked whether the management department could also handle the actual civilian sales process for him. Gwangil answered with steady confidence, assuring him that the department would take care of every step from beginning to end. Since that solved a major headache for him, Hyuk offered one entire basilisk hide as a commission fee for their help. But Gwangil rejected it at once, firmly explaining that they were not assisting him just so they could receive that kind of payment in return. With that matter settled, Hyuk smoothly moved on to another topic and asked for their help brokering the penthouse they had spoken about before. Gwangil's eyes widened slightly at Hyuk's final decision, and he immediately said the ownership could be transferred to player ban that very same day. Before Gwangil could continue too far in that direction, Hyuk cut him off and made his position clear. This was something he intended to pay for with his own money. Gwangil tried again, saying that even if the total price was high, the department could remove every commission fee and make the process as light as possible for him. But inside, Hyuk rejected that offer right away. He had no desire to pile up favors that might one day turn into invisible debts hanging over his head. So he kept his attitude firm and insisted that every expense needed to remain clean, clear, and properly recorded. Since he had already earned a large amount from renting out the Holy Sword, he asked them to simply subtract the penthouse payment from those funds. Once that discussion came to an end, the focus shifted to Hyuk's room, where Kozak had gathered everyone together for a formal briefing about the basilisk hunts on the upcoming floors. Standing before the group with lively energy, Kozak introduced himself as the one responsible for leading the presentation. With dramatic confidence, he declared himself to be Summoner Ban's very first summon, his right hand, his loyal partner, and the artist behind the red ribbon, proudly known as John Kozak. After the introductions finished and the applause died down, Kozak moved straight into the missions planned from the 42nd floor through the 45th. He began by reviewing the ironclad basilisk they had already hunted on the 41st floor, then shifted to the long-tailed basilisk waiting on the 42nd floor, explaining that the monster itself was not especially unusual aside from the lethal blade attached to its tail. Right as Kozak finished that explanation, Razix quietly raised one hand, signaling that he had something he wanted to ask. Kozak reacted with immediate approval, praising Razix for his initiative before granting him permission to speak. Razix then asked whether they planned to skin the long-tailed basilisk, and Kozak confirmed that they would, though not during the first clear. The materials would only be collected on the second run, because their first priority was securing an S++ record. Razix then brought up the Ironjaw Basilisk on the 43rd floor and the Thornscale Basilisk on the 44th. Kozak answered that the Ironjaw Basilisk would be worth skinning, but the Thornscale Basilisk would be skipped, since its razor-sharp thorns made extraction troublesome and also ruined the quality of the hide. After looking around to make sure no one else had a question, Kozak moved on with a more serious tone, turning everyone's attention toward their most important target, the Rainbow Basilisk. He revealed that this monster was the boss of the 45th floor, and more importantly, it was the main reason they planned to remain there for a while and repeat the runs instead of immediately moving on. Dalry, unable to hold back her curiosity, questioned why they needed to stay on the 45th floor at all when climbing higher should have been more efficient. Kozak immediately stopped her in the middle of the flow and reminded her that she needed to ask for permission before speaking during the briefing. Dowry's face tightened with clear annoyance, and she complained that it was ridiculous to request permission every single time she wanted to say something. Kozak stayed perfectly calm and reminded her that Summoner Ban had placed the entire briefing under his authority, which meant his rules still stood. Even as a princess, Dowry could not simply ignore that fact. After a brief moment of visible reluctance, she accepted the situation and formally requested permission to speak, and Kozak granted her approval in an official tone. Dowry repeated her question, asking again why they had to remain on the 45th floor when moving upward seemed far more efficient. Kozak pressed a remote, brought an image up for everyone to see, and began explaining the reason behind his decision. He introduced a monster that appeared starting from the 46th floor, and explained that it did not drop any usable hide. Even though its exoskeleton could technically be used as material, taking it apart joint by joint would waste far too much time. Kozak then turned to Razix for confirmation, and Razix immediately agreed with the assessment. Kozak continued by explaining that every type of basilisk could appear on the 45th floor. Then he put extra emphasis on the rainbow basilisk boss, pointing out that its value was on an entirely different level and openly stating that it could generate an enormous profit. He then joked that Summoner Ban had put himself in a rather tight financial position after impulsively buying a house. Hyuk awkwardly denied that things were quite that bad, though his reaction made it clear that the concern was not completely wrong. Kozak then moved to the biggest problem. The moment the boss was defeated, the tower clear would immediately activate and force them out, meaning they would only have a very short window to skin the monster before leaving. With that in mind, Kozak looked straight at Razix and asked whether he could handle such a demanding task. Razix raised his hand again, this time with far more confidence, clearly fired up by the topic. Watching him, Hyuk realized that Kozak had not only prepared the briefing carefully, but had also put real effort into boosting Razix's morale. Kozak then wrapped up the strategy in a clear, energetic voice. They would charge straight toward the 45th floor, settle there temporarily, and repeatedly gather basilisk hides. With excitement rising in his voice, he declared that it was finally time for them to start making real money. The next day, the focus moved to HG Fashion's CEO Goyana, who sat alone in her office with a heavy expression, her frustration written plainly across her face. Her thoughts drifted back to how she had thrown herself into a bold gamble with huge ambition, only for the result to leave her completely disappointed. HG Fashion was already sitting at the bottom of the Ho Group's rankings, and this failure only made the company appear even more useless and unworthy of attention. As Goyana remained trapped in that bitter mood, an employee entered the office and reported that an official document had arrived from the awakened management department. The employee explained that it involved a public-private joint project being led directly by the department itself. At first, Goyana dismissed it with little interest, questioning whether the matter was really important enough to be delivered to her in person. She said Executive Director Park should be enough to handle something of that level, but the employee carefully corrected her, explaining that the invitation specifically required the CEO to attend. Even then, Goyana still did not seem especially interested. She simply told the employee to send the vice president instead, thinking that would be more than enough to show proper respect. The employee accepted the instruction without argument and began preparing to leave the office. But just before the employee could step out, Goyana suddenly called out and stopped them in place. Goyana apologized, admitting that she had been overly sensitive because of the wildflower incident. The employee quickly reassured her that there was no problem, and Goyana then asked for the documents, changing her mind and deciding that she would attend in person after all, although she told herself that she was not expecting anything meaningful from it. A strange feeling kept lingering in the back of her mind, making it difficult to ignore. In the end, she decided to go herself, partly because she needed a chance to clear her head and breathe for a while. The focus then shifted to Hyuk and his summons as they entered the 42nd floor. Their mission was to defeat 15 long-tailed basilisks, and the instant they arrived, Hyuk was bursting with energy like a wild horse finally released from its reins. Kozak recognized that familiar behavior immediately and remarked that the wild horse was acting up again. At that moment, a system window appeared before them. It displayed a tower-exclusive item called the Golden Aegis of Warm Dawn, a shield that increased focus, created a blinding flash effect, strengthened both physical and magical defense, and even carried a chance to reflect attacks after a successful block. Its special effect allowed the user to remain calm no matter the situation. Then another tower-exclusive item appeared, the Golden Mace of Cold Twilight. This weapon increased attack speed during battle, added freezing effects, extended attack range, and had a chance to create an ice field after a successful hit, while its special trait drew enemies into the influence of Twilight. Seeing Hyuk's excitement rising more and more, the summons quickly urged him to slow down and hold himself back. Hyuk understood exactly why they were worried, but the aggressive urge burning inside him refused to quiet down that day. His summons reminded him once again that safety had to come first and practically begged him to control himself. But Hyuk had already reached the point where restraint was no longer possible. In the next instant, he launched himself forward at terrifying speed, rushing straight toward a long-tailed basilisk. As he closed the distance, a thrill ran through him as he thought about how long it had been since he had enjoyed a hunt like this. The basilisk responded immediately, its deadly tail blade whipping through the air and cutting straight toward Hyuk. The attack moved so quickly that the slicing blade almost seemed to split into multiple strikes at once, blurring through the air in a dangerous flash. Hyuk answered without hesitation, unleashing Falling Thunder Flash directly against the incoming threat. The powerful skill crashed into the basilisk with overwhelming force and finished it off instantly. Right after the monster fell, a system message appeared before him. Hyuk cleared the 42nd floor of Korea's Black Tower with an incredible EOS++ rank, and the system rewarded his performance by placing a shining platinum badge into his hands. But even as the reward appeared, Hyuk couldn't shake the strange feeling in his chest. He had only managed to kill a single basilisk, yet somehow, the entire floor had already been registered as cleared. The answer came to him almost right away. While he was focused on his own fight, his companions must have thrown themselves into the hunt with everything they had, wiping out the remaining targets before he could claim them all. Still, Hyuk didn't feel disappointed. If anything, he looked quietly satisfied because after so long, he had finally secured at least one monster kill for himself. With that small victory in mind, he released a soft breath of relief. After the group returned home, they loosened up for a little while, grabbing snacks, resting their bodies, and letting the tension from the tower runs fade. Once everyone had recovered enough stamina, they wasted no time heading right back to the 42nd floor. On those repeated runs, the goal was no longer simply clearing the mission. Their attention shifted fully to harvesting hides, and they kept farming until Razix's bag was stuffed to its absolute limit with whole basilisk hides. By the end, they had gathered 7 hides in total. Then another system message appeared in front of them. The long-tailed basilisk count had finally reached 15 out of 15, confirming that the 42nd floor mission was complete. The reward display began to show its payout as 2 kilograms of mana stones. The very next day, the group pushed forward to the 43rd floor where the Ironjaw basilisk awaited them. Then, one day later, they climbed again and faced the Thornscale basilisk on the 44th floor. However, once they examined the Thornscale hides, it became clear they wouldn't be useful for the plan they were currently working toward. So instead of wasting more time there, the group redirected their farming back to the earlier floors. Eventually, another full day passed, and at last, they stepped onto the floor they had been waiting for. The 45th floor. The title hovering before them was simple but ominous: War with the Basilisks. The mission conditions were displayed clearly. They had to defeat 60 basilisks of any kind, along with 1 rainbow basilisk, all within a 13-hour time limit. At the start, the progress screen showed nothing completed yet. 0 out of 60 basilisks defeated, and 0 out of 1 rainbow basilisk defeated. That rainbow basilisk was the true boss of the 45th floor, and its hide was on a completely different level from the others. It was rare, difficult to obtain, and valuable enough to make the entire hunt worth the effort. Because of that, the group had already decided on their strategy. They would try to farm the rainbow basilisk's hide on both their first clear and their second clear. If everything went the way they hoped, they could walk away with 2 rainbow hides in a single day. As soon as the fighting began, everyone moved into their roles with clean precision. Gion Dowry's buffs spread across the team, strengthening their bodies and sharpening their attacks. Kozak hammered the monsters with heavy damage, while Meatball kept the enemy's attention locked firmly on himself. Not a single member lost focus as the battle unfolded. Thanks to that tight coordination, the kill count began rising quickly. Before long, the mission progress had already climbed to 8 out of 60 basilisks defeated, and the group kept pressing forward without slowing down. After wave of hunting, the counter finally reached 60 out of 60. With every required basilisk defeated, only 1 target remained. Then, as if responding to the completed count, the rainbow basilisk finally revealed itself before the team. Meatball moved first and clamped onto the monster's tail, trying to pin it down immediately, but the rainbow basilisk's surface was far too slick, making it nearly impossible to hold. Seeing that, Kozak quickly adjusted the plan and shouted for them to control the monster's jaw instead. Hyuk knew the real issue wasn't simply killing the boss. With their current strength, bringing it down was possible. The true challenge was defeating it without ruining the hide, because preserving that rare skin in flawless condition demanded a completely different level of control. Meanwhile, Razix remained positioned in the rear, his body tense and ready to rush in the instant he was needed. The team had spent a huge amount of time practicing how to skin the boss immediately after death, but even with all that preparation, they still failed roughly 1 out of every 3 attempts. At last, the fight entered its final phase. Kozak stepped in and struck the rainbow basilisk with a decisive blow. At almost the same moment, Razix joined the attack, moving in with perfect timing to support the final push. Their combined attacks landed one after another, and the boss could no longer endure it. The rainbow basilisk finally collapsed under their coordinated assault. Instant the rainbow basilisk hit the ground, the entire team rushed forward without wasting even a heartbeat. They threw themselves straight into the skinning process, and after a tense, nerve-wracking effort, the result finally appeared. The whole hide skinning had succeeded. The rare rainbow hide had been secured cleanly, perfectly preserved without damage. The entire group erupted with excitement the moment they realized what had happened. Razix was lifted high into the air like the hero of the moment, while everyone shouted praise around him and called him the best. They congratulated him again and again for pulling off such an incredible result, and Razix stood there glowing with unmistakable pride. Razix stood there with his chest slightly lifted, the pride in his expression impossible to hide. A quiet confidence radiated off him as he took in the situation, as if everything that had just unfolded only reinforced his satisfaction with the outcome. After successfully obtaining the rainbow basilisk hides, Hyuk quickly pieced everything together. The real key, he realized, was to strip the hides as quickly as possible the moment the kill was secured, before immediately exiting the tower without hesitation. Looking at the team, he didn't hold back his praise, acknowledging that they had performed impressively on what was essentially their first real attempt. He also admitted something he hadn't said earlier during their training runs. Failure had happened more than once, and it had genuinely worried him. But in the end, both attempts today had gone smoothly, including the repeat run, which meant they had successfully secured 2 rainbow basilisk hides in a single day. That result alone made all the tension worth it. The second run had gone far more smoothly than he had expected. Rozix, in particular, seemed to adapt best when thrown directly into real combat situations rather than practice. Even the summons had started developing their own strange motivational chant, mid-battle, which caught everyone off guard and even drew a few laughs. Watching it all unfold, Hyuk could clearly feel their coordination tightening, becoming more natural with every step. And he was certain that as they repeated this process, everything would only become more efficient. With the hunt finally concluded, there was nothing left to do but move on to the real question, examining the perk rewards they had earned. When Hyuk opened the reward interface, his eyes immediately locked onto the result. 45 platinum badges had been accumulated in total, a number that carried far more weight than it looked at first glance. A sudden wave of anxiety crept over him the moment he saw it. He couldn't help worrying that the system might throw something completely bizarre at him as a reward. Dowry noticed the change in his face almost instantly and asked what was wrong. Hyuk admitted he was about to check the perk reward, but the uncertainty of what strange item might appear was already unsettling him. Right then, his summons gathered around him, each of them offering encouragement in their own way, their voices overlapping with energetic support. Their words hit him harder than expected. For a brief moment, his eyes even grew misty, as if he might actually tear up from how genuine their support felt in that tense moment. Nearby, John Kozak, who proudly insisted on calling himself Hyuk's right-hand man, was as loud and energetic as ever, completely unchanged by the tension. Watching him, Hyuk could only think that the man truly defied any hope of being normal, still buoyed by the unexpected morale boost from both his summons and the chaos around him. Hyuk finally forced himself to move forward and claim the reward. A system notification immediately appeared, confirming that a perk reward had been granted for collecting 45 platinum badges. His first reaction was suspicion. He immediately assumed it might be another random box, or some kind of roulette-style reward. If that were the case, he silently wished the system would just stop teasing and give him the result outright instead of dragging it out. A second notification followed almost instantly. This time, the reward was clearly displayed. A perk known as the One Multinational Tower Access Ticket had been placed directly into his inventory. It granted the user access to any tower regardless of nationality. However, there was a strict limitation attached to it. It could not be used to enter floors that exceeded the user's current level. The restriction immediately grounded the otherwise impressive-sounding item. Seeing Hyuk's reaction, Kozak leaned in slightly, trying to read his expression. He wondered aloud whether the reward must be something valuable, guessing it might even be a trait enhancement or something similar. Hyuk immediately dismissed that idea. Instead, it was yet another strange and unexpected item. Frustrated, he muttered that it would have been better if it had simply been a summon-grade-up rune. Then, half-joking but oddly serious, he declared that when they eventually reached the 50th floor reward, they should perform a shamanic ritual before even touching it. Dowry instantly declared that she would prepare the ritual with full dedication, as if taking it completely seriously. Hyuk, on the other hand, immediately shot the idea down and insisted they should just hold a feast instead, something far more normal and manageable. Kozak enthusiastically volunteered to go out and grab takeout for everyone. Hyuk quickly decided that ordering delivery would be even easier, and Kozak agreed without even a second of hesitation, already excited by the idea. Not long after, everyone had chosen their food, and the group naturally settled into a small, relaxed celebration back at home, sharing meals and unwinding after everything they had been through. Once the gathering ended and things quieted down, attention gradually shifted toward the awakened management department and the matters waiting there. Goyana, CEO of HG Fashion, arrived at the meeting room where she was greeted respectfully by the attendees as she stepped inside. Glancing around the room, she immediately asked whether CEO Jeong had not arrived yet. One of the staff members explained that he was currently in New York attending a fashion show. Shortly after, another participant introduced himself as Young Se-jun, an executive director from Daehyun Corporation. Goyana responded with a polite and professional greeting, maintaining her composed demeanor. As she took in the room, she suddenly realized she was the only actual CEO present. That realization amused her slightly, and she even joked inwardly that she must have the most free time of anyone there. For a moment, she even considered finding an excuse to leave early. Before she could act on that thought, the door opened once again, and Gwangil stepped in, introducing himself in a calm, controlled manner. The moment he appeared, Goyana's attention shifted sharply toward him. Something about his presence immediately stood out. Gwangil was not just another official, he was the deputy commissioner and the true authority operating behind the awakened management department. He had overseen the elite player development project, and was widely known as one of the key figures who helped elevate South Korea's standing in tower exploration and clearance progress. Many even believe that Nam Ji-eun's rise to top-tier status, along with South Korea matching the United States in cleared floors, had only been possible because of his strong backing. With such influence, he was already considered the most likely successor to the commissioner position. Realizing this, Goyana felt reassured that attending this meeting had been the right decision. Gwangil opened the meeting with an apology, addressing representatives from Ilseong Apparel and Daehyun Corporation, and explaining that arrangements for a separate follow-up meeting would be necessary. When the invitations had originally been sent out, he had specifically requested that each company send their CEO. there had been a very deliberate reason behind that requirement. The representatives quickly responded, offering to immediately contact their CEOs to make new arrangements. However, Gwangil clarified that due to internal policy matters, the discussion would proceed differently. After another brief apology, he stated that the meeting would continue only with CEO Goyana present. Once the room cleared out and the situation settled, the meeting resumed. Goyana lightly joked that she might have stumbled into a rather fortunate opportunity without even realizing it. Gwangil responded calmly, remarking that she had at least taken one step closer to such an opportunity. Sensing that something valuable might be unfolding, Goyana decided not to hesitate. She presented an item she had prepared in advance, carefully placing it forward as part of her proposal. She explained that she hoped this would help secure the opportunity she was aiming for. The item turned out to be an armor design, developed by HG Fashion. The design had been created by HG Fashion's chief designer, and its concept was inspired by the player Nam Ga-yoon. Since the awakened management department seemed interested in expanding into the fashion industry, Goyana confidently argued that HG Fashion would be the ideal partner for the initiative. She asked for an honest evaluation of her proposal. While Gwangil found the sudden presentation slightly unexpected, he couldn't deny that her initiative and preparation stood out clearly. Rather than continuing the discussion in the room, Gwangil suggested they move elsewhere, stating that he wanted to show her something first before proceeding further. He then led Goyana out of the meeting room and toward a warehouse located nearby. Noticing the cold air inside the building, Gwangil handed her a jacket before they stepped further in, ensuring she wouldn't be uncomfortable. Once inside, he turned off the lights, and in the sudden darkness, something massive was revealed. Rows of basilisk hides carefully stored within the warehouse. The sight struck Goyana instantly, leaving her frozen in place as she tried to process what she was seeing. Gwangil explained calmly that the collection included freshly obtained hides from ironclad basilisks, ironjaw basilisks, longtail basilisks, and several other species. In total, 36 hides had been secured, with 34 of them laid out directly in front of her view. Even without deep knowledge of tower materials, Goyana understood enough to recognize what she was looking at. Creatures like wyverns and basilisks were legendary in their own right, and their hides were considered some of the finest materials in existence. Problem was simple. These materials could only be obtained from within the tower itself. In the fashion world, they were treated as near-mythical resources, the kind of materials designers could only dream about, but never realistically acquire. Gwangil then explained the government's intention to distribute these hides to private companies, rather than limiting them strictly to armor production. The goal was to integrate them into everyday commercial products as well. Goyana, surprised, asked if tower materials would truly be supplied to private businesses. Gwangil confirmed it was part of the official plan, and when she further asked if HG Fashion was being considered, he admitted they currently had a strong chance. The news filled Goyana with visible excitement. She immediately began imagining how the Wildflower brand could incorporate such rare materials into high-end fashion lines before releasing them to the market. Just the thought of it sent a subtle thrill through her entire body, as if the possibilities alone were enough to ignite her ambition even further. She suddenly paused as a thought resurfaced in her mind, and then calmly brought it up again, reminding everyone that the total count was supposed to be 36 hides. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she asked where the remaining 2 had gone, her tone carrying both curiosity and sharp attention to detail. Without any hesitation, Gwangil stepped forward and calmly proceeded to reveal the remaining hides, as if he had already been waiting for that question to arrive. The moment those final hides were unveiled, her expression changed instantly. A wave of overwhelming vitality seemed to pour out from them, so intense it almost felt unreal. They weren't just materials lying there anymore. They gave off an eerie, lifelike presence, as if they could begin to move on their own at any second, breathing quietly in the silence of the room. She blinked in disbelief, unable to process what she was seeing, finding it almost impossible to accept that something as simple as a hide could contain such breathtaking beauty and presence. Even unprocessed and untouched, the material already carried the aura of a completed masterpiece, as if nature itself had spent centuries perfecting it. Gwangil then explained that production would begin using the first batch, currently secured in storage. Hearing this, Goyana immediately shifted into business mode and pressed for HG Fashion to obtain rights to the second batch as well. As the only CEO who had personally attended the meeting, she made it clear she wanted priority access to the purchase. Gwangil let out a light laugh, brushing off the urgency, and said those details could be settled gradually over time. Before moving any further, however, Gwangil raised a firm condition. The existence of these hides had to remain strictly confidential until the final products officially reached the market. Without hesitation, Goyana agreed, her expression steady and confident, assuring him that every technician involved would be bound by strict non-disclosure agreements and that no leaks would occur. Once the agreement on secrecy was settled, the atmosphere shifted again, and Goyana immediately moved to the most sensitive issue: price. She asked directly how much the hides would be supplied for, her gaze fixed on him with clear commercial intent. Gwangil exhaled lightly, admitting that pricing was currently the most difficult problem to solve. Even now, even the smallest scrap-sized pieces, barely large enough for cushioning use, were already being sold for as much as 10 million won each. Goyana reached out and picked up one of those scrap pieces, turning it slowly in her hands as she examined it more closely. The surface markings were partially damaged, and some of the natural color had already faded under processing. Even so, despite its imperfections, the material still carried an extreme rarity that made it nearly impossible for ordinary private companies to even come across, let alone purchase. Before the meeting came to an end, Gwangil added one final proposal. He promised to prepare a small sample for her company and suggested that HG Fashion's own leather specialists evaluate its true value firsthand without relying solely on external judgment. Oyana couldn't help but find that suggestion unexpectedly sharp and strategic. Once again, it reminded her that Gwangil was far from an ordinary businessman and likely someone operating on a completely different level of thinking. Meanwhile, the scene shifted across the city to Seoul, focusing on the Ark Hill apartment complex in Cheongdam. Inside a high-speed glass elevator, Hyuk stood quietly as he rose upward, his gaze drifting out through the transparent walls at the glittering city lights stretching across the night skyline. The vast urban view unfolded endlessly beneath him, pulling his attention deeper with every passing second as the elevator continued its smooth ascent. When Hyuk and his summoned companions finally stepped into their new residence, all of them froze for a brief moment, clearly caught off guard by what lay before them. Every corner of the interior was immaculate and brand new, filled with cutting-edge technology and high-end modern appliances that gave the space an almost unreal sense of luxury. The residence even included a private movie theater, seamlessly integrated into the living space, as if it were a natural extension of the home itself. As they continued exploring further inside, they eventually came upon another massive floor-to-ceiling window stretching across an entire wall. Beyond that glass, an even more breathtaking view of Seoul at night unfolded, with lights shimmering like a living sea across the horizon. The sight outside seemed to silence everyone at once. Hyuk felt a heavy wave of emotion rise in his chest, his eyes gradually welling up as he stood frozen in place. Turning his gaze toward his summons, Hyuk silently resolved himself, urging them forward without words, determined to keep pushing ahead and face whatever lay in their future together. Before stepping into the new residence, Gwangil told Hyuk that the entire place had already been fully renovated from top to bottom, leaving absolutely no trace of Yu Keelman behind. Every corner had been stripped and refreshed as if the past owner had never existed there at all. Even the packing and relocation work was being handled entirely by a professional company arranged through the management department, meaning Hyuk didn't need to worry about a single thing. He only had to show up and move in. Not long after the move, Hyuk found himself comfortably relaxing in the warm, steaming waters of his new penthouse's heated pool, with his summons gathered around him. As he soaked in the calm atmosphere, he couldn't help but reflect on how absurdly fast everything had changed. Just a short while ago, he had been stuck in a cramped office room barely reaching 20 pyong, yet now he was living in a massive luxury penthouse exceeding 300 pyong, a leap so extreme it almost didn't feel real. The sheer scale of the place alone was enough to leave him speechless. But what truly stood out were the high-end amenities scattered throughout the residence. Even though it was only early summer and a faint chill still lingered in the air, the heated pool wrapped everything in perfect warmth, making the entire experience feel almost surreal, like sinking into a dream you never wanted to wake up from. Meanwhile, Kozak and Meatball quickly started messing around, their energy shifting the calm mood into something far more chaotic and playful. Without warning, the two of them suddenly teamed up, grabbed Dowry, and tossed her straight into the pool in one reckless prank. Infuriated by the ambush, Dowry immediately retaliated using her mana, triggering sharp stomach pain in both Kozak and Meatball. The effect hit instantly and mercilessly. Overwhelmed and panicking from the sudden punishment, the two of them scrambled out of the area and bolted straight toward the bathroom without a second thought. Watching the entire scene unfold in front of him, Hyuk silently decided in his mind that provoking Dowry was definitely something he would never risk doing in the future. As the chaos gradually settled down, Hyuk noticed that someone was missing from the group and began scanning the area for Razix. It didn't take long before he found him. Razix was fiercely battling against an automatic cleaning machine, stubbornly sweeping and mopping the floor, as if engaged in some kind of personal war. Seeing how seriously Razix was taking something so trivial made Hyuk smile faintly. It quickly became clear to him that Razix was likely anxious about being replaced in his role within the household and was silently struggling on his own. At that moment, Meatball finally returned from the bathroom after recovering from Dowry's punishment, proudly announcing with strange confidence that he had seen heaven during his ordeal. Right after that absurd declaration, Hyuk leaned in and quietly whispered something into Meatball's ear, his tone low enough that no one else could hear. Without even hesitating for a second, Meatball immediately acted on what he was told and smashed the cleaning machine to pieces. As the machine was destroyed and the noise faded, Razix finally let out a long, relieved sigh, as if a heavy burden had just been lifted from his shoulders. Later on, Hyuk found himself reflecting on his increasingly repetitive routine, clearing the 45th floor of the Black Tower twice every single day just to farm basilisk hides. Each run rewarded him with 6 normal hides and 1 boss hide, totaling 7 per clear. By repeating the process twice daily, he was consistently gathering an impressive 14 full basilisk hides every single day. Every other day, Mina would personally come by to collect the materials, ensuring the supply chain stayed uninterrupted. Strangely enough, Hyuk began to feel that meeting Mina was even harder than actually obtaining the hides themselves. Eventually, Mina appeared once again to collect the accumulated hides. But this time, she also delivered an important message from the deputy commissioner, requesting that Hyuk temporarily stop farming additional basilisk materials. Caught off guard by the unexpected request, Hyuk immediately asked for the reason behind it. Mina then explained that there were two main reasons supporting the decision. First, the organization still lacked the proper facilities and processing equipment needed to handle and refine the basilisk hides effectively. Second, releasing too many hides into the market at once would inevitably cause their rarity to drop, significantly reducing their overall value. After hearing the explanation, Hyuk calmly accepted the reasoning, acknowledging that there was no real point in opposing the decision. The very next day, tension erupted inside the house when Dowry suddenly confronted Kozak with visible anger. She sharply criticized him for confidently claiming that money would soon start flowing in, only for the basilisk hide sales to suddenly halt without any clear timeline for profit. She also pointed out that Razix had ended up suffering unnecessarily because of his empty confidence. During the original briefing, Kozak had acted overly confident, despite having no real understanding of production, distribution, or sales. Dowry even argued that they would have been far better off simply mining and selling mana stones instead. Under her relentless scolding, Kozak was left visibly terrified. Watching everything unfold, Hyuk couldn't help but think it was a kind of karma catching up to Kozak for how arrogantly he had acted during the briefing. Still, he also understood that the situation wasn't entirely his fault, since the money would eventually come if they just waited. That thought made Hyuk feel a bit sympathetic toward him. Trying to ease the tension, Hyuk stepped in and urged everyone to stop dwelling on past mistakes, and instead focus on pushing toward the 50th floor as quickly as possible. Hearing this, Kozak nodded through tears, suddenly energized by the idea. Hyuk then officially declared that the team would begin their assault on the 46th floor the following day. The summons immediately voiced their agreement, ready to move forward. The next day, the group entered the 46th floor of the Black Tower. Their objective was clear but brutal: defeat 15 paralysis scorpions within 13 hours, with failure meaning either death or forced retreat from the mission. From the 46th to the 50th floor, the tower was filled with enormous scorpions, each one carrying increasingly lethal varieties of poison. As they climbed higher, the enemies became even more dangerous, introducing paralysis poison, bleeding poison, hallucination-inducing venom, and eventually a boss monster that combined all of these effects into one terrifying entity. Because of this escalating danger, these floors consumed more healing potions than any other section of the tower. For ordinary challengers, survival depended entirely on how many recovery items they had prepared in advance. However, Hyuk's party was anything but ordinary. Meatball immediately charged into the front lines, clashing directly with the giant scorpions and drawing massive aggro. Kozak followed up efficiently, landing precise finishing blows on enemies once they were distracted and vulnerable. Dowry continuously maintained the team's stability, casting reliable support buffs that kept everyone performing at peak condition. Meanwhile, Hyuk himself moved with relaxed confidence, stepping into fights only when needed while leaving most of the heavy lifting to the others. During the battle, Hyuk suddenly noticed Razix off to the side, completely detached from the combat and digging into the terrain instead. The moment Razix set foot on the 46th floor, the strong metallic scent in the air had immediately caught his attention. Convinced that valuable ore was buried nearby, Razix excitedly began mining without hesitation. In his mind, he believed that bringing these materials to Summoner Ban, Hyuk would surely make him happy. As he dug deeper, memories of his former masters resurfaced, clouding his thoughts. Every single one of those past masters had treated him harshly, leaving behind nothing but bitter memories. In contrast, Hyuk and the others always spoke to him with kindness and warmth, treating him like part of the group. Those gentle memories made Razix silently hope he could remain with them forever. But at the same time, the news that basilisk hides were temporarily useless sent a wave of panic through him. Driven by urgency, Razix became desperate to find another way to contribute value immediately. The ore he had discovered became his only hope. Fearful of being abandoned if he failed to prove his worth, he frantically tried to fill his bag with as much ore as possible, determined to make Hyuk happy no matter what. Soon after, the system announced that Hyuk's party had achieved an S++ clear rating on the 46th floor of the Black Tower in Korea. As a reward, they received a platinum badge and unlocked the right to challenge the 47th floor before safely exiting. In contrast, Razix panicked when he realized he hadn't fully filled his bag with ore before the clear ended. After returning home, Hyuk quietly reflected on how much of the run he had spent simply watching Razix mine instead of focusing on combat. Instead of celebrating, Razix tearfully apologized for failing to collect enough ore. Seeing this, Hyuk asked gently whether he was crying just because he couldn't completely fill his backpack. Dowry, Kozak, and Hyuk all reassured Razix in unison, telling him that fully filling a bag on a first clear, especially while aiming for an S++ rank, was never realistically expected. They made it clear that he had done nothing wrong at all. Hyuk had just finished speaking when he casually told Razix not to worry about anything for the day. He even went further, ordering him to take a full rest and not lift a single finger for cleaning or household work. Those words landed heavily on Razix. His eyes widened in disbelief, and for a moment his hands froze in place. A strange, uneasy thought crept into his mind. If he was being told to rest completely, did that mean he was no longer needed here at all? Before that worry could settle, Dowry and Meatball quickly stepped in and firmly rejected the idea. Their reactions were immediate, almost as if they couldn't believe Razix would think such a thing. They explained that unlike Kozak, whose presence was questionable at best, the entire household would completely fall into chaos without Razix keeping everything in order. The place would turn into a disaster zone in no time, and although they said it half-jokingly, they even admitted something more honest beneath the teasing tone. They would genuinely feel sad if Razix were gone. Of course, they still made sure to jokingly exclude the assassin from that emotional statement. Kozak's face twisted instantly in frustration. His eyes widened as he snapped back, unable to accept being singled out and treated like the odd one out yet again. He protested loudly, clearly offended, as if he couldn't believe everyone had collectively decided to rank him below the rest without hesitation. Within moments, the situation spiraled out of control. The three summons broke into an absurd argument, their voices overlapping as they bickered like children over the smallest things. What had started as a calm moment quickly turned into chaotic noise filling the space. Amid the commotion, Hyuk remained calm. Without raising his voice, he turned to Razix and reassured him directly. His talent and presence were absolutely essential to the household. Those simple, sincere words struck deeper than anything else. Razix's expression shifted instantly, overwhelmed with relief and happiness. At the same time, the group continued their repeated clears of the 46th floor, steadily gathering valuable ore and filling their bags with each successful run. With every completed run, something subtle began to change. Razix's expression, once tense and uncertain, gradually softened. A quiet brightness returned to his face as the days went on. 10 days passed like this. Then the scene slowly shifted away from the dungeon runs and toward the awakened management department, signaling a change in direction. Inside the office, Director Park placed a classified document into Gwangil's hands. The file contained top-secret intelligence shared by the United Arab Emirates National Intelligence Service. As Gwangil read through it, his expression stiffened in shock. The report revealed something alarming. A terrorist attack had occurred in Abu Dhabi, the capital of the United Arab Emirates. Director Park then explained the situation further. The attack had taken place just 3 days earlier, but the UAE government had tightly controlled all media coverage, effectively preventing the incident from appearing in international news. As Gwangil continued reading line by line, his shock deepened even further. Among the casualties listed, one name stood out clearly: Karim Jahid. The moment he saw it, his expression froze. Karim Jahid had not been just any player. He was the UAE's most heavily nurtured national talent, a player the entire country had invested enormous resources into developing and protecting. Director Park didn't stop there. He revealed another devastating detail. More than 10 high-ranking players above level 50 had also been killed in the explosion. Hearing this, Gwangil immediately understood the gravity of the situation. The loss wasn't just symbolic, it was catastrophic for the country's tower progress. The United Arab Emirates now had barely around 20 days left before their deadline to clear the 60th floor of the Black Tower expired. The crisis didn't end there. Director Park continued grimly, explaining that the Black Tower itself was positioned dangerously close to an oil field. If anything went wrong, if the tower collapsed or triggered instability, it could lead to a massive real-world disaster. Then came the final update. Crown Prince Abdul bin Saleh was urgently traveling to Korea. Once he arrived, Director Park himself would meet him alongside the president. On top of that, an official request had already been delivered, adding even more weight to the situation. 10 full days had passed since Hyuk's group began gathering ore from the 46th floor. The rhythm of their routine had become almost mechanical at this point. One of the spare rooms in the penthouse had been completely transformed into a storage space. Inside, massive piles of ore were stacked everywhere, filling every corner of the room, but the amount had grown far beyond what anyone expected. The heavy stacks now weighed several hundred kilograms, and even Hyuk couldn't ignore the uneasy thought creeping in. What if the floor of his expensive new home actually gave way under the pressure? With that concern in mind, he finally decided it was time. Everything needed to be organized into his inventory and sold off through the awakened management department. What followed, however, was far from simple. The entire process turned into exhausting, backbreaking labor that drained both body and mind. By the end of it, Hyuk was completely worn out. Without hesitation, he left the remaining tasks to his summons and finally allowed himself to step away to rest. Not long after, the scene shifted again. This time, Hyuk was traveling somewhere together with Gwangil, the atmosphere changing from rest to motion. During the ride, Hyuk let out a light joke, pointing out how Gwangil personally came to pick him up every single time. It almost felt like the deputy commissioner had become his personal errand runner. Gwangil, however, didn't react with annoyance. Instead, he calmly brushed it off and explained that meeting Bonju Hyuk had become an extremely important priority. There were matters too serious to delay, and today he had something crucial he needed to discuss. The conversation shifted first to the Holy Sword rental reservations. According to Gwangil, Norway, currently attempting to clear the 66th floor, had officially submitted a request to rent it. Gwangil continued explaining that up to around the 65th floor, progress was still manageable using only light attribute equipment. Because of that, rental demand had remained relatively low for now. But once challengers pushed beyond that point, things would change quickly. Higher floors would dramatically increase difficulty, and inquiries for the Holy Sword would begin flooding in non-stop. Hearing this, Hyuk couldn't help but smile quietly to himself. Each rental brought in an enormous profit, $10 million every time, roughly equivalent to nearly 15 billion won. With numbers like that, there was nothing left to worry about. His mind slowly drifted into imagination, picturing a future where he had already earned enough to retire comfortably. Maybe he would buy land and live quietly as a farmer. In that imagined future, his thoughts became almost comically vivid. Kozak would be running around the fields, chasing away wild deer and boars. Dowry would be praying sincerely for a good harvest. Razix would be carefully planting seeds across the soil with focused dedication. And Meatball, true to his strength, would act like a living workhorse, plowing the land effortlessly. Strangely enough, the entire team fit that peaceful rural life perfectly. But that light mood didn't last long. The atmosphere gradually shifted again as Gwangil's expression turned serious. The conversation moved toward the worsening global situation surrounding the Black Towers. In Japan's case, the situation had already collapsed internally. Yu Keelman, once a major figure, had completely broken down psychologically after repeated failures inside the tower. His fear had grown so severe that he now trembled at the thought of entering even the lower floors. Because of this breakdown, the Japanese government stripped him of all benefits he had received through naturalization and relocated him and his family to a small, isolated city. The consequences didn't stop there. Japan ultimately had no choice but to sign a temporary naturalization contract with the United States for a player, reportedly paying an absurd price just for a one-month arrangement. Meanwhile, China was in an even more desperate position. After failing to clear the 59th floor, panic spread rapidly across the country, destabilizing society itself. In desperation, they turned to Russia for assistance, paying an enormous cost that even included ceding part of Heilongjiang province. Even though these measures temporarily eased the crisis, the humiliation left behind was undeniable. Entire nations were being forced into deals that exposed just how fragile their situation had become. More recently, the United Arab Emirates had suffered devastating damage from a large-scale bombing incident. Because of this, the Crown Prince himself had traveled to Korea carrying an extraordinary request. The request involved the temporary naturalization of one of Korea's two greatest players. At first, Hyuk felt confused. In his mind, those top players could only be Nam Ga-yoon and Yu Chae-ol-min, but something didn't add up. Yu Keelman was already no longer Korean. That realization was quickly clarified by Gwangil, who delivered the shocking truth. The UAE wasn't asking for Nam Ga-yoon, and they weren't requesting Yu Keelman either. Their target was far more unexpected. They were requesting Banju Hyuk himself. The moment those words landed, Hyuk froze completely. His eyes widened slightly, and for a brief instant, his mind went blank, unable to process what he had just heard.